by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. YouTube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Also on Twitch. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap, it is June 4th, and every week we're going to hear from the Chicago Bears. Man, the season's not until September. But because of these camps taking place, the fans and the Pen and Mike Club, they're all interested in just the machinations of this new Bears outfit, this new coaching staff, and some of the new players.
Yeah, super cool. There seems like a good vibe. There better be a good vibe with a new coach and a new staff and a revitalized roster with the offensive line adjustments. Super cool. This whole body language thing, whatever. You guys work on whatever you want to work on. I want some nice weather. You know, got a little rain today, but we've had some nice warm weather. Wow. Caleb, you want to have your body language adjusted by your head coach? Get after it. Just when I show up at training camp and I show up for game 1 of 17 plus playoffs, have your stuff ready. Let's go.
Do you remember the first time that you talked about that on sports radio, talked about body language?
Yeah, Jay Cutler.
So it was not a 90s thing. It's a 2000s thing, isn't it?
Yeah, in the 90s, I mean,
I don't remember ever talking about that in the 90s on the air.
The only time I could tell you I talked body language in the 90s was how Michael had the look of a killer.
But we just said look of a killer. We didn't say, well, look at his body language.
No.
Because usually that's a negative.
Correct.
Someone's body language, when you say look at that person's body language. When we see someone confident, right?
Yeah.
I feel like when I walk in the room, the temperature changes. Meaning that if someone's down, I feel like that I can say, hey, what's going on? And just provide a smile or just try to be able to lift someone. That's what you do as a teammate. You try to lift your teammate, right?
Yeah, I think we could read. You and I have very similar outgoing people like that.
Yeah.
We could walk by someone and go, hey.
What's up with you?
Yeah. What's up with you?
Yeah.
You look down.
Yeah.
But
I'm saying that when we do that, no one says, well, look at Cap's body language. They just say, there's an upbeat guy. Seriously.
Correct.
Usually the body language piece is talking about someone that is negative or looks like they're uninterested. And I don't remember talking about that ever with an athlete in the 90s until I would say probably you're right about Jay Cutler.
Yeah, when Jay would toss the Microsoft tablet. See, I got it right. It's not the iPad.
Mm-hmm.
When Jay would slump his shoulders or sit by himself on the bench, look disinterested, people would be like, look at his body language. He's so negative. Remember?
Yes.
And like that's the first time I ever remember that term body language and our pro athletes.
because it wasn't anything that we talked about. I guess there was sports radio callers that are just like, look at this guy. This guy looks, disinterested. Doesn't seem like he's part of the team, that kind of thing. I don't just remember talking about that in the pack.
Michael, we talked about it. Like,
he was
look
awesome.
At him. Looks like a killer.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, he looks like he's ticked.
So when it comes to DJ Moore, and we don't talk a lot about DJ Moore. I mean, actually, we probably should moving forward, Cap, because that still remains the number one weapon. No matter the Roma Dunze's on the team or Luther Burden's on the team, Zacchaeus, Tyler Scott, Devin Duvernay, it comes down to is that's the number one choice at wide receiver. Now that Keenan Allen's gone, he doesn't have the safety valve of Keenan Allen. But again, Colston Loveland's there, Cole Kmet's there. But DJ Moore got his own segment, or segments, as you recall, on Hard Knocks, being with his family. You find out that he's standing there on the sidelines, and all of a sudden, hey, DJ, can we see you upstairs for a second? Oh, man, what's this upstairs? Yeah, we want to sign you to a new deal. Right. Pretty cool.
Very cool.
But DJ Moore is no different than most wide receivers that we see, Cap. They all think they should have every football, every touchdown. They always feel like they're open. So when they don't get the football, they pout. This is across the board. I rarely paint with a broad brush on this show. But in this case with wide receivers, the majority that we see is like, hey, man, come on. Come on, man. You see me with this guy one-on-one? You're going to pay for it in the film because I'm wide open and you just don't see me. This has happened with Fields. It's happened with Williams. Every wide receiver thinks, I got separation. I'm right here. It's like a basketball player in the post. Dude, I'm right here.
Throw the ball in here.
I'm right here. Right. I'm right here. That's enough, guys.
I'll be.
And Cap hits the whistle.
Yeah, exactly. All right, water, and then we're gonna run. My disdain for the overanalyzation of mini camps, OTAs. Well, Caleb was 11 of 14, but he was picked by Tremaine. I don't really care. I'm just being honest. It's May. It's June. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't. Now, if you tell me it's training camp and it's 11 on 11 and we're in the final week and then, bam, the season's here, okay. There was some validity to what was being reported when both Mitch and Justin had struggled in camp. You remember this?
Yes.
Well, Justin won't throw over the middle. Mitch isn't picking up the offense as quickly as he should. That's fine. OTAs, where nobody's wearing pads. Oh, there was a great battle at left tackle today. No, there wasn't. Stop telling stories to the fans. Nobody's in pads. Nobody's getting tackled. Oh, boy, that Ozzie Trapillo, he looked really good in camp today. No, he didn't. He's in shorts. Let's find out when we put the pads on.
When the fans start to be disinterested in the stories, that's when you start to see less of those stories you're talking about. But the fans eat it up.
That's fine.
They
can eat it up. Yeah. When I hear stuff that I know is false. Boy, you should have seen how I saw a tweet the other day. Should have seen how the old line looked in OTAs. Nobody was trying to get to the quarterback. Let me see what happens when they line up against the Vikings.
Well, that may not be interesting to you, but as far as Ben Johnson is concerned, you have to be interested in the fact that he's trying to tighten the screws on his team.
Different.
With body language.
Different. He's the head coach. He has to do those things. He's got a way he wants his team to play and a way he wants them to comport themselves. But you want me and the majority of fans in June who just want a warm, sunny day. Baseball's good in town on one side. And I'll get ready for football. But please don't stop with I don't mean you. Stop with the offensive line did this, and boy, you should have seen this guy get off the ball. Really? Okay.
Some thoughts from the head coach. Actually, we'll start here. We'll go to DJ Moore because he was asked by Courtney Cronin and Patrick Finley regarding his demeanor as a leader of the offense at wide receiver.
Just don't do it. Just keep it inside. We talk about it later, and Just don't put it on film, don't put it on TV, so you guys can't run with it. So that's how it is.
How does that show up during the spring, though, when there aren't games, there aren't cameras and all of that? Like, how is body language being emphasized in the practice field?
Be honest right now, and then we ain't gonna talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened again.
How was it nipped in the butt?
How was it? I just said I ain't gonna do it again.
To be clear, I believe the phrase is nip in the bud, is it not? Is it nip it in the bud?
Nip it in the bud.
I learned that from Barney Fife.
Mm-hmm.
Nip it, Andy. Nip it in the bud.
Correct.
I think he said butt.
Who? He did?
DJ Moore, yes. What we just played. I think his phrase was he nipped it in the butt. I don't think that's what it is. It's the bud, is it not?
We'll have Jay Moore clip that little part.
Yeah, I mean.
Be honest right now, and then we ain't gonna talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened.
Nip it in the butt.
He said we nipped it in the butt.
In the butt, yes. I believe he nipped it in the butt. Cap.
Well, step aside, my friend. I've been doing it for years. I say sit on down. Open your
DJ
eyes,
Moore
I
is
say, open up your ears, say put a tree in your butt. Put
yeah.
a bumblebee in your butt. Put a clock in your butt.
Yeah.
Put a big rock in your butt.
Cap. I believe it's nip it in the bud. Is it not? Did we not learn that from the Andy Griffith Show?
We did.
Okay, so what is he saying there? Cap? I mean, Eddie Murphy back in the day would say, boogie in your butt, but that's not what we're talking about here this morning.
Be honest right now, and then we ain't gonna talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened.
The saying nip it in the bud means to stop something at an early stage to prevent it from developing into a bigger, more serious problem. It is a way of proactively addressing a situation before it escalates. The phrase originates from gardening, where nipping refers to cutting off a plant bud to prevent it from growing into a flower or fruit.
Be honest right now, and then we ain't gonna talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened.
Oh, my God. See, Shay, this is when you half hear a segment, half hear a phrase, and you're just like, oh, I think it's nip it in the butt. How often have you done that?
It happens from time to time. What are you going to do? It's a little more an old-fashioned term.
Unless you're a guard dog, do not nip anyone in the butt. Is what it says.
I just don't understand why he said it that way, but he did. So it's good to know, Cap, that the body language issue with DJ Moore, it's nipped in the butt. That's always good to know. I would say this, though, Cap, as the captain of the offense regarding him, being the most tenured wide receiver, Cap, that's not going to stop. That's going to come up in week 5. There's going to be something where week 6. It's going to be something where, we are behind because you're not getting me the football. That's just part and parcel of being a wide receiver. So Ben Johnson's got to understand, he's not going to be this model citizen for 18 weeks. There's frustration. It's football after all.
Correct. And that stuff's going to happen until, Ben will be on the sideline with his play card, his Denny's menu, and he will look and give you that look.
Yeah.
I remember remember Ryan Deem? He was a starting tackle for the Colts.
Yes.
He played at Northern Illinois. Great dude. I called with Waddle a bunch of his college games at NIU. And he was a long-time NFL standout on the O-line. And he was telling me, I think Tommy might have been with me, he said, Tony Dungy never curses. He said, and he rarely raises his voice. I said, so how does he demand and command the room and demand respect? He said, Coach would just look at you. He goes, and you felt 2 inches tall. Just by a look. He didn't have to scream at you. He didn't have to F-bomb you. None of it. He said, and he used the term, he said, he would nip any problems in the bud quickly. He'd just give you a look like, that's not how we do things here. Okay.
Well, like a father, right? Mm-hmm. You don't have to yell and scream. You'll get the message across.
You will. If you demand respect, you'll get it.
So I think that's very interesting. So, I know that may seem small, Cap, the whole body language piece, but the thing is that it's about leadership. You don't want one of your best players feeling like, oh, F this.
Right.
If I'm not involved in the offense, and Cap, you've coached this, so I'm not speaking out of turn. If a guy feels like I should be a bigger part of the offense and you're not getting me the basketball, and that person's like, man, I'll just play off the ball because guys are not running plays for me, that's bad body language as well.
Yeah, I always thought what our head coach was able to do better than anyone I could ever have been around is bring you in and go, Jonathan, I know you want to shoot the ball. There may be opportunities. I need you to play defense and rebound. And I'll make sure if there's an opportunity to get you a shot or two, I will. But you're not going to do what Kenny's going to do. You're not going to do what Jim's going to do. Are we on the same page here? Because I want to play you.
Yeah.
And if you're truly all about winning, you buy in. But that's the hardest thing a coach has to do. Define your role and then get you to buy in.
Yeah. And so for DJ Moore, we know how good he is, but look, it's going to happen. And it's whatever. As long as the team wins, I don't care about his bedside manner. I just want him to be able to be part of the mix. And by the way, DJ Moore is going to have, it's not a prediction, it is a spoiler. He's going to pout. DJ Moore, look how many weapons they have. I'm sure he thinks he can get 13 catches out of this, but Roma Dunze's on the team too. And Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet and on of different guys that can make a difference for this offense if Caleb Williams got his head on straight. So just DJ Moore's going to understand other guys are going to eat on this offense. That's how I work with the Lions. It wasn't just one guy. With Ben Johnson, multiple players made differences for the Lions at tight end, wide receiver, running back. So I hope he understands. Get your head on straight because you'll be part of the offense. You won't be the offense.
Yeah, I love that Ben has a way he wants things done, and he wants attention to detail. I'm just not going to pay attention to guys' body language in OTAs every day.
No, I understand. I totally understand. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Shay, let's open the phone lines to the Bears fan regarding body language with DJ Moore, whether it's a something or nothing. And still to come, we'll hear from Ben Johnson and the Cubs with a victory against Washington. Oh, we'll talk about it as we continue to nip it in the butt. Weekday morning, 7 to 10, right here on ESPN 1000.
Well, step aside, my friend. I've been doing it for years. I say, sit on down, open your eyes and open up your ears. Say, put a tree in your butt, put a bubble bee in your butt, put a clock in your butt, put a big rock in your butt. Say, put some
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What? I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tonight, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tonight. And please enjoy responsibly.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is helping you make the most of the season with the latest LG tech. Experience the sights and sounds summer like never before. From LG's brightest OLED G5 Series TV, powered by AI, to lightweight Gram AI laptops, to the portable, powerful sound of the new X-Boom Bounce speaker. Gamers, you can dive into action with the world's first 5K, 2K OLED gaming monitor for an ultra-immersive experience. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. My favorite store in the world is Apt, ABT.com. Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad do more this Father's Day. Because Dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Power Dad's doing with Ryobi cordless outdoor power tools from the Home Depot. Like the Ryobi 40-volt string trimmer kit for $159. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Ben Johnson got a chance to speak to the media yesterday about a number of issues. And one of them, Kap, to me, it's not necessarily a huge story for me. It's like a former programmer that told us, you don't have to necessarily talk about the swing tackle every day because no one cares about the swing tackle. However, I feel like this whole thing with Trapillo and Karan Amagaje, what I told you last week is how I still feel. I feel like it's a battle about the future, not the present.
Well, because Braxton Jones is still the number one at left tackle. He just hasn't been medically cleared from his ankle injury from last season, but they expect him ready for training camp.
I just feel like if that's our one of our major talking points for the Bears in June, body language and who's going to be the future left tackle of the Chicago Bears, it's like, boy, just what a dull camp. Right, seriously.
And you know where I'm coming from here. If you are getting in your car to go to work, job's okay. Wish I made more money. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's not my passion in life, but it's a job. I'm talking about somebody getting in their car.
Mm-hmm.
And they tune in, and we're talking about, let's talk about the battle during OTAs for the swing tackle. They're like, I'm out. See you later. I got to go to work. But if you're entertaining and you're fun and you're having some laughs and thought-provoking, no, we got something.
We can hang around.
Yeah, if you told me on Tuesday after the Vikings game to open the season that we had, God forbid, 2 tackles go down, the swing tackle had to step in, Okay, that's a talking point.
It is. It is.
In June?
They're just talking about like a guy that underachieved in Amagaji, who didn't have a great first year, wasn't ready for the moment,
hurt,
and Trapillo. So Ben Johnson talked about it. Here you go.
Yeah, it's an ongoing process. Hard to jump in.
I think there's a Pat the Designer question, by the way, I believe, because he was there.
Nice.
Here's the press conference.
Yeah, it's an ongoing process. Hard to jump to any conclusions just yet, especially at that position where you really can't be judged until you got pads on. And so both guys are taking turns and they're making the most of their opportunities. I think the head's still spinning for almost everybody on offense, but certainly in the O-line room, we got a lot of new things we're throwing at them. Coach Rochar and Coach Devan and Coach Cable, they're doing fantastic jobs, coached them up, and they're on them constantly throughout practice. So the cool thing to see is Ozzie for a guy that's a young player. He's really polished in terms of the mental aspect of the game. We're looking to key up some things, quicken up his steps, his identification process, and Karan's done a nice job just for the little bit that we had him as well, just the growth prospect. So far, so good.
So thoughts there from Ben Johnson.
Yeah, and look, I love that he's trying to change everything. And I had somebody up there tell me that Ben said, I don't know what went on here. I wasn't here. But here's how I do things. Mm-hmm. That is not going to happen, whether that is body language, whether that is guys not always being on time to meetings, or whether there's rules and the rules aren't followed and there's no accountability. Like, accountability will not be a problem. And that goes back to the question you posited to Ryan Poles. Mm-hmm. And you said something about accountability. He goes, I can tell you for sure that will not be a problem with this coach and this staff. So that's like turning a battleship around. Remember in Austin Powers?
Yes.
In the hallways trying to turn the little cart, and he would move 2 inches, smash into the wall, back up into the – like, you don't just gone. It takes time.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I understand the body language and the setting of the rules, and you get smacked if you violate his rules. That's fine. It's great. Just show up ready to play in September. Win football games.
Kap J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN 1000, and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We both watched yesterday both the baseball teams, the Cubs and the White Sox. The Cubs, they defeat the Nationals by a score of 8-3. I've been saying a lot lately, Kap, that if you're a Cubs fan and you're just going through your phone, you're on the train or you're going to work, you're like, oh, the Cubs won, and you just skip the game. We know it's a long season, Kap, but here's what I like about a long season, especially if you have a successful one. Right now, this morning, the Cubs are 38-22, 18-11 on the road. What I like about a long season is, well, if Suzuki's going to go 0-4 with 2 strikeouts, okay, all right, maybe it's not his day. All right, maybe you're not getting a ton of offense from Matt Shaw. But you know what you're going to get? You're going to get 7 for 11 from Bush, Swanson, and Horner right there in the middle of the lineup. Any night, it could be anybody. That's when you know you're dangerous. It's not depending on your biggest hitter. Tucker's not in the lineup. But the point is, it's not necessarily all about Pete Crow. It's not all about Suzuki. It's others picking up the slack. That says a lot about the Cubs' versatility when it could be anyone, any night coming through. And last night, it was Michael Bush's night.
Michael Bush was magnificent. Single, triple, home run. He looks like he's on a bit of a heater. As Jim Deshaies said, I think he's getting ready to go on a heater here. That was good to see. His OPS this year, 896. That's 17th best in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty damn impressive. And against lefties, we see Craig not letting him hit against lefties very often. Versus left-handers, he's hitting 167. Now, it's a small sample size. He's only got 24 at-bats. He is 4 for 24. Tonight, the Nationals, are starting Mackenzie Gore, who's a good pitcher, and he's a lefty. But you don't have Kyle Tucker. Now, a year ago, he had 89 at-bats against left-handed pitching. He had a 258 average, a 330 on base, a 382 slug, and a 712 OPS. So my question is, Is he in the lineup tonight? Tucker's not playing. He's out again. Is Justin Turner the DH like he was last night?
Sure.
It was a righty, Trevor Williams. So does Bush get the start, or Craig's been sitting him against any lefty in this as a starter the last several weeks? What happens tonight?
If I look at that lineup card and it's posted, I go into Craig's office if I'm Bush and go, put me in the lineup. Look at what I've been doing. I've been proving myself. Put me in the lineup. I don't care about your metrics and all that nonsense. I want to play first base, and I want my shot. That's what I would do. Now, I may not get there, but if I'm Bush, I don't just sit there like, oh, it's against the lefty. Oh, well, I guess I'm going to sit out while I got a red-hot bat. Why would you do that?
You'd have to do that before the lineup's posted. They're not going to take somebody down that was in the lineup. But you would already know, because usually the way it goes, there's a text message. Rizzo was telling us about this. Danny and I one day, Rizzo was telling us that he would get a text from Joe, you're leading off tonight. And then he would break the news with us.
Yeah.
And he would say, he knew he was at first base, obviously.
Yeah.
But he said, you're going to be the leadoff guy tonight. You're back in the 4-hole tonight. Whatever it is. And there'd be this text chain telling guys, be ready, here's where you're going to be. Hey, Matt Shaw, you're hitting ninth tonight, and you're at third. I'm wondering what he does tonight with no Kyle Tucker. Does Justin Turner play first and somebody else is at
DH?
DH?
Bush, maybe.
No, it's a lefty pitcher.
Well, you understand the point. If I'm Bush, I'm asking to make sure I'm in the lineup.
And Craig may say, I appreciate it. You're hitting 167. Sorry, not happening.
Okay.
But at some point, you do have to let him hit against lefties.
Right.
Because you're going to be in the playoffs and you're going to be like, well, Michael Bush hit 25 home runs, drove in 80, hit 270, and guess what? We can't play him against a lefty. I think you got to at some point give him a shot.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm with you there.
I'm just a competitor, and I just know that before that comes out, hey, Skip, thumbs up tomorrow? Yep. All right. Yeah, like I'm asking. Because I want to play, Cap.
And he's going, no. And plus, you got to remember something. The game is different today. It is. The analytics department and Jed and Carter, they're sending down an optimal lineup based on analytics.
Yes.
Now, Joe Madden had told me he would get a lineup from Theo and Jed.
It's ridiculous.
He'd get a lineup from the analytics people. Well, if you want to analytically, Shea should actually be batting second today because he hits this guy well. And then he'd have his own lineup. And then he would take a conglomeration of all of it and go, all right, here's what I'm doing. And he had that right as a veteran manager. Like the guy who's the man, Kevin Cash.
Yes.
In Tampa.
Yeah.
He got handed a script. He's talked about it.
Ridiculous.
Here you go. That's how you're using your bullpen. That's when your starter comes out of the game, and there's your lineup.
Yeah, that ain't managing.
Now, you want to lay a bunt down? That's on you.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
But guess what?
Yeah.
You are not setting the lineup by yourself.
Yeah, that sucks.
But that's where the game is today.
I understand. I don't mean I like it.
So Craig, a veteran manager, he may be getting a thing from Jed. Hey, man, we on the same page? Bush doesn't start tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, Craig, can I see you for a second? Let's close the door. Let's turn the lights out. Mm-hmm. Make sure you understand something there, Sniffy. I'm going to be in the lineup. I'm going to be in the lineup. Damn it! Let me just tell you right now, because you're going to need me. We're going to the playoffs. You're going to need me. I'm not sitting out in the playoffs because you don't think I can hit lefties.
And Craig will say to you, Jonathan, I understand you.
Oh, man.
I understand. But guess what? My bosses do not want you in the lineup tonight. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Yep. Then I go up to Jed. We're going to have it out because I got to play. If you think that the Cubs are going to be in the postseason, Michael Bush has got to be part of it somehow, and you're going to face a lefty. Oh, sit him down. I mean, he's projected to have 25 homers, something like that. He's that good. So he's got to be more. He has to have more opportunities to be versatile. That's the point.
I think the thing that frustrates me, because the Tigers do this even more than the Cubs, like Kerry Carpenter does not hit against left-handed pitchers. He's not in the lineup. Mm-hmm. It's where the game is now. If you have a negative matchup, that guy doesn't play. The thing that frustrates me is like Michael Bush should be learning to hit lefties.
Yes.
And then he's a better player.
Yeah.
Right?
And they're going to say to you, that's fine. We need to win baseball games.
I understand that, but
him hitting against a lefty is going to stop them from winning baseball games. You have 8 other guys in the lineup.
Isn't it valuable in getting him those reps against a lefty, too? Like, especially right now. It's 1 of 162. You're going to lose baseball games. That's going to happen.
Yeah, he's 27.
You've built yourself a pretty nice cushion, and I would rather have Michael Busch in the order than not. Again, if I have in the playoffs, especially, like you're telling me, some team you see in the playoffs goes to a crafty lefty out of the pen. Busch, you're done. Take a seat.
Yes, that's what he's going to do.
I know, I get it, but it's
Do you understand we don't like it? Do you understand that? I mean, no matter what Jed and no matter what Craig Counsell says, it doesn't mean I have to like it as a baseball fan.
Don't disagree.
That's all I'm saying.
I like the older way the game was played, where I looked up and see 8th inning and my starter's still in there.
For me, it's Michael Busch is a good hitter. I'd rather try him against lefties than have to play a matchup and put a worse hitter in because slightly better numbers
against lefties. But what if
lefties.
Craig or Jed or Carter or whoever said to you, against lefties, he's hitting 167. Okay. He's not a better hitter. Yeah. I'm just saying that's what they'd say. I'm not saying that's what I'd say.
You know I know.
312-332-3776 our phone number. More on the Cubs still to come. And also our colleague Sylvie with a big claim for the future for the Chicago Bulls.
Uh-oh.
Could not believe what I heard yesterday.
He's leaving broadcasting to go coach?
Would you like that?
No, I think he's right where he belongs.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
I don't want to see him coaching the Bulls. Sorry.
Let's talk about this big sweeping change he wants for the Chicago Bulls. That's next. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through 15th. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom on Father's Day weekend.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Night owl, early bird, or too tired to people today? Well, that's why you got 5-Hour Energy. Whether you are tackling adult stuff or some random adventure, it's like the little bottle that's always got your back. Think about all the flavors: watermelon, tropical burst cherry, and peach mango. You'll definitely find a favorite, that is for sure. When it comes to 5-Hour Energy, go to 5hourenergy.com today. Jay Moore.
This is Kap and J Hood. They've beaten the traffic commute, so you don't have to. Say something else. On ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're going to be with you here until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10. Followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Sylvie at 2:30. Then White Sox baseball to take on the Detroit Tigers at 6 right here on the home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. It is 62 degrees, getting up to 67 today. Shane Norling, being the mush that he is, goes to see the Tigers and the White Sox, and the Tigers lose to the White Sox. Once again, starting pitching, getting the job done for the White Sox. They just don't have enough hitting, but enough yesterday to beat the Tigers.
Yeah, Shane Smith is outstanding, and he was really, really good. And it wasn't like the Tigers starter used an opener for an inning and a third. It wasn't like their starting pitching was terrible, but then you had 3 relievers each give up 2 runs.
Well, it was a full bullpen day yesterday. So if there were a game they were going to lose, I mean, today they're starting a spot starter. So if there were games they were going to lose, it's yesterday and today.
There you go. So I looked at the 3 relievers. I was watching the 2 games on, and 3 hits, 2 runs, 3 hits, 2 runs, 3 hits, 2 runs. I'm like, jeez.
Bases loaded walk, that'll kill you typically.
Yep. Michael A. Taylor with a bases loaded walk, 1-0 White Sox. Michael A. Taylor, 3-run home run, 4-0 White Sox.
Stole a bag, too. Maybe the game of his career yesterday.
He had a monster game.
There was a sad White Sox fan father sitting in front of us at the game yesterday in a Paul Konerko jersey. And when Michael A. Taylor swiped second, he said, "Best game of his life. Best game of his life. It's the best game of his life."
Wow.
That's a long-suffering White Sox fan saying, where is this production coming from the 8th spot?
But
Taylor.
I thought the interesting thing was that the Sox announced before the game at least 2 days off for Luis Robert Jr. Mental reset.
He's horrible, man.
Well, think about how you score 8 runs without him in the lineup. It says a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
8 runs in that ball game without him. It's a reset. They don't have any options. He can't be sent to the minors like Andrew Vaughn.
Correct.
Rest in peace, Andrew Vaughn.
Wow.
What?
He's not dead.
To me, he is, and has been for quite some time.
Professionally speaking.
Well, I mean, that's what busts do. You don't think about them anymore. They're dead.
Dude, was the 3rd overall pick. And by the way, I also had on the Cardinals-Royals game.
Chippy.
Yeah.
Watching Chip carry.
Watched them blow a 7-2 lead. It was so great. Cubs are 5 up in the division. But Jack Caglianone, is that his name?
Jack Caglianone.
Yeah, Caglianone.
Caglianone.
Yes.
His first at bat, he hit a ball so hard, and the center fielder for the Cardinals made a leaping, amazing catch on the track, crashed into the wall. But that kid looks like a star.
Cap.
Yeah, he's great.
Hey, Cap, you never hear this from this side of the room from me. He's going to be great. I watch him in college.
Like, they're going to have him and Bobby Witt and go, wow, there's two stars.
Like, I watched him in college. Like, he's legit.
Where'd he go?
Florida. He is legit.
By the way, can I sidebar something just quickly?
Brought to you by Inc. Law.
About actually Jack Caglianone.
312-6 million for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois. Howard Ankin, AnkinLaw.com.
Sign my ball.
Did either of you see David Sampson on CBS Sports talking about Jack Caglianone, former Marlins GM?
He is pissed that he was called up. Why? But why?
He said it's one of the most irresponsible decisions he's ever seen in baseball because they started his arbitration clock early.
Well,
imagine, like, we were going to bring this up at some point in the show. Baseball TV ratings year over year are up a ton.
Mm-hmm.
More people are watching this year than have in the past half decade.
And
probably.
the owners, Jerry, I'm speaking to you. Tom, I'm speaking to you because that's our local guys who listen. You better be careful about your labor stoppage after next season. Theo and his crew have done a great job with the pitch clock and all that. And 18 to 34-year-olds, way up in watching baseball. You screw it up and shut it down, God help you.
My whole point here is baseball people are paying attention to this sport for the first time in a long time in big numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And a decent platform is using David Sampson, who dumpster fired the Marlins, to say a team is stupid for calling up an elite player because it's going to be slightly more expensive. Think about how ridiculous that is.
Yeah, it's absolutely idiotic.
That's who Sampson is. He is management and ownership to his heart. That's who he is.
Like, if you told me they called the guy up one day before it would be able to keep him free, okay, that's a dumb decision. You wait one day. But the Royals are trying to jumpstart their season here, man.
Yes.
Let's go. Play him.
Some thoughts about Sylvie and his thoughts for the new front office for the Bulls. That's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Nice bounce back 8-1 win by the Sox Tuesday night over Detroit. Shane Smith worked into the sixth without allowing a run, and Michael A. Taylor had his best game with the White Sox, hitting a home run and knocking in 4. Tonight, the Sox try to start a winning streak. It's Game 3 of the 4-game set at 6:40. Join us this Saturday, June 7th. The Sox host the Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with Jack McDowell autograph signings, food and drinks, sneak peek of new offerings, entertainment, and more. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
We all know breakfast is an important part of the day. But sometimes when you're traveling for business and you stay at a hotel that doesn't offer any, listen, you know what happens. You grab a cup of coffee, skip the meal entirely. We've all been there. But if you book a room by La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. And really, who doesn't want to start their day with a fresh waffle? I mean, just be honest. So tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com. Jay Moore. Oh.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Who the Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. That's careful. Sylvie from Waddle and Sylvie. Afternoons, 2:30 to 6, right here on ESPN 1000. Was talking yesterday, Cap, about Tom Thibodeau, the fired now coach of the New York Knicks. Sylvie on bringing back Tibbs to Chicago, huh?
I always get people, when I defend Tibbs, say, Sylvie, weren't you the one who wanted Tibbs fired when he was here? And if you listened to the show, you knew that while critical of Tibbs, I won't speak for you, I'll speak for me, I never wanted Tibbs fired. I wanted him to get better at the things that he's stubborn about.
Just evolve.
Yes. So, I've always compared it to players. The players and coaches in front office always have an exit interview. This past year was the first year when I was offered first-row free tickets on the floor, I declined them. And we went to college basketball games. We went to DePaul games, Illinois games. That's how we got our basketball fixed. Because I don't believe there's a plan. And so this is just another way to point out that they need, if they want to ever go anywhere, they got to blow this thing up. So I've always said he's got faults. You ask players to get better, but he didn't. And again, that flared up with who he depended on in the postseason, only playing 7 guys. Kenny Smith.
He said Tibbs wouldn't play 9 guys in a baseball game.
Yes. But he is one of the best coaches in the NBA.
Yeah.
And Billy's fine. I don't get the love for Billy. I don't truly understand the hate. Billy is, in my opinion, he's fine. He doesn't win you games. He doesn't lose you games. I don't know what the Bulls' identity is. Like someone was arguing with me, now you want to get rid of Billy when they're finally they improve their shot profile and this and that. Meantime, they fired their shooting coach. I
think
don't
we
get that.
both agree, though, that there are bigger issues in their front office.
We'll talk more to Tommy Waddle about this at 8:35, but does he not understand? So he likes Tibbs. He wants Tibbs to come back to Chicago. First of all, anything 2.0 in sports is tough. Ask Dave Lato. It's tough to be 2.0. You get fired and you get back or leave the job and then come back to the same job. That's tough. But the other thing, Cap, is that whether it's the Thibodeau for head coach or for a front office job, Cap, it's about personnel. It's about personnel. Why would you want to go A to B and then go A to B again with Tom Thibodeau? You're going to be stuck in neutral if you don't improve the roster. It's more than the head coach. It's the roster.
Yeah.
It's not good enough.
I couldn't agree more. It does not matter if you brought John Wooden back from the dead. This Bulls team's not doing any better. This is who they are. They don't have a star. They don't shoot the ball well enough. They've got some nice players. Billy gets them to play hard. They're a professional outfit. But he doesn't have a roster he can win with. And bringing Tibbs in here? And I love Tibbs. I keep in touch with Tibbs. I consider Tibbs a friend of mine. I wasn't that close to him when he was the coach. I became more friendly with him after he left here, when he was working in TV and then went off to Minnesota and then to the Knicks. That would be a terrible mistake. Terrible. And I tell Tibbs that.
Yeah.
Not that Tibbs isn't good. I get Sylvie's point there. I think Tibbs is awesome. However, his owner won't spend. His front office is horrible. Now, I think Sylvie advocated let Tibbs be in charge of everything.
No.
It's too big a job for one man to do. Tibbs does not have a long-term mentality. He does not. An executive has to look and go, I don't care about grinding out 71 wins with my baseball team. I care about building for the future. So I'm going to trade this guy and bring up the kids and play these guys. That's not who Tom Thibodeau is. Now, if you just made him head of basketball operations and he's not coaching, I don't think he'd be happy.
No, he's got to have his hands in it. That's who he is.
That dude, he has told me, that dude's idea of a great night in the offseason, no games going on, middle of July, have a great meal, go to his office and put the film on.
That's
I
a
don't
lifer.
know what he's watching.
Yeah. That's a lifer, though.
That's a lifer. Ask Joe Keem what he said. Yeah. He walked in to do a workout. He's like, it's like 9, 10 o'clock at night. Nobody's here, thank God. And all of a sudden he heard, hey, I'll be right down. He was in his office watching film on a July night. Joe's like, can't a guy just get some shots up? Nope. Let's go to work. He said, the guy's just relentless.
That's who he is. My point is, though, is that it is passé for one guy to run an operation like that. Ask Stan Van Gundy how they work in Detroit.
Terrible.
Stan's a good basketball man, but he was the president of basketball operations, and to be able to run the draft and be head coach and do both, there's no more Jimmy Johnsons anymore or those guys that could do the whole thing.
World.
So the idea that Tom Thibodeau could run the Bulls is it's ridiculous. One, but two, the other thing is that even if he came back as a head coach, what's he going to do with this group? If he was the head man of the Bulls, what would he do with that group? What would he do? I mean, he's a guy that is not a suit and tie guy that would be in a front office.
No.
Even at age 67, he wants to be a head coach someplace. And I'm sure he'll coach again, Cap, but the bottom line is I don't want him anywhere around the Bulls organization. Remember, the same guy that got blamed for Derrick Rose's injuries and for playing players way too long and getting them all messed up from an injury standpoint, you want back in Chicago? Whether that's fair or unfair, that criticism is still there. And it lingers with him, not only in Chicago, but Minnesota, and now with the Knicks. Shot or no shot in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure.
Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Now time for Shot or No Shot on YouTube and Twitch. Here's Shay Norland. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. We are good.
Looking forward to tonight being at Legends in Woodridge. Tonight between 6 and 8 for the Grip It and Sip It affair. An opportunity, Cap, for someone to be part of, I believe, our foursome. We're giving away another slot.
That is correct. Looking forward to that. Should be a lot of fun. I have not played yet this year. I used to play almost 100 rounds a year. I played 95 rounds was my top year. But I would do every year, 80 to 90 rounds a year. I have not touched, other than to move them in the garage from one space to the next, touched my club since last August.
Well, Cap, it's going to be like riding a bike for you.
I hope.
You'll be just fine.
We'll have to get out this weekend and go to the range and start hitting balls.
So if you will, so there's still an opportunity. If you will still be part of our signature event, and that's the Grip It and Sip It Classic. Another slot. I'll give it away tonight in Woodridge at Legends Bar and Grill. All right, Shay, what do we have for the Wednesday edition of Shot or No Shot?
All right, draft room videos continue to be released by NFL teams, and one from the Carolina Panthers shows people are kind of putting some dots together that the LA Rams were aggressively trying to trade up with the Carolina Panthers for the 8th pick, trying to trade up all the way from 26 to 8, would have cost them a lot. And the reporting is the price was a little too expensive for LA. But people believe the Rams were trying to trade up for Colston Loveland. LA wanted Brock Bowers a year ago. They took a tight end with their pick, and people just kind of are thinking they wanted Colston Loveland. Shot or no shot? Sean McVay wanting Colston Loveland that badly to try to trade up from 26 to 8 makes you feel even better about the Bears selection.
Yeah, that's a shot. I played that audio. I know I played it for Hoodie off the air, where the guy from the Senior Bowl said he was my second highest leading the quarterbacks to the side of any other position. He said I only had Travis Hunter ahead of Colston Loveland on his big board. second best prospect in the draft. And then I heard that clip, and as you do more digging, it sounded like he was not the only team trying to trade up to get Colston Loveland. Everybody loved that kid. So I'm glad we got him.
So instead, Shay, they went with Terrence Ferguson, the tight end from Oregon, in the second round. Because they couldn't get Loveland.
Correct.
And then I would imagine if you have Loveland on the team for the Rams, that's definitely a great 1-2 punch with him and Tyler Higbee.
He's better than Higbee.
Or surpass Higbee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been what I think it is here, where you'd have Colston Loveland as your starting tight end. That's what I think is going to happen.
Hey, Loveland is starting tight end for the Bears?
Well, when they go 12 personnel, they're going to have 2. And Cole Kmet spoke very elegantly yesterday. I thought he was full of class, where he said, there are going to be things that we're going to complement each other. He said, and there are going to be things that in any position room we're going to compete for. But he said Ben called them immediately after the pick and said, hey, I'm going to go 2 tight ends a lot. You're a big part of what we're going to be doing, and it'll be you and Colston. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, I just want you to know, get out there and block. Here's Shay Norlick.
Speaking of which, Ben Johnson talked about Cole Kmet yesterday at Halisol. Take a listen.
It's a high intelligence factor. It's clear from the get-go. He's a pro, takes his work seriously, positive energy, great teammate. You could tell instantly when he was around the other offensive players, the rest of the team, there's an instant respect level. I believe he's been here the longest out of anybody on the roster right now, and you can tell that they respect him for that. There's a lot to be said there. He's done things the right way for a long time, and so it's been great, not just him learning the offense, but helping others in the process as well.
As I heard Waddle mention yesterday, Ben Johnson praised just about everything about Cole Kmet except how he is as a player. Zero conversation about anything Cole Kmet does on the field. Great leader, pro, worker, intelligent. Nothing about what he is as a player. Shot or no shot. Cole Kmet will not be the number 1 tight end on this team.
That's a shot because the other guy is more of a receiving threat in terms of getting separation. Who was it was Robert Griffin III, calls him the locksmith because nobody can lock him down. And that's what Sean McVay loved about him. I saw something where Sean McVay talked before the draft. That guy can't be covered. He has a great separation ability, where Cole Kmet's more of an inline tight end. They're going to complement each other. But in terms of who gets more targets, Colston Loveland if healthy.
Well, I like to see what that looks like on the field in the NFL. I saw what it looks like in college. I just don't want to kick the can down the road on Cole Kmet. I tease, but I'd like for Cole Kmet to be a factor in this offense.
I think he will be.
I mean, just kind of like everyone else. Everyone's got to eat in this offense. Like, I know that everyone's not going to be able to just run away with this thing offensively because there's so many different weapons. I just hope that Cole Kmet gets his lion's share of the receptions and great action at tight end. Nothing against Colston Loveland, but I just don't want to push Cole Kmet down the depth chart. He's still a good player.
Oh, I'm not saying he isn't. I like Cole Kmet very much. But I think as a receiver, Colston Loveland will probably surpass him.
Yeah, that's a shot. I just know when I was watching on draft night, Shay, OurLads.com could not wait to put Colston Loveland as TE1. Could not wait. As soon as he was drafted, they pushed him down, Cole Kmet down like he was down here with like the third or fourth string.
When you take a guy 10th overall and other teams are trying to trade up, tells you what you need to know.
Pat and I talked about it on the Chicago Bears podcast this week on YouTube, that PFF has Cole Kmet listed as the projected starting tight end. And I was kind of like, if that's the case, then you shouldn't have used the 10th pick on Colston Loveland. Like, if you're going to take Colston Loveland 10th, he's tight end 1 to me.
We're going to see how that works out.
Yeah.
I know Loveland will be here for the longer haul. That is clear. I don't know how much time Cole Kmet will have with the Bears after the season, but I just know that there's an embarrassment of riches. Let's see how it all works and make sure that Caleb Williams is ready for this.
When you go 2 tight ends and it's Cole Kmet, who's more, again, as an inline blocker, but he can receive, and Colston Loveland, who's more of a Travis Kelce style receiver. Let's go.
Well, and you guys know I'm a total slap for Colston Loveland. I loved him all offseason. I told you I liked him better than Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
I would like him to be the starting tight end.
I think you'll get your wish. I think you'll get your wish.
We'll see.
All right, Shay.
All right, Jeff Passan had a big trade primer piece for every team in Major League Baseball, whether they were sellers or buyers. For the Chicago Cubs, Passan said the objective should be to get some pitching to complement arguably the best offense in baseball, with the best fit right now being Sandy Alcantara. Passan added the calculus here could change if Valdez or Gallen becomes available, but in terms of pitchers teams know will be available, Alcantara, even a slightly diminished version, is the best. Slightly diminished may be generous. Alcantara currently has an ERA hovering around 8. It's been there all season. Shot or no shot, you would want the Cubs to trade for Sandy Alcantara if he's quote-unquote best pitcher available.
You could do better than that at this point, Cap.
Well, it depends. His last 3 starts, he has been much better. His velocity is back from the Tommy John 2 years ago. He's hitting 99, sitting comfortably at 97, 98. He's a Cy Young winning pitcher, but his walk rate is out of control. Now, again, he's on a bad team that's not great defensively, that doesn't score a ton of runs. And so does he come here extra juice on a team that's 16 games over 500? That's the highest they've been since the 2016 Cubs. People are excited.
Hearing that a lot.
He's going to get a lot of juice walking into Wrigley going, oh, God. I mean, there was 1,000 people at the game the other night against the Marlins?
Yeah.
I mean, against the Rockies?
Yeah.
Marlins-Rockies in Florida?
I saw it.
Nobody there.
Yeah.
You walk into Wrigley on a Friday afternoon, there's Sandy starting. Oh, wow. 41,000. People are liquored up from 9 a.m., ready to go. You take your game to rising tide lifts all boats. Maybe that's what happens with this guy. But that's Jed and his staff have got to evaluate him properly.
Because you asked the question that way, that is a shot that if that's the best on the board, I would prefer for the Cubs to shoot and aim higher, because I think there's other teams out there that are going to be down and out that will be willing to make a deal with you for their starting pitching. Now, we got to take a look at the list now. But I'm just saying, that's one guy. But you know that if you're Jed in that chair, you're saying, okay, where's some other frontline starters with the mediocre teams?
Well, is DeGrom going to get moved by Texas? Is Texas going to be in the race 2 months from now?
Thinking not.
A little less than 2?
Yeah.
I mean, they won the World Series in 23.
Yeah.
They have those designs with Bruce Bochy as a veteran, manager of the year. That guy's great. DeGrom's owed $95 million with a full no trade. And he has said before on interviews, I signed to Texas because that's where I want to retire. So he may say, no, I'm not interested, but thanks anyway. Nathan Eovaldi. What about Chris Sale? Atlanta there's only 3 teams in the National League with a better record than Atlanta. I mean, a worse record than Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 1 year left at a club option. What about Chris Sale?
Wouldn't that be something?
What about Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen are both going to be free agents in Arizona? Arizona's a big disappointment.
So you see what I'm saying? You just named other pitchers that I'd rather have than Sandy Alcantara. Alcantara. I'm from Chicago. I don't know where you're from. I'm from Chicago.
But if Arizona has a 9-game stretch the end of June, 3 with the Rockies, 3 with the White Sox, 3 with the Marlins. What if they go 8-1 and go, we're back in it? They may say we're going to ride it out with Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen.
I'm saying you have more options than what that Shea put out there.
Don't be so sure.
Oh,
don't be so sure.
I think you're the Chicago Cubs, and you have minor league talent that some covet.
But some have to be willing to trade. Atlanta may say, we've got 1 more year of control on Chris Sale at $18 million, not moving him.
I wouldn't be a one-note song on that, on just the one guy from the Marlins.
That's why you got to play this out, and let's see where it goes.
I would think Arizona would have a hard time convincing themselves they're in much of anything, even if they do have a hot stretch. The NL is so good.
It is. No
5
question.
games over keeps you out of the playoffs right now. It's so good.
Wade Miley is out there to be claimed by somebody.
There's a name. Yep.
But that's a depth piece. That's not a top-of-the-rotation stardom at Dodger Stadium in Game 6. You need an ace. What about your Padres? Michael King and Dylan Cease are going to be free agents. They're not going to re-sign both. Right now, they're trying to win a World Series. But what if they wake up in late July and go, oh, God, what happened to our team?
Yeah, they'll still be in the mix with the Dodgers for a wild card. Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't make a move.
It's also tough to sell when you've got Tatis having an MVP season.
Right. So you have to play this out. Let's see what happens.
We got around the NFL right around the corner, but this, you mentioned Jeff Passan. I'm sure you saw this, Shay. Jeff Passan was asked by Barry On Here on Twitter, on X. Barry On Here says, Jeff, my wife won't talk to me anymore, and I think that she's having an affair. What should I do? Jeff Passan responds, she says hi.
Oh.
Barry says, Jeff, why would you say that? And Jeff says, well, she said it, bro. I'm just a reporter.
Damn. Wow.
Good for passing.
Because you know why? You ask something ridiculous, you get something ridiculous in response. You got that, right? Yeah, he's pretty much saying, Jeff's saying your wife's right here next to me.
Right here.
How about that?
And I'm just the messenger.
If he just would have just given the dismount of take that just would have been awesome.
Oh, take that would have been.
I'm with your wife. Take that.
Sounds like that's what he's telling that guy's wife.
Pretty much.
That's unbelievable. That's Jeff Passan, everybody. MLB reporter for ESPN.
Love it.
Around the NFL and on a Waddle Wednesday, Tommy will be with us at 8:35 on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the National Football League on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Still to come, Tommy Waddle for a Waddle Wednesday. Tracy Butler finding out what's going on with this weather. We'll have her in for a special weather report at 9:50 as we turn to Shay Norling with Around the NFL. Shay?
All right, we have a something or nothing OTA edition. I'm sure this is going to excite David Kaplan, who loves OTA coverage.
Bring it on, Shay.
Let's start with the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Darnold was reportedly very shaky in his OTA debut with the Seahawks. It was so bad, in fact, reporters asked Mike McDonald if Darnold could be a backup this season with the presence of Jalen Milroe looming. Is Darnold's shaky debut in OTAs something or nothing for the Seahawks?
Absolutely nothing.
That's a nothing.
My God, Jalen Milroe, could he be? Maybe later in the season. You just paid this dude over $100 million.
You can't do that, man. He has to be the guy. Shaky, not shaky, in between. He must be the guy until he's not. Until Jalen Milroe takes over.
Am I being a bleep if I say that this is something?
Oh my God.
I think it was a terrible signing. I think it was a horrible decision by Seattle to get him. You're taking a guy who holds the ball forever, takes too many sacks. He was standing in the backfield of Minnesota patting the football. He had the benefit of playing with 2 elite wide receivers, and Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson, behind an elite offensive line, with an elite running game, and with an elite play caller. Oh, by the way, playing indoors for the vast majority of his games. You've now taken him and put him outdoors in Seattle without said elite play caller. You traded away his best wide receiver. He doesn't have an elite offensive line. And again, he holds the ball forever.
Wait, what did you say? They took away what?
They traded DK Metcalf.
I say how great a deal that was for the Steelers, and you jumped down my throat.
No, I say I thought it was silly to trade away George Pickens as well.
Because he's a jag in the room. They're throwing a party there. They hated George Pickens. He's a jag. And they went and replaced him with an equally or better player.
George Pickens playing for who now? Who's playing? Who's it playing
they
for?
They traded him to where?
Dallas.
Dallas. So he's not a Jag. He's a Cowboy.
He's a Cowboy now. Correct.
Well, it's Sam Darnold and the corpse of Cooper Kupp.
Is a Jag.
Sam Darnold with the corpse of Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Probably worse than Sam Darnold with DK Metcalf and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
By the way, Michael McDonald, again, great singer and also head coach for this Seattle outfit. The interview,
sweet freedom, baby.
He was on 710 in Seattle. Did Brock Heward ask him that question? Did Brock Heward spit that out of the side of his neck saying, hey, you going to start Milroe? He says, you guys are crazy. I saw the quote. He goes, you guys are out of your mind.
Well, it is a crazy question. They did just pay him $100 million. Granted, they can get out of that deal pretty easily, and I still think it was a total mistake to ever sign him.
All right, give us another one, please.
He'll become a pumpkin. Jaguars rookie Travis Hunter in rookie minicamp, primarily played at wide receiver, but the Jags and OTAs have been playing him in coverage and posted a video, sticky coverage of Travis Hunter and a one-handed interception, calling him a unicorn as he gets work at corner in OTAs. Something or nothing. Is this guy going to play corner?
Well, he should. I say yes.
Yeah, I think that absolutely he's going to play corner. I just watched that diving pick. It was a hell of a play.
I just think that that's where he's most useful. He's not Ohtani. I know that some want to say that he's not going to be playing both sides. He's not on a regular basis. There might be a certain play or two that might happen with that, Cap, but to me, I think he's valuable in the secondary. He could be that guy.
I agree with you, but the fact he got most of his work in rookie minicamp at wide receiver, they're really going to two-way this guy. That's the look right now.
Don't do that.
Something or nothing.
I think he plays more at corner and a little bit at receiver.
I think that's fair. You need someone. I mean, it's needed someone that can shut down somebody, like shut down wide receivers. How tall is he again, Shay? I like a good tall corner.
6'1".
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Oh my God, climb the ladder. Some of these guys are 6'3", 6'4". I love a tall corner.
He's fast and athletic.
That's outstanding. That's where you need him. He gets a certain set of plays if you want some kind of gimmick play where he's playing wide receiver. But for the most part, I agree with you. He should be a corner. All right, give us another. Nothing.
C.J. Stroud has been sitting out of Houston's OTAs with what initially was called a pectoral issue, but is now being called, quote, general soreness. D'Amico Ryans is downplaying this as much as possible. He will not address the pectoral statement that was initially out there. Said they're just being extra cautious with him. He will be fine. Something or nothing.
Oh, it's something. You got general soreness. It's June. You haven't thrown a football since January. That's problematic. Not saying that this is going to be this way in September. That's a problem that you have general soreness in June.
I was at spring training when I was looked in the eye by Cubs execs back in the day that said, oh, yeah, Mark Pryor just was wearing flip-flops and he's got a strain in his heel.
Yeah.
And it turned out it was his shoulder and his arm was all messed up. I don't believe anything these executives tell us in terms of injuries.
Yeah.
I do not.
Yep. I think that C.J. Stroud, that is a something, though.
And what happened to the 2 weeks for Shota Imanaga? Go find that tape. Oh, we expected back. Short stay, 2 weeks. It's going to turn out to like 8.
Yeah. Well,
what I tell you, I told you that dude not going to pitch till well into June, and that's exactly what's happening.
Now he's flying to Arizona, though, for a little rehab action, face some live hitters.
That's brutal.
Good. Yeah. Good. He got hurt in April.
Yeah. Says a lot, doesn't it?
He'll be back. It was Craig. We think it's a short stay. We avoided something serious. Good luck.
And look at the Cubs. Still moving along. They're doing well.
Craig said last night on the marquee postgame that they have put Cade Horton into his Shota's slot 5 starts. The Cubs are 5-0 as a team in those 5 starts. That was Craig. That's what he said.
And now more football with Shay.
So we're firmly something on the C.J. Stroud front?
Yes.
No, there's no question about that. Shay, I just laid it out for you. If you have general soreness in June, you haven't picked up a football since January, there's a problem.
He also never looked right last year. There was just something off about him. And now he's missing time in camp, or in OTAs, rather.
Yeah.
It's a little worrisome. Speaking of George Pickens, Cowboys have been desperate for a second playmaker alongside CeeDee Lamb, who is sitting out of OTAs because, frankly, if you're CeeDee Lamb, you don't need to be at OTAs. Early reviews on George Pickens, very strong, saying he's building a rapport with Dak Prescott. Looks good in learning the offense in Dallas. Something or nothing. Have the Cowboys finally found their complement to CeeDee Lamb?
They better have. They paid a pretty good price. He makes good money, and he wants an extension.
But he's a Jag.
I
didn't coach the Steelers.
He's a cowboy.
Just do a little reporting. I don't mean that as a shot. Go look at Andrew Filipponi or all the other guys that cover the Steelers. They said players are throwing a party that Jag is out of their room. They hated him.
How about that, Tommy? Even though he's a cowboy, he's a Jag.
Wait, I just want to know what happens just in the first game of the season where CeeDee Lamb is targeted 12 times and George has only got one ball thrown his way.
Exactly, and then he's going to come off the field all mad.
Yeah.
I was just feeding the beast, Jonathan. I wanted to
understand.
Cap, I have never disagreed that he's a total knucklehead. He's also an immensely talented player.
And when Mike Tomlin says, I'm done, get him out of here, I'll roll with Tomlin.
Except when it comes to picking quarterbacks.
Well, they haven't had the pick of the litter, so to speak. They had your guy, Mitch. I mean, who else?
Whoa. That's a personal foul. Like, that's the ultimate of projecting right there.
We might have to go to the monitor. That might be upgraded to a flagrant.
That's a one or two. You don't want to show yourself out of the studio, sir.
I don't have a problem with the Steelers quarterback. I think he's pretty great. I think he's awesome. He's better than Bradshaw.
By the way, I'm loving the flip. Speaking of, how about Andrew Flip-a-Pony? Because in January, during the playoffs, Pickens is happy he scored. Hopefully that will keep him from requesting a trade in a month. Then he gets traded. This is going to be one of the best trades in Steeler history.
He's not the only one saying it.
Cap watches. I like the quarterback, Tommy. I like him. Come on up. What? All right, we got a Waddle Wednesday.
Mason Rudolph.
I can't wait to see Mason Rudolph.
Stop. The best thing about Mason Rudolph is his mustache these days.
He's gonna
Cap watches.
He's gonna have a big long red tie all the way down to his sphincter. It's coming up soon.
A lot of quarterbacks.
I love him. He's the best. Bring him up. Bring him up. Why do you need Rodgers? All right, Waddle Wednesday, right around the corner on the Kap J Hood Morning Show. It's always the best.
You're listening to Kap J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you get all the action. The ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer net available in New York. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
And Tommy Waddle on a Waddle Wednesday is on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Good, boys.
Tommy.
How we doing?
You're doing awesome, Tommy, now that you're on the line. We love this every week.
Tommy Waddle.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about Tom Thibodeau for a moment, please, because this is a conversation that you and Sylvie had yesterday. It broke on your show that Thibodeau let go by the New York Knicks. Okay, so I heard your partner, and we've been texting a little bit about this whole thing of, like, Thibodeau returning to Chicago. And more times than not, head coach 2.0 does not work, meaning bringing the coach back. I would not want Tom Thibodeau to be the head coach of the Bulls or to run the Bulls organization because, well, it's a short shelf life with Tom, clearly. Now, I'll tell you, just based on some calls yesterday that I made, Cap, like, this is not a Leon Rose issue. That's his buddy. That's his former agent. It's an ownership issue. That's Jim Dolan getting rid of Tom Thibodeau, even though this is the most success the Knicks have had in 25 years, getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. So what I will tell you is that as far as the Bulls are concerned, Tommy, it always comes down to talent. You want to replace Billy Donovan and you don't think he's good, that's fine. But the talent matters first.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to speak for Sylvie, speak for himself. I mean, I think the Bulls are his favorite team.
Yes.
And it's the team that he's probably most passionate about. I think he would agree with you that, you know, as his phrase is, it starts at the top. Like, replacing, you know, Billy Donovan with Tom Thibodeau, it may be an upgrade. You know, may you come to the decision, I would too, that Tom's a better overall coach than Billy, but you know, it's not night and day. But the real change would have to take place inside the building in the management suite. And that's what I was saying yesterday as well. I don't know why the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau. You knew what you were getting. You got back to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years. You know, maybe give him a deeper bench. I don't know. You guys are more basketball savants than I am. I never had a problem with Tom Thibodeau, the X and O's guy. I never had a problem with his strategic approach. And people used to bust my balls all the time saying, oh, you guys are just minute hawks. No, what I always said was it's in context. When Joe's dragging his leg up and down the floor in the final regular season game and you've already clinched a spot in the postseason and you need Joe to be a difference maker in the postseason, get his ass off the floor instead of making him play 42 minutes with a bad knee to begin with. I was sitting at a bar it was actually a restaurant bar. I don't want to say that. Waiting for my daughter. She was playing soccer at Northwestern at the time, and I've told this story 1,000 times, and I was screaming at the television, get him out of there. Like, Apollo Creed's his trainer, at that point, get out of there. Like I wanted him off the floor because there was a greater cause. So it was always in context with me. I said this yesterday. Like, to me, give me Bob Myers and Billy Donovan 10 times before you give me AK and Tom Thibodeau.
That's fair.
So, like, for me, again, I don't have the same passion and allegiance to the team that others do, so I may see it differently. But I think your problem is with how your team is built and the talent on the roster. And I heard you guys talking about it. I agree 100%. You've got a talent and a general manager issue 10 times more than you have a coaching issue, I think, with that team.
By the way, Tony Duke Evers was the trainer of Apollo Creed.
Get out of there. Remember when Rocky had him in the corner and he was roughing him up?
Get away from him.
Get away from him. There you go, yeah. Like, I wanted Joe on the bench at that point.
Okay, so you just said something that piqued my interest. You said you do not want Tibbs and AK. I don't think Sylvie's advocating for that. He wants Tibbs to run everything, correct?
I mean, listen, you guys can call him and ask him about that. I don't think – I'm with Jonathan. I'll speak for me. I don't think that works in 2025.
I love Tibbs, and I became much more friendly with him once he left the Bulls. He was a pretty reserved dude when he was here.
I love Tibbs, Cap. By the way, we tell the story all the time. When we were going over there to do a show while he was the coach, we were outside the United Center. And I swear to you, Tibbs tried to hit us with his Range Rover. Like, we were walking into the building.
Trust me, after he left here, he was not big fans.
No, I know.
And of you guys. And I told you that.
Yeah.
I said, you guys need to mend that fence.
And we did.
And you did.
Yeah.
And he would be the first to say, oh, I'm cool with those guys now. Yeah, he was mad at you guys.
Yeah, I get it. But I wasn't,
But as much as I respect him and like him, I do not think a reunion with him you can get rid of the AI general manager, who I don't think exists. You can get rid of Arturis. You could get rid of. You still have Jerry and Michael. It would never, ever work.
Yeah. Well, again, that's why, to me, you're just shuffling cards in the deck is all you're doing until you make a significant change in whoever is evaluating and picking the talent. So, I don't think anybody should be coach and general manager anymore. I didn't think that was something you should have done 10, 15, 20 years ago. You certainly shouldn't do it these days. It's just those are two separate, difficult jobs. One guy can't do both. So I would never advocate for that. I'm just telling you that, their problems, in my opinion, run deeper than who the coach is.
I just think that from Tom's standpoint, it's everywhere he goes, Chicago, Minnesota, the Knicks. You know what happens is that he falls in love with a rotation of 6 guys. Not even 8 or 9 like Indiana, because Indiana will throw 8 or 9 guys out there, and it's fine because the guy at the end of the bench, Cap, Carlisle will say, give me 5 minutes of your best defense. I just want you to give so-and-so a blow. Okay, coach, I'll give you that. And same thing Oklahoma City. Now, with Tom, with this Knicks team, instead of playing Mitchell Robinson, a guy that can give you some bulk and some, give you a little bit more than Karl Anthony Towns as far as defense is concerned, instead of doing that, he falls in love with 6 players. And I just think that there's a reason why that New York was blown off the floor is because Indiana can get up and down the floor quickly, and they play defense.
Well, Charles said that too, didn't he? Like early in the series, I think Barkley was like, look, there's no chance that with a short rotation that the Knicks are going to be able to hang with Indiana because they'll wear them down.
Right. And there's only one example of that, Cap, and that is Steve Kerr's Golden State Warriors, where he had his 5 and said, all right, I need Sean Livingston or I need David West. He played with 7 players, and that's it.
And Iguodala.
That's not. He was already in the starting rotation.
He had already moved.
Yeah, but you also at that point you had a Hall of Fame guy and you had guys that could shoot. Like the Knicks team just can't. I think though that Jonathan, didn't Tibbs make a good adjustment when he played both of his bigs at the same time? Like he did some
with
things
Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah.
But not enough.
Here's the thing. That guy, you know how they said Michael was a tough teammate to have because he thought everyone should play at his level and be as committed as him? That's Tom. Tom's life. He will tell you this openly. He was engaged. He broke off the wedding and go, I can't do this. And his idea of a great night in the off season, not in season, off season, go have a great meal and then go watch film for like 5 hours. That's what he loves to do. But not everybody's built that way. And he grinds on people, I would think, that are either working for him, working around him, or playing for him.
I would think, guys,
I love the guy.
I think that Joakim Noah probably is the guy that has summed him up the best. And Joe will tell you in any number of different interviews that you can pull up that he would have never been the player that he ultimately was without Tom Thibodeau coaching him. But at the same time, they ran too hot too frequently, and it did cost them.
Yeah, he has
all
said,
the time.
I love the guy, what it turned into, but while I was going through it, I hated him.
Yeah. So more with Tommy coming up on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Old Forester Bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Waddle Wednesday with Tommy Waddle. We've talked Knicks, little New York sports, okay? Tommy likes it. He has his tentacles in the Northeast, okay? Boston College, okay? We turn now to David Emmanuel Kaplan. He has a football question, okay, for Tom Waddle. Go ahead. Cap, go ahead.
So, Tommy,
How are you?
There is an article front page
Good,
of ESPN.com.
Okay.
This is Dan Graziano. We pitched trade offers for 3 NFL stars. Landing spots for Jalen Ramsey, Kirk Cousins, Trey Hendrickson.
Okay.
They do not have the Bears even involved on the Trey Hendrickson thing, which
that's a mistake.
Which surprised me. He wants $35 million a year. So that is big cash. But they have Indy, Buffalo, Detroit, and Washington.
So, again, this is what I said months ago, Cap.
Mm-hmm.
If it's good enough for Washington, why isn't it good enough for us?
Right.
I mean, again, I know I'm being repetitive, but in the NFL, nobody thought the Vikings were going to win 14 games last year. Nobody thought Washington was going to the NFC title game. Nobody's picking the Bears to do either of those things. I'm not either, but you never know. And the goal is to win as many games as you possibly can. And I look at that potential trade if the Bears were in the market to be a 2-3 year project for them. Not project, because he's one of the most established pass rushers, but you know what I'm saying. And I don't think I don't think you do it because you think he puts you over the top and you now win a Super Bowl with him. No, you win more games with Trey Hendrickson on the other side of Montez Sweat. That's just, am I greedy? And as Jonathan said before, I don't give a rat's ass about the money. I'm a fan. I don't care if it costs the McCaskies more money and it makes them uncomfortable in the pocketbook. I don't care. Mm-hmm. As long as you can get it in underneath the salary cap, that's all I care about. And that's one thing that's something that Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham have done a pretty damn good job at, and that is keep them fiscally sound so that they could make moves like this. Would they have to redo a couple contracts? Yeah. But look, you're not gonna set my heart on this because I don't think it's gonna happen, but it is something that I would definitely advocate for.
The Eagles model, this is from Dan Durkin, our buddy.
I got that. Yeah, no, Danny's right.
The Eagles model uses void years to manipulate the cap. This is something cash-rich owners like Jeffrey Lurie can do. On the opposite end, the Chicago Bears, they have one player with a void year on his contract, Ryan Bates, whom they acquired in a trade. They didn't write the deal.
And Cap, that's where I say that shame on the Bears. Like, they may be asset rich and cash poor. Change that. The NFL is giving you the opportunity to sell up to 10% of your asset to a private equity company. And we all know what that netted the Philadelphia Eagles. Jeffrey Lurie took I believe he bought that entity for like $600 million or whatever it was. When they sold 8.5% of that franchise several months back, I believe the appraisal value on it was north of $8 billion.
Wow.
So you can access
equity
and turn yourself from a cash poor ownership group into a cash rich ownership group without giving up full control of your franchise. So I would just say use whatever the NFL allows you to do. That's where I've heard people say all the time, Bears are cheap. I think the Bears do spend money. But when you compare them to the Eagles and how the Eagles do business, and they're doing it within the lines of it's allowed to be done, then you're not. Then you're not playing. You're not swimming in the same end of the pool as the Eagles are.
Well, there's a reason why. Is because, Lake Forest might as well be Hootersville. Mr. Drucker, I need some birdseed right now. Why, hell, we don't have it right now. What about me? Mr. Haney? Yes, I got a big old wagon for you.
Think about it, Jonathan.
That's what it is. That's the Bears versus the Eagles.
You think about it. I don't know the exact purchase price of the Eagles when Lurie bought it. I mean, Shea may probably have this information better than I do. I think it was like $600 million. And so he basically sold 8.5% or whatever it was.
Jeffrey Lurie purchased the Philadelphia Eagles on May 6, 1994 for $185 million.
That's what it is. So he bought it for $184. Guys, he sold 8.whatever% of it for over $600 million. He's $450 plus to the good side and still owns 91% of the team.
Their current valuation was 6.6.
Okay, the bottom line is that the Bears still have some catch-up ball.
185? We could have squirreled that together with a bunch of listeners.
Just saying. Like, my numbers may be a little bit off, but you get the essence of my message.
Yes.
We're talking enormous numbers here, so they're not going to pass the hat for anyone up at Hallis Hall. You have a vehicle to actually access some of the liquidity of the enormously valued asset that you own.
And finally, I'd like to talk to you about Jim Marshall. The legacy of Jim Marshall from the Minnesota Vikings. So when you do that research, Tommy, and you see someone who started 270 consecutive games.
Iron Man.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Imagine today where you have players that either the trainers or the team says you got to sit out this game, or this game's not important because it's the end of the season. We're going to go to the playoffs, so don't worry about it. But a guy, I guess I'd like for you to speak to the endomorphic human being that is Jim Marshall and players of that ilk that would just do whatever it took to get on the field.
Well, you were certainly playing because you loved the game, because you weren't getting rich back in Jim Marshall's days. It was a good living, don't get me wrong, but you played the sport because you loved it. This is why also, like, one of the many reasons, and I'm connecting the dots with Mongo, because Mongo was obviously more of a modern-day player. And was he a great player? He was. He deserved to go into the Hall of Fame well before he did. Mongo, look at his streak of consecutive games and the number of games that he played. And those guys played on the interior. I know Marshall was a defensive end and was bounced outside, but at the line of scrimmage, there are crimes committed at the line of scrimmage repeatedly on any given Sunday. And for guys to be able to continue to line up and never miss a game just not only speaks to Jim Marshall's greatness as a Hall of Fame caliber player, but his ability just to keep getting out there and endure the grind that is the National Football League. And again, it's one of the things I admired most about Mongo, not only that he was a Hall of Fame player in terms of skill, but his durability and his mentality, what he brought to the field on Sunday was second to none.
And by the way, I just looked something up. You are correct. For purposes of the sale of the percentage, the valuation was 8.3.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You're right on the money.
Think about that. And if you value the Bears, and again, I don't know Lurie's situation with the stadium. I don't think he owns it, but if he does, that obviously makes the franchise more valuable. I think if you put a price tag, guys, on the Bears, and you were giving them an appraisal for the purpose of accessing the 10%, up to 10% sale to a private equity fund, it's going to be close to $10 billion, fellas. Think about that. And they may be using that vehicle to help fund their portion of the stadium, because Lord knows some of the citizens of this area are going to have to pay for some of it themselves, as much as they try not to.
But what about me? The fire took away my spot.
Dibs. Dibs cost you $650 million, Jonathan. Like, you don't just call Dibs and put up a lawn chair. You also write a check for $650.
I guess we'll have to play at Thillins. I guess we'll have to play the Supper.
Wow. Didn't the White Sox say we think we still have room to put it in there?
Yeah.
Shoehorning in your stadium.
Excuse me.
That's what I heard.
Is Joe Mansueto there? This is Jerry Reminder.
Any chance I could shoehorn in a stadium?
Oh, my God.
Jonathan, let me ask you the question. You guys probably talked about this as well. As a diehard White Sox fan, do you need a new stadium? Or are you cool with what they got?
I like the rate.
Yeah.
I like that Jerry Reinsdorf had that big blue elephant built in 91 with no character. You didn't even know it was White Sox Park, and it turned into something beautiful. I enjoy the rate. You don't have to move. But if they do move, I know how to get to Nashville, so no problem there.
They're not going to Nashville.
Would you like to put some money on it?
I would, because why in the world would Nashville or the ownership group that is trying to get a team to Nashville want to take an existing franchise? Isn't that going to be an expansion club eventually?
Well, also the other owners want the expansion fee.
The line, Tommy, is why would Nashville want a stinky White Sox team? That's a good point.
There you go. That is accurate as well.
Tommy, as always, we appreciate the time.
Have a great day, fellas.
We love you, Tommy.
Always enjoy the talk.
He's the best.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back, plus free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Oh, so that's how you're going to play it. That's all I needed for him to do that, and it became personal with me.
On ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you on this Waddle Wednesday. Thanks so much for being with us. As we are going to hear from Tracy Butler, a special Butler appearance at 9:50 to explain this strange weather that we've been having. Kap and I are just waiting for the 80 degrees across the board for 7 days straight. We haven't gotten that yet. Have not received the 80 degrees across the board yet.
We got it last couple days.
Yeah.
It was great. Loved it. I'd like it like you. Give me my sweet spot's 87 to like 95.
Well,
It's a bit warm.
Eventually we'll get that. We just haven't gotten
That's
that
what
yet.
summer is, dude. That's what summer is.
80 degrees and sunny is where I want to live. That's great.
There can be a little chill in the air there. I want hot. I want to feel it on my body, heat.
Did you say 80 degrees and sunny? You should have went snowbirding.
I'm
with
telling
Peacock
you.
and I.
It'd be nice to get a couple days of consistent sun. I mean, what is this?
By the
and
way,
we only ever hear from Tracy when the weather's terrible anymore.
And that's why she's coming out on this Wednesday.
Actually, I'm going to praise her because my lawn needed the water. I'm good. It's a Wednesday. But we're turning toward the weekends here. We better get that thing rolling right.
I would agree with you, sir, on that. That's for sure. And by the way, there's nothing like, Jay Moore, when you are driving along, because you drive a truck, just like I think all of us drive a truck. When you're just driving along, it's raining, and all of a sudden you feel like you're at Great America with that big splash that comes across on your vehicle. Those potholes in South Shore leading into Lakeshore Drive today, man, you're just driving along, and all of a sudden on the other side, oh, God, splash right. You can't see anything for about 3 or 4 seconds. Even with the windshield wiper, that's a tough spot. Is that not a tough spot?
You're correct. And someone was telling me recently, because I said, boy, this rain. I was driving up to Wisconsin. It was pouring, and I had my wipers going 4,000 miles an hour. And one of my neighbors said to me, you need to buy that Rain-X stuff. Does that stuff really work?
From back in the day, the old Rain-X, remember that? They used to
they have
advertise
Rain-X wiper blades, but they have a Rain-X stuff that you put on your windshield, and the water runs off.
Oh, wow. Remember Rain-X? Do you remember that, don't you?
Yeah, those commercials
it was
on WGN TV.
An orange can. Look it up. It's probably right there on Amazon. Remember, it was orange. It had black writing on it.
I thought it was yellow.
Most car washes still have it. So when you go through the car wash, they have a special Rain-X that you can pay for to put on your car.
Let's see.
I remember that well.
It's yellow.
I never get it, but
Rain-X
now,
glass treatment. Pre-mixed windshield washer treatment.
Can you just put it in like your washer fluid? Spray it right on your car?
I don't know, man. But when you hit
that would be a good idea.
When you hit a hole or someone hits a hole, and that whole thing, whatever was in that hole, is splashing across your windshield, and you can't see. That's a tough thing. You're just hoping that you keep it in the lane and doesn't go over to the other lane.
Try being on the expressway going downtown.
Yeah.
Right before you get to the post office. Right there, they splash the water over on the other side when they're going back west. It happened to me today.
That's bananas.
And that's a mini heart attack because you're like, oh, you can't see.
Oh, my God. Restart my heart. Ah,
man.
Yeah, man. So that's always tough. So hopefully the rain will go away for a while. We'll talk to Tracy about it coming up. But we had 2 baseball teams, Cap, with the Cubs and the White Sox being victorious. But from the Cubs standpoint, I just want to point out that I love the versatility of the Cubs. I'm not going there yet as far as how special the team is, Cap, but you know it when you see it, right? It's not just a couple guys. You know what it is? It's the guys up and down the line. Carson Kelly, if he had enough at-bats, you'd see him at the All-Star game. Catcher Carson Kelly. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Tipping the cap. Seriously. And so yesterday it was Michael Busch. Now, look how he comes through. PCA coming through. And, again, the Cubs continue to stay hot. So now that the Dodgers played the Mets yesterday, so where are the Cubs as far as the hierarchy of the National League?
They're top shelf. They are 16 games over. The Mets were walked off by the Dodgers, 6-5. The Cubs, the best record by half a game today in the National League. Let's see what they can do tonight. Wake up. Grab a cup of coffee, and find a way to win a baseball game tonight. Let's go.
Well, that's the hope. You're trying to win another game. That's correct.
That's it. Every day, one at a time.
Yes. But I will point out, though, that the PCA conversation is not going away. He was asked yesterday, PCA, about 40-40. And he just says, I just want to win the division, which is the right answer to have. But, Cap, you just can't hold back the conjecture of what people think of PCA because you know what we love about sports? I'll speak for myself. I love new. I love fresh. When I see SportsCenter, I want to see something I've never seen before, a play I've never seen before. And the same thing with PCA. It's not like we've never seen dynamic players before, but what I'm saying that for this team and for baseball, to have PCA be more than just a runner, A guy now that can go get him in the outfield, a guy that can hit the baseball. It'd be great if he's 40-40. I'll just give you the prediction now, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care about that. But it feels more like 30-40 to me, 30-45 to me. I think that he hit 30 bombs because where are we at now? 16?
He's at, no.
15?
I think 15.
Okay, so I think that it is not a stretch to say, wow, could you see PCA keep going in this direction and hitting 30 home runs? If he's a 40-40 guy, obviously that would be amazing because that is a mark that people recognize in baseball as, wow, what a great season.
Yeah, 15.
Still 15.
And 51 with a 281 average, a 319 OBP, and an 881 OPS. How about this stat that I saw today? Kyle Tucker is the only player in the live ball era, that's since 1920, to record at least 60 hits, 40 walks, 25 extra base hits, and 15 steals in under 60 games with a single team. He did so in his first 57 games with the Chicago Cubs. No one else has done that. Nobody.
We continue to have these type of stats. First time since 2016. When you start hearing that, Cap, that means you're on to something as a team.
Yep.
So let's talk about this, Shay, from this standpoint, the PCA, the 40-40, right? Because, again, he was asked in the locker room yesterday to PCA whether or not that's something that's a mark that he's looking at. So let's juxtapose that to 4,000 yards for Caleb Williams. Let's talk about that because there's certain milestones in sports where you say, oh, wow, if he reaches that, he's on his way. And that just goes with the conversation of new, fresh, different. And so let's talk about that. Would it be more impressive? Do you think Caleb could get 4,000 yards? Because for me, I'll just tell you as a fan, for me, if there is a certain feat that an athlete has, I'm impressed, but I'm not rooting for it openly. Like for you, you're not necessarily rooting for Pete Crow Armstrong to hit 40-40, but if he gets there, it's awesome, right?
Correct.
Same thing with Caleb Williams. You mentioned last year, I think he has the potential to have 4,000 yards. Well, Booba's the head coach, and having several coaches and having several offensive coordinators, Cap, he wasn't reaching that.
Correct.
Well, especially when you score only in the third and fourth quarter. You can't get to 4,000 yards when you can't move the football. But if he gets to 4,000 yards, it's the first time ever for a Bears quarterback. Awesome. But I'm not thinking about that when I'm watching the Bears. I don't think about that when I'm watching PCA. These numbers are great, but for me, it's just about the consistency.
Yeah, just good at bats. Like last night, Dansby Swanson made a magnificent catch. It was one of SportsCenter's top 10s in center field, going out from short. But he also came up with 2 sacrifice flies when they needed runs early.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Bush, as you mentioned, homer, triple, single. Big night. When they needed to get Nico with a great piece of hitting, drives in too. When they needed a big hit in a big spot. Matt Shaw had a really good night offensively and defensively. They need a big hit in a big spot. They got the guys that can do it.
You continue to move the line offensively. Mm-hmm. That's what I like. Mm-hmm. You get after, was it the former Cub out there, the lefty, the big lefty from Eastbound and Down?
Oh, it was Andrew Chafin.
Chafin out there.
You realize they traded Andrew Chafin to the Oakland A's, and they took a flyer on a first baseman named Greg Dykman.
Yeah, I remember.
Could play outfield and first. And they said, yeah, we need a reliever back, too. Give us that kid with an ERA like $9 billion. Daniel Palencia.
Yeah.
I mean, you take lottery tickets. Guys that throw 99, 100, 98, and you just get 10 of them, and maybe one works out.
And look what's happened now. It's starting to line up well. The question about the bullpen and who's going to be 7th, 8th, and 9th now it's starting to answer itself.
Presley looks good.
Oh, I saw Presley out there. Let me tell you.
Well, it's 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready. Now go, cat, go.
I saw that. I saw something in the game that you did not see. You and I both watched the Cubs and Nationals.
Yeah.
I saw something that you didn't see yesterday.
What was that, the president's race on the side?
No, I didn't see that. No, I wasn't watching for that. No. Yeah. You know what I saw that you didn't see? I saw a Nationals team frustrated. I saw them frustrated. Like, they're 28-32. They're not awful. They're not the worst. But just because of the rat-a-tat style of the offense of the Cubs, it's like when their offense comes up and you get Bell swinging at the first pitch, or like Ruiz or Garcia or Wood. Cap, I'm watching a team like they run down to first base and you see PCA go get them in those alleys in that stadium, and it's kind of like, golly. I saw the Nationals like, God, we just can't get one in the gap. And then frustration with Horton as well. Horton, again, just another solid outing.
Threw the ball very well.
I saw the Nationals look frustrated. That's what I saw yesterday. And Horton was, again, in this season where you have a lot of new moving parts, things are starting to click in the right direction for the Chicago Cubs. 38-22 this morning.
So the matchup of Boyd, his last 3 starts, he's gone 14 innings, 3.21 ERA. Mackenzie Gore, the lefty, last 3 starts, 16 2/3 of the 594. Now the question is, will Michael Busch be in the lineup?
We'll see.
We'll find out.
You're good enough that if he's not in the lineup, you'll be okay. By the way, hey, Pete Crow, just a little tip from the old veteran J Hood. I know that you're fast and you think you can catch every ball. Be careful. Don't tear up a knee. That weird alley, that 402 right down the dead center in Washington, I don't like that ballpark. Anyway, and by the way, you know why you hate it? Bell gets a base hit, a almost 402-foot single. Couldn't get to second base. Remember that?
That's correct.
It hits off the wall, and he's like, oh, God. I hit it 400 feet, and I still got a single out of it. Should have been a double.
And then PCA with a hustle double.
That's fine. Let me get back to the defense. You know what play I'm talking about because I texted you yesterday. Yeah. Be careful.
Be careful.
Sliding into the bottom of the wall there. You can't get everything.
Not good.
Just play it on a hop.
That's correct.
You'd be heartbroken if he hustled into the wall and then tears up his knee.
Correct.
Just saying, man. Be careful.
Be careful.
Just remember what Jimmy Pearsall told you.
Ball, wall, ball.
Ball, wall, ball.
Correct.
Taught Darren Jackson that.
That's correct. I love it.
So just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Speaking of baseball, coming up, some eye-popping numbers regarding Major League Baseball. Baseball's back? Is it? Next on Kap and J Hood.
This is ESPN Chicago. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tonight, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tonight. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Illinois born and nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. While they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Will Venable, manager for the Chicago White Sox. You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. This portion of which is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. There's a story here that Shay Norling is making us aware of, and that is baseball TV ratings are up big this year. Shay, do you have the numbers? I saw it a day or two ago, but the numbers in baseball are up
dramatically. And 1834, big time.
Yeah, this year versus last year, Fox national games up 10%. ESPN national games up 22%.
Getting out at the right time.
No kidding.
What a dumb decision that was.
It was.
TBS up 16% and up 69% in the 18 to 34 demographic.
How much?
69%.
That's insane.
And it's nice.
MLB Network plus 13%. And people streaming on MLB TV, a paid service, plus 27%.
Now, if you've known me for any amount of time, Cap, you know I think that a lot of those numbers are a gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say it's a gimmick, I think that some of those numbers are false. Actually, I think they might even be higher more times than not. It's only the sample size. It probably is even higher than what Shay just stated. But I think that if nothing else, the story is pretty clear that baseball is back. But the question is why? Why is that the case? You and I are over here on this side of the fence loving baseball because it's coursing through our veins from when we were kids. We're never going to give up our first love, and that's baseball,
But the difference is when we were kids, we didn't have video games. We didn't have social media. We didn't have 7 billion channels with all this different options of streaming or whatever. We didn't have cable. And when Tony Kubek and Kirk Gowdy were doing Game of the Week, you could bet we were locked in.
It was the only entertainment for the week.
That was it.
Yes.
There was no 9 games on Monday night and then back to a full 16-game or 15-game slate on Tuesday night. No. We didn't have any of that.
But we did have a ball and a stick. Had that for entertainment.
Right. And my parents would never have allowed us to stay in the house and play video games. Never, ever. We would get up, grab cereal, on our bike, gone. And we're out playing in the park.
Well, you want to stay away from your parents then. You didn't want to even be around them. You can understand that,
Parents didn't know where you were. They didn't have a phone to call you on.
It's good to get away from the old folks and go someplace else back then.
Grabbed a sandwich, and ran right back out. See you when it gets dark for dinner.
However, Shay, in your generation, there's more boundaries. You could actually spend time in your room and play video games. They won't bother you, correct?
No, not when I was growing up, really, no.
Oh, really? They had you working in the farm? Or?
No, they didn't have me, but I was encouraged to go outside, and I played sports growing up. I played baseball, and I did things outdoors. It's not like I was just in a cave my whole childhood. Like, my parents refused to buy me video games. I had to find ways to make my own money. I did a paper route. Cap thinks Cap thinks I grew up with, like, the softest of upbringings.
Oh, I don't think that.
This generation, they just sit inside and play video games and watch YouTube.
I didn't say you, but a lot of this generation, if somebody in this generation was really, like, locked in, they'd run right over their contemporaries.
We were at the Sox game last night, and on the train home, this guy gets on the train, and me and Tyler and Charlie and Potsy are all on the train.
Yeah.
This guy gets on the train. He goes, "Who won the game tonight?" We said, "White Sox." And he looked at me and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." And Tyler goes, "Are you a big baseball fan?" And this guy goes, "I wasn't really, but I'm starting to get into it." And he was like a college-aged kid. In my life, I don't know if I've heard of people like, I'm trying to get into baseball. You either grew up with it or you're not really a baseball fan, has been my experience. What is it about this sport that now people are like, kind of want to get into it, kind of want to start watching? And the numbers are growing so much.
Well, like, watch Max Muncy last night. He hits 2 home runs in the Dodgers win over the Mets on a walk-off. He's bat flipping, and they're running around having a good... It's not the stodgy way it used to be. It's not.
Yeah.
There's personality, whether it's Tatis or PCA. Like, there's guys who are vanilla, that just play. But, boy, there's some personalities that come out in the game now.
I would say, and I can only go by what several coaches have told me in college baseball. You know how young people watch baseball? Social media. They're interested in those personalities you're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. That bat flip, that key home run, that great defensive play. You would think those that played the game, Cap, in high school or college would be watching the game, studying them like the way we used to back in the day.
Right.
The Cubs game, the Sox game's on. Man, I want to be Harold Baines, or I want to be Ryan Sandberg, or I want to be Ernie Banks, or I want to be Paul Konerko, whatever, right? Or Carlton Fisk, because I was a catcher, so I want to be Carlton Fisk. So you would think, Cap, that the young people like, all right, I'm going to watch this guy, I'm going to study this guy. They'll watch his social media and go, yeah, I'm interested in the sport. It's interesting that way. Mm-hmm. And so for the numbers to be up from a television standpoint, I think is fascinating, because all we kept hearing is the game's too boring or it's too long or whatever. But talking to Shay about it, people love this pitch clock where the game is a little faster than it once was.
No question about it. And there's not 40 billion pitching changes because a guy's got to face at least 3 batters or finish an inning. So those things have all helped. But allowing the personality, bat flips and guys showing emotion, I love it. Love it.
I really believe it's the pitch clock. I think we're going to look back on that in a decade and think that the pitch clock might be the most revolutionary, important change any sport has seen in our lifetime.
That's a great point. I listen to different radio broadcasts on XM because I enjoy baseball on the radio.
As do I.
Correct. And I was listening to, remember which game it was. It might have been the Cardinals and the Rangers. And there was
I on?
No.
Was John Rooney on?
He was not.
Oh, okay.
And there was a pitch clock violation. And the announcer said, what's the first pitch clock violation I think I've seen this season? He goes, there was such outrage, and now all these guys have adapted to it. Yes.
The rhythm of the game.
Rhythm of the game.
I think the number one complaint amongst people that I've talked to about baseball, they always say the game was too long.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they either never watched or went. So the pitch clock definitely has something to do with the surge.
Yeah, over 3 hours is rare now.
Yeah.
But I think it's still wild, though, in 2025 that people said, yeah, I'm going to pull up at the crib and watch the game. Like football, you get, obviously. I think those are more the true number.
Yeah.
But baseball, the idea that you're going to pick a game, whether it's your favorite team or not another, and the numbers that Shea gave were national. So that's Dodgers, Yankees, some of the top upper echelon teams in Major League Baseball. To be at the crib like, yep, I'm turning it on. Yeah, for real? You going to invest that time? So I guess, Shay, if a baseball game is the length of a football game, I think that's doable.
Yeah. Well, it's even shorter than a football game. Like 2.5 hours now is about standard for a baseball game. That's the length of an NBA game. I think there's two things. There's the pitch clock has significantly shortened games, so you don't have to give up 4 hours of any given night of the week to sit down and watch your team or to watch a game. And I also think the fact that these games are starting at 6:40 instead of 7:10.
Agreed.
Some of those games, yeah.
Like yesterday, the Cubs was at 5:50?
5:45.
5:45?
Yeah. Odd time.
And then I had the Sox game on as well, and that was over by – I was done with all my stuff 9-something. Hey, awesome.
I went to – the Sox game started at 6:40 last night. I was in my front door at 10:25. There was a time in the past where that game would have started at 7:10, and I wouldn't have gotten home till after midnight.
Or 7:30 even.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember those days.
It's the 6:40 first pitch, the pitch clock, the shortened games, all of it works to people getting into it. And I think the pitch clock is going to be the single most important rule change of my life when it comes to sports viewership.
Brother, when you're growing up as
Not the three-pointer?
Oh, well, hopefully.
That may be becoming one of the worst.
There'll be a 4-pointer soon. Cap, when you are an American League guy like me, growing up 20 minutes from the ballpark as a White Sox fan, and you're rolling in there for the 7:30 game. Think about that. 7:30. 7 o'clock is tough, but you understand you want to try to get everyone into the ballpark because people are coming off of work. There was some 7:30 games I remember as a kid. It's like, wow, you're not getting in the house until 11:30 because those games are guaranteed to be 3.5 hours, 3:15, somewhere in there. That's tough. But also I would say that the National League, because you take a look at the Chicago Cubs, you take a look at other teams, there's a number of teams with a chance for a wild card. Like for instance, with the National League East, the Mets are at the top, but the Phillies are right there. The Cubs are going to run away with this thing, but a Cardinal fan feels, hey, you know what? If we hang in there, we're going to be okay. Brewers fans, they won 7 straight. They lost yesterday. And then in the West, Dodgers, Padres, Giants. So some of those markets feel like, hey, man, it's entertaining enough. We have a chance, and I'll watch. Unless you're the Rockies or the Pittsburgh
Rockies
Pirates.
going for the sweep this morning.
Yeah. Do we put a show bet down? Rockies?
Marlins tonight. Rockies are putting Kyle Freeland on the hill. He's horrible.
Hold on.
He is, but I think he beat the White Sox, though.
Freeland, a 4.02. His last 3 starts, 15 2/3.
11-10 start.
And Cal Quantrill, 6.28 ERA. His last 3 starts in 14 1/3.
Shay, 11-10. Want to get down? You believe it's the Marlins today?
I do. I think it's the Marlins.
What do you think? Show bet?
I'm not going to get my feet wet on 2 horrible teams.
Why? It's a gambling opportunity. You start your parlay with that. What are you talking about?
It's a good point.
You just start not an individual bet.
All right, let me do a little work here at the break.
All right.
I got $20 on the Marlins.
Who's
taking it?
Here he
Who's taking
comes.
it? Come on, who's taking it?
He's coming in with his $20. You put it right there on the table for everybody. Boom!
It's 3 days of coffee. Let's go. What you got? No takers?
No takers.
All right.
Oh, I like the Marlins too.
I just can't believe the Rockies are going to win 3 in a row in the year of our Lord 2025. I can't. No.
Marlin heavy favorite. It's pretty much even. No one's at the ballpark. By the way,
Marlin a heavy favorite today?
I see 61.
They'll always be a heavy favorite. Anybody who's playing against the Rockies will be a heavy favorite every day the rest of the year.
Why don't we just go?
Miami?
Yes. We can get tickets as low as $4. I see it right here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Vivid Seats. No, I'm not kidding. Like
Keith and Danny will give us Craig's jet.
It's right there.
Yeah, load up the PJ. Let's go.
$4 on Vivid Seats if you want to go.
It's private jetted. Craig, we need the jet.
Now, it'll just be the 4 of us there, but it'll be very intimate.
What'd you say, Cat? Were you?
Craig, we need the private jet.
Oh, okay.
That's right. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Your phone calls on this and more as we move forward here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through 15th. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom on Father's Day weekend.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Let me assist you in doing something about your hair loss. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com. Our team has the experience and expertise to help you look younger. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics and their low prices or gimmicks. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. DrYatesHairScience.com.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pat the Designer here. If you're shopping for a car, head to Madison Auto Mall, just 30 miles from downtown Chicago. Thousands of vehicles, top dealers, all in one stop. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Come on in here, Danny. Come on in.
Come on, Danny. Come in here.
We bring in now, you can't let the audience down. We now bring in the director of content, beleaguered as he is.
I was about to say, where's beleaguered?
He is the beleaguered director of content. He's had enough of all of us. It is Danny Zetterman. He joins us here on ESPN 1000. Good morning, Danny. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Hood. How are you? There's nothing beleaguered about me when I get to see you two and your shining, bright smiles.
Your favorite show.
Guys wake me up every morning with passion and excitement. How about Snorling? He takes station seats. We're the home of the White Sox, the proud home of the Chicago White Sox.
Yes.
He asked for station seats, right? So Lindsay Adams, who's our play-by-play sales manager, sends me an email and say, hey, Shea is asking for seats. Do you approve this? Does he deserve seats? Has he earned some free seats to the Sox game? And I said, of course, Shea's a great teammate. He does everything we need. Give him the best seats we have. Wow. Dude shows up to go to the game in our seats at White Sox ballpark in Tigers gear. In Tigers gear. I mean, the nerve of this person.
Be nice
I
if
can't
you,
hear you.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you had headphones. You're going to talk all this bleep about me. Be nice if you could listen to me respond.
Damn.
You don't want us to respond to you.
Damn.
Go ahead. Respond. Go ahead.
This isn't the first time I've done this. I took my family.
Just because you got away with it once doesn't mean you should do it. If I got pulled over for speeding today, is the answer to the cop, this isn't the first time I've done this?
I'm doing it again tomorrow, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Dumbest excuse I ever
Right,
heard.
I was speeding before. You didn't give me a ticket.
Dumbest excuse. What do I have to be excused for?
No, I've done it before.
Well, yeah, I'm just showing your lack of attentiveness.
I didn't know you were going to the game in a Tiger stuff.
You just said you knew I had tickets
from Sox Park.
I got tickets from Jim Harbaugh for a friend of mine for Illinois at Michigan, and he literally called me the night before the game. Harbaugh. He said, "Hey, are your friends Illinois fans? Because they cannot have any Illinois gear on in these seats that I'm leaving."
Damn.
I said, I will make sure they don't have any gear on.
Well, if you remember, Cap, you did me a solid. The University of Kansas was playing at Illinois, and you went to a friend of yours and said, hey, Mr. Zetterman would like to go to this game. Can you help him out? He gave me tickets, and he said, hey, he can't wear Kansas gear in this section. And I obliged.
That was bad.
But it didn't stop you from waving the wheat, though.
No,
did you wave the wheat?
I sat on my hands. I was so respectful. I was so respectful.
Yeah.
But my son, my 11-year-old son, Avery, he couldn't hold it in.
He was waving the wheat.
Oh, yeah. He
moving the arms from side to side was waving the wheat in Kansas, unfortunately.
I once got tickets from a Baltimore Ravens player to Ravens Patriots, and I was at the game in Patriots gear in Ravens players' seats.
Damn. So what did we learn here today? We learned that nobody should give Shea tickets if
well, that'll be
you
all.
have a specific team you want him to support.
That's correct.
And so that'll be all. That's why. I have several examples, but I'll just give the one. When we were the home of Notre Dame, the guy that was the play-by-play guy, you remember the story, as when Notre Dame played Georgia, they called the station and said, hey, I know that Hood is a Georgia fan. Make sure he doesn't wear Georgia gear to the press box. Absolutely, they told me. Dang. Absolutely. You know what I did?
You wore Georgia gear to the press
I
box.
wore red. I did not wear Georgia gear. Just to stick it to him, just to get away from the green and gold and the nonsense there. I wore red. You know why? You know why?
Because you're a Georgia Bulldog.
And because I'm
Jonathan
Hood. That's why. That's why I did that. I would like to be able to talk briefly to the armchair nutritionist. Is he here?
He is always here. Thank you for inviting him in.
I would like to ask him, by the way, SkyPoint Cap, to the armchair nutritionist. He could still be doing that podcast, but he's just way too busy for the people.
Correct.
It was very popular. You talk about downloads, and it was like the most popular thing we had.
Correct.
And he just stopped it because, well, he's Danny Zetterman. But I'd like to ask you about the health benefits of honey.
Honey it's incredibly healthy for you, but you have to make sure that you get like raw, unfiltered, if possibly organic honey.
Yep.
Because if you buy the honey, the one that we used to turn into a little bong, the one that came in the bear.
Yes.
If you get that one's full of crap. You don't want that one. You need pure, organic, beautiful honey.
Raw, unfiltered.
Raw, unfiltered.
I buy it at farmer's market.
Yep, that's the best place to get it. It's a little bit more expensive, but there are a lot of health benefits.
Did you say a bong? Do you not know? We have kids listening. Don't be telling the kids
It's all
about
legal.
Bong. Don't be doing that.
It's legal. Do you not remember? That was the greatest
Yes, I
thing. You
know.
would get the honey, the bear, and you would make the little hole in the belly button.
Right.
Yes, I do recall that.
While we have the beleaguered director of content, one Tracy Butler has a bone to pick with Danny Zetterman.
Oh, my God. Well,
Don't
you're over
let
there.
Butler in
Okay,
here today.
Well, then.
I walked from the train this morning. I was soaking wet from my waist down, and the wind was blowing so hard. It's June. Do your job, lady.
Oh, gosh, you're starting to sound like Cap.
Well,
I actually was going to praise you. My lawn looks great.
What? See? Look
I
at
needed
that.
the rain. Just this weekend, I expect sun and nice weather.
Okay.
It's like a 30-degree difference from yesterday.
I'm just saying.
Can you get consistent?
You know what? If you give me a meeting sometime, yes.
Oh!
This guy,
Guys,
I had to
listen.
run up here today because it's impossible to get a meeting with the director of content.
Believe
He's
it.
always busy.
Guys,
He's too busy.
I only take meetings with people that are consistent.
Oh! I'm consistently asking you for a meeting. That's consistency.
You know I love you, Butler. It's good to see you.
See, this is why he's the beleaguered director of content. Everyone's jumping
Everyone's
on him.
beating me up.
All I was just asking you about is about this story from Washington State about approximately 14 million bees escaped from a trailer tractor carrying more than 70,000 pounds of pollinated hives. But here's the kicker about this. More, Cap, than 24 beekeepers came to assist with the rescue. The goal is to save as many bees as possible. At this time on the scene, work is done. Hive boxes from the overturned truck were recovered and restored to use. It says by morning, most bees had returned to their hives, looking for the queen bee.
It's a great movie, too, The Beekeeper.
How crazy is that? That if I feel like I've escaped, I'm done. I'm great. But then they go right back to their
Was
capture.
Jason Statham there?
Those bees are very valuable. I mean, people that make and process honey make a fortune on it, and you can't lose your bees, Hoodie. You got to get them back.
But I mean,
those bees get away. It's like a jailbreak.
I want to fly away though. The idea you're coming right back to your capture. You're going to go right back in the box.
That's all they know, Hoodie.
I think they're
Mandela
well taken
effect.
care of in there.
You know what? They're consistent.
They are.
Yes, amen, Butler.
They get a
Consistent.
meeting with their beekeeper
That's
whenever
right.
they want.
Exactly.
Queen bee.
Man, I'd be flying to Southern Cal and just on the beach. As a bee, I'd be so happy. We get out of that box, out of that back of that truck, that stinky truck. We'd be on the beach someplace if we were bees.
Oh yeah, we'd make our own honey and sell it.
See, there it is. He's happy to be back.
It's great to be here.
It's safe here than out there. Tell you that. For
It
sure.
was until Butler came in, and I feel like she first she had bad weather, inconsistent, and then sideswiped me.
This is the only time I could even see you. So I had to barge in here.
And then
Don't we have a meeting today?
At 10:30. Do you know what I do? You know I have a show at 11, right?
What's the show going to be? Hey, guys, guess what? The weather's going to stink today.
Oh, my God.
Well, I can't.
No, Danny,
Let me
partly
show you.
sunny with a chance of rain.
That's
they
all
got
you
it
got to
all
say.
covered.
Hey, look at this map. It's horse crap for June, everybody.
Now, to be fair, Butler, to be fair,
Thank
I'm
you.
always with you. Winter time, always with you, right? Winter
You
time.
are. I'm nervous.
However, I had a snowbird in May. I had to leave and go to Los Angeles because of you. Just so you know. And I never do that, Danny,
It
but I
was
had
an
to go.
exceptionally cool May.
Yes.
But a dry May, and we need the rain. Look at Cap's lawn.
Wait, listen,
Looking good.
when people say we need the rain, I get it if we were on a farm in Iowa. What do we need the rain for?
Cap's
I got
lawn.
a driveway. He can water his lawn. Thank God we have water.
You don't want to have to rely on using your sprinkler and your hose out there.
I hate when people are like, we need the rain. Unless you live on a farm, you don't need the rain. You don't. I didn't need the rain today. Not a part of me needed the rain.
All right, Danny, that might be a future partner. Just someone's farm. Just be
That's
careful.
right.
Just be careful.
Well, they need the rain.
No, just be careful. They might be part of the station.
Good point.
Maybe it'll be them and then BrandonMrFinance.com. They'll be there together. The farm and then Brandon. How about that?
Perfect.
Yeah, it'd be great.
By the way, I got a text from a friend. He said, horrible move by Shea. Absolutely horrible. Don't ever give him tickets again.
Oh, my God.
Boo-hoo. They should be thankful.
I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, but the group that was going with them, they were embarrassed. They actually were like,
I'm sure.
"Do we have separate seats?"
You know what? At least the place looked a little more full because we were there.
Right,
Oh, wow. Now you go after a
now.
partner.
And he lost 8-1. Take that.
Going after a partner. How about that?
I mean, that's unbelievable.
No, we were helping him out. We're
That's
trying
terrible.
to fill the seats.
Danny.
with Tigers fans,
What are you going to do? That's the whole stadium yesterday.
he's still going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Jay Moore. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Brooks Brewer is on the hotline.
Good morning, Brooks. How are you?
I actually got scared. I looked.
He looked too.
The oldest furry in America.
Good morning, Brooks. How are you? There you go. Thank you, Danny.
Peace and love. Good to see
All right,
you.
good to see
Butler,
you.
I will see you later.
We'll have about 2 minutes.
Tracy Butler next. The beleaguered Tracy Butler on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
For the second straight year, Illinois lawmakers have leaned harder on sports betting operators to help the state pay its bills. A new law passed late last week put a 25-cent tax on all of the first 20 million bets a sportsbook takes and 50 cents per bet after that. It was part of a larger spending bill to help avoid deep cuts to regional transit systems. The new tax comes a year after Illinois bumped up the tax on operators' betting profits to as high as 40% for the biggest players like DraftKings and FanDuel. For bettors, it could mean worse odds or fewer free bets and promotions. Gambling industry lobbyists also warn it could set an example for other states and argue it'll backfire if it drives more people to use unregulated and foreign betting sites instead. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go. Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that their results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Does RexMD really work?
Over 85% of guys said not only does it work, they saw results the very first night. And you can get your first month free at freerexmd.com with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit freerexmd.com to get your first month free. That's FREEREXMD.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore's Chicago Cut Steakhouse. J. Moore.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring. All right, cut!
Be honest right now, and then we ain't gonna talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened again.
To be clear, I believe the phrase is nip in the bud, is it not? Is it nip it in the bud?
Nip it in the bud.
I learned that from Barney Fife.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the minute it looks like there's gonna be trouble, we got to nip it! Nip it in the bud!
Nip it, Andy. Nip it. Nip it in the bud.
Correct.
I think he said butt.
Who? He did?
DJ Moore, yes. What we just played, I think his phrase was he nipped it in the butt. I don't think that's what it is. It's the bud, is it not?
Jay Moore clipped that little part.
Nipped it in the butt. Butt.
Nip it in the butt.
He said we nipped it in the butt.
In the butt, yes. I believe he nipped it in the butt. Cap.
Well, step aside, my friend. I've been doing it for years. I say, sit on down. Open your
DJ
eyes.
Moore is
Your ears say, put a tree in your butt.
Yeah.
Put a bee in your butt. Put a clock in your butt.
Yeah.
Put a big rock in your butt.
Yeah. Eddie Murphy back in the day would say, boogie in your butt, but that's not what we're talking about here this morning.
Be honest right now, and then we ain't gonna talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened. Nipped it in the butt.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. When we get sunshine back in 2026, sit on their awesome pad.
We turn now to our Barney Fife, ABC 7 Eyewitness News, Tracy Butler. Joining us here on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
There are a lot of things budding with the rain that we've had.
TV. There's a nice TV thing you just did there.
Little transition.
A little transition with television. That's what she just did there, folks. A professional is Tracy Butler. Tracy, it's so funny that you go snowbirding like I go snowboard. Where you're in Dollywood?
Last week?
Yes.
I was actually in Pittsburgh.
Same.
Same as here. Same as here.
Come on,
Yes.
Tracy. So, listen, I'm with you.
I know.
But this thing here
Love
is
it.
very strange.
It's, between the haze, not the purple haze, but the haze from the wildfires up in Canada, seeping right into Chicago.
Is this every
yet
year
again.
we're going to get
You know what?
wildfires?
There were 200 wildfires I just looked at yesterday, and only 50% of them are contained. It's a serious situation. My brother's actually up around Minneapolis right now. He said the smoke, you can smell it. And you remember we had the golf outing a couple of years ago.
My guy was struggling.
Yes.
Sick, yeah.
Yes. Now, it hasn't been as bad for us this week as that was 2 years ago. That was terrible. But they are experiencing that up to the north, Wisconsin and Minnesota. But for us, so we got this rain today, much needed rain. We are 3 inches below average in May for rainfall. We really do need the rain, much to what Zennerman had to say. But when you look at it statistically, we needed what we got.
So do we have any warmer weather coming with some sunshine for the rest of the week?
First 2 days this week, we had upper 80s.
I'm working.
Upper
It's Monday,
80s.
Tuesday, Trace. I'm looking for what's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Darlin', were you working in the afternoon?
No.
Okay, Monday and Tuesday, you could have enjoyed the 80s.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't have any more 80s in my forecast through the weekend, but I do have 70s.
Okay.
I have dry. The next chance of rain after today is probably going to be late Sunday and into the day on Monday.
Good. So
Okay.
the weekend should be nice.
Most of the weekend
I'm in your
will be
corner.
okay. Woo. Cleared that one.
Now, 62 and rain right now sucks.
It does, and especially since we hit 72 this morning, and our temperatures have dropped ever since because of the cold front visiting. But I know.
Where's the cold front coming from? Winnipeg? is it from there?
Like if we had got like 10,000 fans and we had people hold them up,
Yeah.
like plugged them all in, could we blow the cold weather out of here?
What?
Yeah, he's high.
Purple haze?
Yes, it is the purple haze. He's high. Don't mind him, Tracy.
Sure. You could create, it's like a little science experiment. You could create your own cold front.
Correct. I'd like to create my own warm
front. Okay. And what are you going to do that with, my dear?
Fans and plug-in heaters.
And a lot of your hot air.
Thank
Okay,
you.
We'll have plenty of
works.
that.
Wow.
That works.
Every morning.
Fan the way you want to fan.
That's right. Fan how you want to fan, Waddle. Right?
Thank you, Shaw.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Bud Shaw Local, for joining us. As we thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. I will be at Legends in Woodridge tonight between 6 and 8 for another slot for the Griffin and Civic Classic. You're going to be there, right? The golf
I
outing?
am going to be there, yes. Can't wait.
Live broadcast?
Live with you. I don't know about a broadcast.
Let's bring 7 there. Let's go.
I'll show up.
Let's bring Channel 7 there. Hold on a second.
Tallest tower, 480 feet, marks the end of the transmitter site that was previously used for WCFL, WLUP-AM, and ESPN 100.
1,000
Thank you, Terrell, and so long, everybody.
from Chicago.
Take that. T-Brown.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80, and the Watch ESPN app, where if you are tuned in, you can see I'm having a spot of tea this morning. Devin Kane is at the con, and James Steele is on the board. I want to pick up on something, though, quickly before we get into the big stuff that Christine was talking about, which is Coco Gauff. Coco Gauff has gotten back to the semis, 5th time in a row in Paris. You might recall 2 seasons ago, she got to the final. Easy for me to say, excuse me. She got to the final and lost both the doubles and the singles final. But it also happened to be the year that she graduated from high school, which was pretty cool. And I feel that there's a couple things I want to talk about on this front. Number one is that I feel that Coco Gauff is going to have one of these kind of careers where in like 15 years, a lot more people are going to know about her for reasons that have nothing to do with tennis than have to do with tennis, even though she is a fantastic player. Last match was a little sloppy against Madison Keys, but that's another discussion. But let's just say she wins the French. And even if she does get to the total Grand Slam career-wise, she's 21. Like, one of the things I most enjoy about her is that for a tennis star who's grown up with the sport and obviously sort of come to a career point over the course of our lives and we've all been able to watch it, she seems like an extremely normal person when it comes to interacting with the rest of the world. And so I'm just really glad that she continues to thrive on the court. And it brings me to another topic real quick that I want to bring up, which is that there has been some controversy about when women's tennis matches have been played in the French Open over the past couple years, which I find fascinating. Since 2021, only 4 of 44 night matches en France, à Roland Garros, have been women's matches. And there's a lot of talk around the tournament that, for whatever reason, the women's game is being deprioritized. And, Devin, just quickly, I feel like this French Open is not exactly, I understand it's on another network, so we're not blowing it out. But I do think there is some truth to this where it feels like, for whatever reason, this women's bracket has been a little bit under the radar this year for a very big major.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like you said, it's been under the radar for us as a network, but like just in general, I do agree. Like, just the fact that she's only 21 too, just to get back to that, that's outrageous.
It is. It is. She is quite the athlete. She's quite the star. A really fun watch on social media. But yeah, tennis. Don't kill the golden goose. A lot of people enjoy the women's game a lot more than the men's game because it's got a little bit more, well, just strategy, and it's not dudes just crushing the ball all over the court, and it's got more likable personalities. Will be interesting to see how that develops, and obviously over here, we're rooting for the American. Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's easy to bundle your home and car insurance at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later. I can't wait. It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, so soon after this show ended yesterday, the news came across the desk. The New York Knicks had fired Tom Thibodeau after 5 seasons for reasons that I'm still just not sure I understand. The Knicks were just recently obviously eliminated by the Indiana Pacers. We've talked a lot about Indiana basketball on this program, but the Knicks are finally back to relevancy. One of the things that we discussed quite a bit during this playoff run is the fact that the NBA is better when the New York Knicks are good. When that energy in Madison Square Garden is really moving, the NBA as a product on the whole and on the globe is better. Now, the other problem with the New York Knicks is, well, let's just say they're owned by an individual who has been known to be irascible at best at times. Now, the reason why it was so fascinating to see so many alums come back to the Garden is because over the previous 2 to 3 seasons, we'd heard about various stories going awry. Pat Ewing not getting recognized walking into the building when his number's in the rafters. Charles Oakley getting into minor fisticuffs with security guards while at the games. This kind of thing. But basketball-wise, it seemed that they were making all the right moves. Rose, their GM, they made some questionable decisions in terms of how they were going to acquire what type of player they wanted. But overall, it seemed like the basketball was fine. And then they up and fired Tibbs. And it's weird because a lot of Knicks fans I know personally don't have a huge issue with it. The idea being that, well, there's only a certain ceiling you're going to hit with Tibbs as your coach, and maybe you get somebody else. But I don't like this move from a just plain karma standpoint, if we're being honest. Thibodeau's the only coach in Knicks history to improve the team's win percentage in 3 successive seasons. The only one. He ended the Knicks' 24-season drought without a conference or division finals appearance. the longest in franchise history. He had a .579 career win percentage as a head coach. That's the highest by any head coach without a finals appearance in NBA history, minimum 300 games coached. Point being, Tibbs finally proved, I think, this year that he wasn't just a guy that was going to run everybody into the ground. Now, can we quibble with the fact that he didn't necessarily run a two-big-man game all the time? Are there concerns about various things regarding what this team can actually achieve? Yeah, but this was a weird firing to me. Now, we're coming up on the finals, so we're probably not going to get necessarily news about their new head coach until that's over, or at least on somewhere on an off day, I would think. But I don't like this move. If I'm a Knicks fan, I don't love this. Jalen Brunson was asked about it at the end of the series, and he was so adamant about Tibbs, he was almost angry at the reporter for bringing it up because he was just so in support. And if that's Brunson, your star player, I don't know what you think you're going to achieve by changing somebody at the top at this stage of the development of that particular unit. We had Frank Isola on earlier this week, and he talked about how his radio partner on SiriusXM, Brian Scalabrine, goes on and on about how the second year for a lot of guys under Tibbs is the year that things really start to blossom. This strikes me as rash by Dolan and the Knicks in a lot of ways. Let's hear what Shams Charania had to say on Pat McAfee yesterday about this matter.
As soon as the Knicks season ended, they started meetings internally, and James Dolan, the Knicks owner, Leon Rose, their president, they believed the best path for this team to take the next step as an organization to win a championship is that they need a new voice. And so Leon Rose and James Dolan came to the decision this morning that they were going to part ways with Tom Thibodeau. He is fired as their head coach. You think about what they've done as an organization, like to lose in the conference finals, that's not a bad feat. This is a team that's gone from really out of much contention at all. Then when Tom Thibodeau comes in, they become respectable again. 4 or 5 seasons in the playoffs. They've had back-to-back 50-win seasons for the first time since the 1990s. I mean, I think everyone around the league is stunned. I mean, my phone is blowing up. A bunch of teams are reaching out right now. Absolutely shocked, but they've been having meetings for the last 24 hours, and this is the decision they came with.
I don't like that. That doesn't pass the smell test to me. This feels weird and personal, and it feels like the Knicks are getting a little too big for their britches on some level. I understand that it's the greatest arena in the world. I understand what I literally just said about the Knicks and the NBA being better, but that doesn't make it a great job. That doesn't mean that any and everybody is going to want to be the coach, and I'm sure there are plenty of people that would gladly line up to be the coach of the Knicks. But what I'm saying is that how you dismiss one guy definitely is an indication of what another guy's expectations are going to be and how that process is going to go from onboarding to execution. And Canada guy effectively out of nowhere like that, I don't think that plays well.
What is the timeline? Yeah, like you're saying, what is the timeline now for a new head coach? They had Tibbs for 5 seasons. They made to the Eastern Conference Finals. They were 2 games away. Is the new head coach, obviously you would think he would get more than 1 season. Is it 2 seasons max? Like, what is this precedent you're setting? I'm with you.
I don't know.
I can see why they made the move. But in terms of the next head coach, the amount of pressure that's going to be on you to get it done and get it done quickly, I don't think anyone can. I just think that's unfair.
I totally agree. And one of my main issues with this in general is that when franchises do things like, the idea is that you're firing him for cause, and cause being he didn't win enough games or whatever. But if you don't, or you can't announce an actual plan immediately upon execution, it feels like the move is just happening for the kind of whatever the rush is of getting rid of somebody. And that is, I don't know, that doesn't strike me as smart. Now, did they have to announce it maybe earlier than they wanted to because of the way the finals were coming up and perhaps the league wanted them to get it out of the way? Perhaps. But I still think you could have – I think he deserved another year at least. They own, what, $30 million? They gave him $30 million for the buyout? How much are you going to pay the new coach? And who's it going to be? The odds right now, Michael Malone, plus 125. Johnny Bryant, plus 240. Interesting name, Mike Budenholzer, at plus 950. And Jay Wright, obviously former Villanova head coach who coached so many of the guys currently on the team, is on the board as well. Rick Brunson is on the board as well. Obviously, he's an assistant.
Yeah,
That's
who I'm rooting for.
That would be a ridiculous situation. That would be a clown show and a half. No shade to Rick Brunson, but you think Braun and Bronny was a clown show? I mean,
it's funny on the Jay Wright front. Obviously, Seth Davis, who works for CBS and works with Jay Wright, he tweeted, "I've been working with Jay Wright on TV for 3 years. Based on every conversation we have had, I would say there's a greater chance that I will be the next Knicks coach than him. The difference is that they call me, I will say yes."
Basically saying that Jay Wright is enjoying not being a coach, enjoying wearing tremendously tailored suits, and enjoying one of the greatest haircuts in men's college basketball history.
Listen,
Just saying.
how
Jay
about
Wright, handsome man.
How about, listen, and maybe we saw that this was the saga last offseason. He got a lot of money from his current school that he's still coaching. What if Dan Hurley decides to get another bite at the apple and get a couple more bucks from UConn? What if we do this all again? He's from New Jersey.
If Dan Hurley, so the thing is that I would actually want Dan Hurley to take that job. Like that's what I need, those fistfights on the sidelines. That is a chaotic element I would actually be here for on some level, just so the Knicks could completely implode on themselves for no reason other than they chose to. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bing Bong community, where are you at? The leader is gone. Bing Bong. One could say Bing Bong, the witch is dead, if that's how you looked at Tibbs. Give me a phone call, New York. Let me know how you feel. 888-SAY-ESPN. 888-729-3776. Let's hear what Alan Hahn had to say on Don Hahn and Rosenberg about Tibbs.
And I cannot believe this is made in a vacuum. You know, like I'm still trying to collect information. That's how I've been caught off guard by this. I missed this one. I didn't see it. I thought he was the guy because of everything that he was able to do to get this franchise on track and to get them this close. And so now I am scrambling to find out. The most important piece of information now is who is next, because you don't make this decision in a vacuum. You do this knowing with it when you have a team this close, you've got to have an immediate plan when you move on from a coach who has done what he has done, what Tom Thibodeau has done.
So Alan and I are in agreement. I hadn't heard that until now. Alan basically views it as I do, which is, bro, if you're getting rid of somebody, who you got? Because the idea of without him, we can't get this far. Well, with whom can you? Is the question now. And I think Knicks fans would be rightfully perturbed if for whatever reason this doesn't work out immediately, and then you're going to find yourself in a what could have been situation with Tibbs. There's a reason why they say dance with the one that brought you there. That's an old adage that's probably coded in some ridiculously bad social norms, but the phrase has stayed for a reason. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. And lastly, let's hear what Stephen A. Smith had to say on Freddie and Harry.
They're trying to send a message that we can get more productivity from these same players out of a different coach. That's basically what they're saying. And, okay, maybe that's true, but your offense was pretty prolific during the season. And your defense was not. I can't believe that you think you're going to improve defensively with the same personnel under a different coach, because defense is Tibbs' thing. But he was tremendously compromised in that regard.
That was Steve on Freddie and Harry yesterday, and I don't get it. I don't think this is particularly smart. I can't think of somebody, even Michael Malone. I can't think of somebody who you could bring out of the woodwork, and I would say this is definitively a better head coach for this team. And you set that person up in a bad situation, potentially, because exactly as Devin mentioned, the stakes are almost too high at this stage. It's crazy. Anyway, we want to hear from you. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Basketball and hockey are winding down. Baseball's heating up. Football's right around the corner, so don't miss a second with Vivid Seats. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every exciting moment live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
Today on SC Plus, exclusively on Disney Plus. Tom Thibodeau is out as head coach of the Knicks. A walk-off is Chavez Ravine, and Paul Skeens left hanging again. And the Stanley Cup starts tonight. We're going to look at the top 3 McDavid goals of his career. All that and more today on SC Plus.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy?
They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends.
Dylan, what's up, dude?
It is OKC's to lose. You guys are nailing this. And I think the other thing we can gush on a little bit is it's J-Dub. He is becoming, you don't want to hear this, but he's becoming Pippen.
I don't know if we want to expand on this, but he compared J-Dub to Scottie Pippen. Do we want to do, like, at some point, maybe tomorrow, we can even do it right now if you want. Do we want to compare this Thunder team to those MJ-led Bulls teams in the 90s? Do you want to do that at any point?
I hate you so much right now.
What?
Moving right along.
They say yes.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
No, do not. Do not call in. Do not call in.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance here on a Wednesday. The New York Knicks deciding that they've got to be the center of the universe before the NBA Finals started, even though they're not there. According to their logic, the reason they're not there is because their former head coach, Tom Thibodeau, who they canned yesterday. The word I would use that comes to mind is unceremoniously. Of course, we know that Tibbs, former Bonnie. Devin, do you want to float your idea to America about where you might see Tibbs ending up?
Listen, Tom Thibodeau Sr., his father was a class of 1954 at St. Bonaventure.
Sure.
I'm just saying there's a spot. Obviously, I mean, I have nothing to do with anything that gets done there, but I would think there's a spot open for Tibbs if he wants to join the program for a year. Maybe, if he doesn't want to sit on the sidelines, he's going to be paid $30 million. He's familiar with the program. Woj is there, obviously, as the GM.
Yeah.
They obviously have a relationship. There's a picture of them together with the coach, Mark Schmidt.
There's a picture. You have a picture.
Well, it was posted online, and
oh, you didn't take it?
No, I didn't take the picture. Okay. But I'm just saying there is the relationship's already built. So if he wants to, be an advisor or however you want to say, come to Olean.
At the risk of being completely ridiculous, although I know Woj and he knows that I'm sometimes ridiculous, would you like me to ask him if Woj is in the picture for the Bonnies anytime soon? I could do that. That could be a way for you to gain bunk points early if that actually works out.
Listen, speaking of bunk points, I might have to draft Tom Tibbs.
Yeah,
that would be the ultimate.
That's not a bad idea, especially if the Bonnies are on the come up. I like the fact that Tibbs also, this means that we got old pictures of 1990s Tibbs mullets, which are the best, which is probably explains a lot as to what he's still holding on to, respectfully. He had the flow at one point and can't let it go. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776.
Sick mullets. Those were...
Those were pretty solid.
Yeah.
Those were hockey-level mullets. Todd, in California, you're on the show.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for letting me come in. I just wanted to quickly say I'm in fully support of what the Knicks did. There are multiple reasons for it, but the primary ones are this was the best that the Knicks could do with this current team and coach. Tibbs is not really a tier one coach when you look at it objectively. His whole career has been getting to the semifinals in the conference or the finals. And let's face it, there's no big free agent that's going to run out and sign up to play for Tibbs. It's just not going to happen. Brunson did it, but only because his dad is there. And secondly, so he's a lane blocker as far as getting real, number one, number two talent. And then secondly, and just as primary, is the roster construction. The roster was put together the way it was. This is about the best they can do. They probably overachieved because a healthy Celtic team would have smashed them. So they get to the conference finals. But the way this roster is currently constructed is not a championship team at all. So I applaud the Knicks for ripping the Band-Aid off. They know they need a new coach, and I wouldn't be surprised if they increase the viability of the roster by getting a true number one and dropping back Brunson into number two where he belongs and Cat as a number three. But I applaud the Knicks for finally doing something right and doing it quickly.
Thanks
so
for the
much.
phone call. No problem. Here's the issue with that. You named 3 entirely different issues with a team that none of them are solved, in my opinion, from a timing standpoint by canning the coach. I really don't think so. If you don't believe that the roster construction is in a place where they're going to be able to advance, randomly yanking the guy who's been the best coach the team has had in decades, I don't think bodes well for any of the rest of those other things either. You're ripping the Band-Aid off, sure, but you're not ripping it off to put a tourniquet on. If you're ripping it off under your analogy, it's a blood disease. It's inside of the actual blood. It's not a matter of a flesh wound. So that's why I don't understand this at this stage. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jordan in Texas, what's up?
What's up, man? It's Honey Bun, remember? Hey,
Yes, I
they
remember.
need to go back. They need to go back to 1988, 1989 and get Rick Pitino. He's going to win one more game than Tom Thibodeau. Worst thing they can do is say no. James Dolan's got to be Jerry Jones' cousin. This is a publicity stunt because it's right before the NBA Finals. This team is not picked to win. You've got Mikal Bridges, your 5 first pick. And that's why you're never going to build a future. They suck. They should have kept Hartenstein because he put up 3 less points to Bridges and gave you 9 more rebounds. The whole team sucks. And Jalen Brunson's the only good player. Cat Towns doesn't play defense. I'm probably all over the place, Clint, but I think you know what I'm digging.
I do.
Look.
Thanks for the phone call. They won 50 games, dog. They don't suck. They were a ridiculous game one, an absurd comeback from the Pacers away from being in this series, and they actually eliminated the former champions. I understand the Tatum injury was a part of that, but they were in control of that series. This is what I'm saying. It can't be yesterday, oh, look at the Knicks, and then tomorrow it's they were never any good to begin with. What? That doesn't make sense. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. K9, what's up, dude?
Yo. What's up, OG?
Chilling.
Hey, 4 words. Bang, bong, Dan Hurley. Dude, Dan Hurley is a match made in heaven for the Knicks. It would change the NBA. It would change everything. The Garden would be on fire. I just don't think Tibbs can win the big game. He's proved that his whole career. The Bulls, all them games they should have won. I just don't think he can do it. Last thing, I just want to say whoever drafts me on their campfire team, I ain't never been to camp, baby. But I'm hungrier than Joey Chestnut on the 4th of July, and we finna win, baby.
Yes. Yes, that's it. Thanks for the phone call, K9. K9 moving up draft boards for Camp CNF as we speak. We still got some logistics to work out on that, but that was a great phone call. Tom Thibodeau was clearly on the hot seat in New York. Hot Seat is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. All right, joining us now on the line is Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider. I mean, Bobby, I'll just ask you plainly, on a scale of 1 to 10 on shock value with the Knicks, where were you when this news crossed the wire regarding Thibodeau?
I wouldn't say it's on Luka level,
okay,
which was a 10.
Right.
I would say probably 8.5. Just because, listen, I think where they went this year, certainly to an Eastern Conference Finals, I thought at least he would get another year. I thought he showed in the Indiana series the adaptability as far as changing the lineup and going with the bench. It is interesting. We wrote about them when they lost, and I put a line in their offseason article, and it kind of, when I go back, I wish I would have talked about it more. And I said, like, listen, when you're going into free agency and you're trying to convince players to take less money, how are you going to do that when you have a coach that had your bench play the fewest minutes here? And that kind of comes back and haunts me a little bit now when he's, certainly not there anymore, because I think that was going to be a major issue with New York going into free agency here, as far as to, recruit some of these players that we're trying to maybe get them to take a discount here. So yeah, I would surprise. Listen, never stunned, I guess, unless it's like a Luka level trade. But having been through, I think, 7 coaching changes when I was in New Jersey / Brooklyn, there's a reason for everything. But as I said yesterday, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. And you better get it right as far as who you're going to go out and hire.
That's my thing. It feels like the timing adds a level of leverage to this that is higher than it needed to be, considering what the developmental path of this core group of guys were. We had Frank Isola on last week or earlier this week, and he talks about how Scalabrine, his radio partner, would constantly go on about how the second year with Tibbs for certain guys is when they really unlock it, and they've got a couple of those situations just developmentally for me. Forget about what the proverbial ceiling may be. This seems to be really jerking with the timeline that was relatively well put together for this franchise for once.
Well, it's a good point. And I think, listen, everyone wants to talk about going out and making a big trade and all that stuff. But I've said all along, there's nothing wrong with bringing your top 7 back and your coach, and the Eastern Conference is going to be wide open next year. Sure. I mean, that's the big thing here when you look at maybe what could happen in Boston, and who knows with Milwaukee, and certainly Indiana will be one of the favorites, and New York will be up there too. And, you basically ripped up the safe approach and you threw it out the window here. And now there's a wild card as far as who you're going to go out and coach. Listen, the 3 guys that have been let go this year, Mike Brown, Taylor Jenkins, and Michael Malone, are all great coaches, but they're all let go for a reason, right? Certainly, Michael, I think, would probably be the best fit, but you go back to the same thing. It's like, the depth, right? Playing your depth, playing your younger players, expand, not maxing out your starter minutes and everything like that. So it's going to be interesting as far as where they go, in the next few weeks here.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, joins us here on Clinton and Friends discussing the New York Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau. You mentioned Michael. You say Michael Malone. You think he'd be the best fit, or were you referring to Budenholzer or Brown, perhaps even, in terms of, the rotating amount of Michaels that could end up being the head coach of the New York Knicks?
I like Mike Brown. I do. I thought he got a raw deal in Sacramento there. I mean, that's as unstable of an organization as they've come. Certainly he has the championship pedigree as far as being on that Golden State staff, and I think he would be really good. Listen, Michael Malone in Denver, you won a championship a few years ago. He's from the area. His dad was an assistant coach for a long time in New York. He's got the Northeast pedigree. I think he can handle, what the criticism or that certainly from, what comes with coaching in New York here. But as I said, everybody, anyone that you hire, unless you go Jay Wright, which I don't think is probably a realistic option, there's going to be some type of flaws that come with it.
Switching gears here to teams actually playing basketball, specifically the Thunder and the Pacers in the finals. One of the things we've talked a lot about is how neither one of these teams is a luxury tax team. The Pacers in specific are one of these squads that have been put together in such a specific kind of way. Can you talk to me about how both of these teams are doing? We know a lot about Presti. We're focusing on Indiana first, how they've managed to do this from your perspective as a GM.
A year ago when they lost to Boston in the conference finals, and we wrote about their offseason article, I talked to a team executive from another team, and they said that they were the model as far as how you build these rosters in this day and age, aprons and restrictions and everything like that. When you look at certainly two max players with Halliburton and Siakam, two players you acquired in a trade, separate trades, of course. I go back and look at what they gave up or lack of what they gave up to get Pascal. A bunch of picks that are probably going to be in the 20s, and Bruce Brown, who's going to be a free agent. And then you have, you have everyone else is below $20 million. Certainly Miles Turner will probably test that this summer when he's a free agent. They've drafted really well with Andrew Nembhard. They made a shrewd trade when they flipped Malcolm Brogdon for Aaron Nesmith, T.J. McConnell. Certainly that Bennett Mathurin. That group of players here. They've done it both ways. Certainly under the radar free agents. The trades, of course, for Halliburton and Siakam were that basically took them to another level. And in a day and age that teams want to tank or want to try to get the number one pick, they've never done that. They bottomed out a little bit post Sabonis, but they've never really hit it ground zero, and they've kind of they've done it the right way as far as how to build a roster.
One of the things we've heard about as well beyond transactional moves is the power of friendship. And I do wonder how much how much a guy like you takes that seriously, the idea that in this day and age, players kind of have to like each other. That's part of the deal. You can't just roll out the balls and say, hey, get after it. You actually kind of got to build a little family situation, and the Thunder and the Pacers have both managed to do that.
Well, and that's why, as you said, the power of friendship. When you get to playoffs, I mean, nobody's going through unscathed each round. Maybe in the first round, certainly for Oklahoma City and the Memphis series, but even Game 3. But when you have the ability to trust each other and the locker room likes each other, you can get through, a Game 5 at home on the ropes against a good Denver team here. And I think that's the beauty of it here, is that all these guys like each other. Certainly Oklahoma City is different because of how young they are. Like, they basically don't know any better. Certainly the Dallas series last year prepared them for where they are right now. But if you're talking about a team that's going to be sustainable for a while, it's certainly them.
Yeah, you got a pick for this finals. Not that you're necessarily into that. But
I hate giving picks. I always think picks, and I'm always wrong, and people always make fun of you. Like, social media is the beauty of it, right? Like, usually it's like the team's social media people highlight you when you're wrong, and it was great because my editor never asked me for my second round picks, and I was like, my God, it's like I love watching basketball. Yes, I picked Oklahoma City just like the other 19 out of 20 of us that did, and we'll probably the Pacers will probably shock everyone, and we'll all look like fools in 2 weeks.
Fair enough. He's Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll get some more of your calls on the other side. Yo, Bobby Marks in a summer with free agency? Sneaky good bunk pick. Just saying. He could make some news out.
Oh yeah, because every time you get a tweet that's just like the numbers behind the numbers,
you get some insight from Bobby Marks. Just one to keep on your radar. We'll have your calls next. What do you think of Tibbs getting fired by the Knicks? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday on ESPN Radio. Matt and Myron will be live at CMA Fest in Nashville.
Are you getting excited about it? Yeah, it'll be different,
It all starts Sunday morning at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
It's a huge thing. This is Nashville at its best.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text YOUTH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text YOUTH to 42424. That's YOUTH to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Waddle and Sylvie, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends.
Steve in California.
First of all, I just want to say, man, you guys are making such an old head argument. The fact that we're sitting here waxing poetic about the olden days, and I'm an old man, so it makes
you're calling a radio show, just so you know.
I get it. Yeah, you're right.
Calling up a radio show and calling people old men is a hilarious bit. Yeah, that's why we're here. That's exactly why we're here.
And in those days, nickels had pictures of bumblebees on them. Give me 5 P's for a quarter, you'd say.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Talking NBA here, taking your phone calls. The Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau after 5 seasons. They failed to reach the NBA Finals. Fell in 6 games to the Indiana Pacers. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Rob in Connecticut, welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
So can we just talk about the fact that Tibbs took the Knicks to the furthest they ever been since 1999, and the fact that every year except for maybe year 2, if I'm not mistaken, where they didn't make the playoffs, they've progressed. And so now he made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. His reward is getting fired. And no type of moment we've heard anything about how Jalen Brunson did a horrible pass in Game 1 when he should have just taken the foul. And then maybe that Halliburton shot would have never even made sense, wouldn't even happened. And then Game 2, when the Knicks had a chance to tie it up and had about, I think, maybe 10 seconds left, he shot a three-pointer like 2 steps over half court and completely bricked it.
Okay, thanks for the phone call. I don't know what you're implying here, that they should somehow be getting rid of Jalen Brunson, but that's not going to happen. Your point is made, though, and yes, we have talked about it, that this team got better all the time with Tibbs, every single year, literally in the standings as well. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jeremy in Chicago. Sure, you've got some experience with this man.
Yes, I mean, I feel like it was a poor decision to fire him just because of the relationship that coaches build with players. And it may take a new coach multiple seasons to build that relationship. Bronson loves him. Bridges loves him. He could get more related. He had Cat before, so he knows Cat. So, it's going to be hard to build that. And I don't feel like New York needs a bridge coach right now. They could have gave him at least one more season to see if he could get past that hump.
Thanks for the phone call. I'm with you. This just feels weird on a timing level as much as anything. Like, what do you mean you're firing your coach, dog? You just now got your little squad together. You made the decisions you made from a roster standpoint. You just got the squad. They lose to a team that literally was on a generational run with late-game comebacks, and now you want to upheave? Now you want an upheaval at the top? What is the plan here? This is not the time to be escalating the stakes for no reason other than to get the attention on yourself. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dre in North Carolina, what's up?
So 2 reasons that I think Tibbs should have been fired. First, you have a roster construction. Of course, this team added pieces to win. I think because of that roster construction, this team should have been finals or bust. Second, I believe that Tibbs got out-coached. as you see during the series, pace of play, the Knicks aren't necessarily a full-court team. The Indiana fast-paced team, I believe that the Knicks were essentially a half-court team. And then you can't really lean towards the end. I know that Jalen Brunson's a clutch player, right? But you need to have some actions towards the end. Then you're going to play your players, you're going to extend your rotation towards the end when Indiana already have the rotation. I don't know why coaches try to stick to their rotation of an 8-man rotation where you have to develop players so you can extend your rotation so you can preserve your players. I think all of those things were reasons as to why I think, it's a hard decision to make, right? And we don't know necessarily what's going to be next. And I wasn't necessarily a fan of the Knicks last year, but I am more this year because of the roster construction. And so I think that, yes, I believe that you should have fired Tibbs.
Dre, quickly, are you trying to be quiet because you're at work or because somebody's in your house who you don't want to wake up?
It's the way my house is constructed. Like it used to be like old tobacco factory, so the acoustic is like kind of bad.
It's all good. I was just hoping that you didn't end up blowing somebody's cover. Thank you for the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I mean, that makes some level of sense, but to me, you have to say that. Like, if you're going to basically say, stakes changed after you beat the Celtics, and therefore Tibbs was coaching for his job in the conference finals, I could use that in a statement. That is something that I think, honestly, for lack of a better term, the dignity of the position, you got to come out and make a statement as to why. Because there's too much goodwill accrued, so to speak, and too much actual potential success to just say, oh, yeah, guess what? Yeah, we got rid of that guy. What? You got rid of him? Who you got? That's not one you can just throw out there without an explanation. You're the New York Knicks. You haven't gone to that far in the playoffs since I was a senior in high school. And now you're just kind of throwing the guy out with the bathwater? Yeah, there's some explaining to do there. And I don't know that the explanation is going to hold up to what your solution could be. This feels very slapdash, in my opinion. But what do I know? I'm not James Dolan. I've never run MSG. And I've never had a former player of mine banned from the Guard for showing up and wanting to watch his old team play. Tibbs, raw deal, dog. No doubt about it. The 2025 NBA Finals are on ESPN Radio. Catch Game 1 Thursday as the Thunder host the Pacers. Coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Talking Pucks next. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end of the school year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and, of course, on the Watch ESPN app where you can see me wearing glasses today. Devin Kane is on the con. James Steele is on the board. You know that I've been talking about college baseball and college softball quite a bit here over the last week because it is something I enjoyed tremendously. And the Nigeri story in Nigeri Kennedy in Texas Tech continues to grow. I mean, we are at like Disney Channel levels of awesomeness regarding Texas Tech. So you're going to want to tune into that
Great channel.
tonight for sure. Great channel. But I just want to address something quickly as well that's happening. It's been a little bit disheartening over the past couple days, to be quite honest. You know, the regionals were last week for baseball, and two incidents in particular that really I wanted to address. Number one was one involving Florida coach Kevin O'Sullivan, who's been there for a while and kind of been unfairly treated because of some other things that have happened off the field, but kind of known as a hardo, obviously. Most college baseball coaches are. But there was a circumstance where he berated and dressed down a bunch of tournament officials, including associate directors of Coastal Carolina, over the fact that they had to move their game back literally 1 hour the next day, and he blew a gasket, yelling at field people on the field, yelling at people on the concourse, and it was a really ugly scene at the wrong time of year. But I know emotions are running high. They ended up getting eliminated anyway, probably for the better considering where their mentals were. But just overall, didn't love that. A lot of good baseball being played. That was one incident. Second incident, Wake Forest's head coach. Now, Wake Forest has kind of turned their program around a little bit. A guy named Tom Walter has been at the helm of that, and they've got all sorts of stuff going on with their pitching labs and all of these kinds of things that they're really proud of. But he apparently openly just dropped an F slur on some player while he was at the plate, including with a curse word, and it was caught on camera, and he had to apologize for that too. The kid ended up going yard, so it kind of made for in a crass way, it made for sort of a funny moment, but like both of these things were really unacceptable to me. And I understand that there's a good level of hard coaching that goes on in college baseball. Trust me, I'm closer to that than a lot of people out there listening are. But this wasn't a good weekend for that type of leadership. I don't love that in my college baseball. Is it gritty? Is it grimy? Is it different? Of course. But that doesn't mean you need to be dressing people down. Never mind dropping slurs on people just because they're the head coach of a baseball team. Bad look all around. They both ended up having to apologize. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by.
Clinton and Friends. Fellow Hosers, we are gearing up for the 12th Cup Final rematch in NHL history. Florida Panthers, the defending champs. Edmonton Oilers come in with home ice advantage. But when it comes to racking up frequent flyer miles, Clinton, both teams are already winners. Storylines go deep down the bench. Third straight Cup Final for the Panthers. Sixth straight for a team from Florida. They're probably deeper than last year. And Perry scores! Corey the Worm Perry is playing in his 5th final in 6 years, still looking for his 2nd ring. So, too, is Brad the Rat Marchand.
I'm just excited and grateful to be here.
Edmonton comes in at favorites at -130 on ESPN Bet. What a play by McDavid! Connor McDavid, the heavy favorite to win the Conn Smythe. Friend of the show, Ardo O'Cal, recaps each game. Catch In the Crease on ESPN+, and you can follow Greg Wyshynski's coverage on ESPN.com as well. He joins the program right now. In the words of McJesus, let's dig the bleep in. Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
All right. Quality work there from Ryan Matlack to welcome in Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer. Did not know that was going to be as robust as it was, so we thank you, Matlack, for that. Greg, I mean, the most obvious question here to me is longest distance between two opponents in Stanley Cup final history. What's the packing situation looking like, and how are you planning to tackle this travel routine?
First off, Matlack found a way to work in worm and rat, which I think is pretty impressive. So you got to give props there. No, after the Stanley Cup Final was set, I spent 90 minutes mapping out travel through Game 6 because you got to do it. Otherwise, you're going to be shut out of these flights. You're going to be on 2-stop flights from Edmonton to Fort Lauderdale, and you're flying around the country. Like, great for the frequent flyer miles, but not so much for the mental health and such. I think last year took at least 5 years off my life, going 7 games. Which is probably why I picked the Panthers in 6. It's probably wishful thinking that this thing won't go 7.
You mentioned that Matlock mentioned both worms and rats. We had a caller call in the other day who had no concept of traditions as far as things being thrown on the ice, and I had to explain to them the squid, the catfish in Nashville. For our listeners who don't know, can you break down what the relationship is between rats and Florida Panthers? We're at a macro level here, as you know, Greg, because everybody's got their eyes on the Cup final.
Well, it's a sad story for rodent lovers, which is that a player named Scott Mellenby back in 1995-96 killed a rat in the Panthers locker room with his stick. And then they started winning a bunch of games and advanced all the way to the Stanley Cup Final. So the legend of the rat traces all the way back to the mid-'90s. And from that point on, Panthers fans have thrown plastic rats on the ice in celebration. They used to shower the ice with them back in the mid-'90s to the point where Colorado goalie Patrick Waugh had to hide inside of his net because there were so many rats being thrown on the ice. The tradition has taken on a new twist with Brad Marchand, the former Boston Bruins captain, now a member of the Florida Panthers, where as they leave the ice after a victory and the fans have thrown plastic rats on the ice, the Panthers players shoot rats at Marchand, the Rat King himself, in celebration. And Brad has been telling us for the last couple of rounds that they're shooting harder and harder at him as the playoffs advance.
Greg Wyshynski joins us here on Clinton and Friends, breaking down the Stanley Cup Final. Now, the whole idea of Canada winning a cup and what it could mean to Edmonton, before we get into any actual ice talk, how important do you think that would be to the league versus the potential dynastic run of the Panthers if McDavid and Draisaitl can hoist the cup versus Florida being there yet again and doing it yet again themselves?
I don't know if there's a league answer here. I know there's a Connor McDavid answer here, which is that we have in our midst a player who, by the end of his career, could be mentioned in the same breath as Wayne Gretzky as the greatest offensive player of all time. Like, his skills are unparalleled. We've never seen a player create offensively with the speed with which McDavid does it. Like, he is a one-of-one unicorn player. But he doesn't have a championship, and that's really the difference right now for him. And, you know, Ovechkin has one, Crosby has a couple, McKinnon has one, Eichel has, like, all these peers that are put on the pedestal as being, you know, the greatest players of their generations. They all won the Stanley Cup, and he hasn't done it yet. And as frustrating as it is to think about how one of the all-timers could have a caveat for his career when it's all said and done, there will be people that will say all of that regular season success and point totals and hardware, oh, that's all great, but you never won the big one, and so this is his chance to put all of those criticisms to rest.
He's also got that odd distinction of having won a Conn Smythe without having won the Stanley Cup title, which makes it almost even more strange. What are we looking at from a hockey standpoint regarding the matchups between what the Oilers are and who the Panthers are?
Well, it's scary because they're both better. Like, they're both better than they were last year. The Oilers, I think, are a deeper team. They have not had to rely on Connor McDavid and the other superstar in their lineup, Leon Draisaitl, to win a bunch of games. They've relied on depth scoring, and so that's a little bit scary for the Panthers. The other scary part is I think the Oilers have really figured out how to play playoff defense. They had 4 consecutive games against Dallas last round where the Dallas Stars only got 4 shots on goal in each of those games. I mean, that is really knowing how to close out games. The scary part for Edmonton is Florida Panthers are better, too. I mean, the addition of Marchand on their third line gives that line a real lift, and he's a fantastic two-way player. They also acquired Seth Jones from the Chicago Blackhawks. He was their top defenseman. They've cast him as a second defenseman on this team, and that basically gives them 2 top pairings. Like, they are deeper, too, and better, too. And it's going to be a fascinating final because it's not as if neither of these teams have leveled up since last year.
Greg Wyshynski joins us here on Clinton and Friends, breaking down the Stanley Cup final. Between the pipes, things always get a little bit more hectic when the bright lights are on from a goaltending standpoint. Can you break down what both of these teams have or what they might need?
On the Panthers side, you have Sergei Bobrovsky, a.k.a. Playoff Bob. He is a goaltender that has had great regular season success, multiple Vezina trophies, but he's known for stepping up his game as the playoffs go deeper. He's not infallible. There are games where you'll watch him and be like, that could have been better. But at the end of the day, he provides them everything they need to win a series, and in some cases, as we saw in the final last year, can take over games. That's what the Oilers don't have a goalie, I don't think, that takes over a game. Stuart Skinner, their goalie, it's a fascinating story. He was benched, pulled from the team early on in the playoffs in the first round. The guy who replaced him, Calvin Pickard, got injured. Skinner comes back in. And from about the halfway point of the second round until now, he's been just as good as Bobrovsky and a remarkable playoff goaltender. He's an interesting guy. Skinner, I spoke to him for a long time for a story that'll be out, I think, on Friday on ESPN.com.
Nice.
But he really brought home to me the pressures that he faces. He's an Edmonton kid. He grew up an Oilers fan. In fact, he's cheered for some of the players that are on this team right now, which is kind of crazy. But he also felt the weight of not letting Canada as a nation down by losing in the final last year in 7 games. So I think he's figured out ways to manage his mental health and his mental strengths, and I think he's going to be ready to, if not win the series for Edmonton, not lose the series for Edmonton.
I was at that game against the Kings where the crowd was chanting his name when he gave up 5 goals, and even chanted his name when his backup gave up a goal, which was one of the most incredible things I've seen in a long time at a barn. Last thing I'll ask you, Greg, from a coaching standpoint, what is this going to mean to the careers of both guys behind the benches?
In Paul Maurice's case, he got his cup, right? And so I think his legacy is established now as, one of those true, interesting individuals behind an NHL bench, but also someone who has found a way to lead and build a championship team in Florida. To get another one puts him into a different pantheon of guys that have won back-to-back Stanley Cups. It's happened a few times recently. I mean, we saw Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay do it as well. But, to do it for this Florida team and have a team go to the Cup final 3 straight times, I mean, it's a remarkable feat. Chris Knobloch over on Edmonton is an interesting guy because he was hired ostensibly because he was McDavid's junior coach. They've downplayed that idea, but, there's always that in the back of your mind that there's a little bit of hockey nepotism going on. He was a minor league coach for the New York Rangers. He took over this Edmonton team. If they win the Cup, I think he's going to get a lion's share of the credit because it's not about McDavid. It's not about Draisaitl. It's understanding how to play playoff hockey, close out opponents, and not make mistakes. And the way they're playing right now, they're doing that, and I think that's a credit to their coach.
He's Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer. Check out his story on Friday, and he is also a frequent flyer. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it.
That I am. Thanks.
No problem. Matlack doing a bang-up job on the production. When you said, Devin, that Matlack put together a little something, I wasn't really sure what we were going to get. I want to play that again.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
Let's hear it again from Ryan Matlack.
Clinton and Friends.
Fellow Hosers, we are gearing up for the 12th Cup final rematch in NHL history. Florida Panthers, the defending champs. Edmonton Oilers come in with home ice advantage. But when it comes to racking up frequent flyer miles, Clinton, both teams are already winners. Storylines go deep down the bench. 3rd straight Cup final for the Panthers. 6th straight for a team from Florida. They're probably deeper than last year.
And Perry scores!
Corey the Worm Perry is playing in his 5th final in 6 years, still looking for his 2nd ring. So, too, is Brad the Rat Marchand.
I'm just excited and grateful to be here.
Edmonton comes in at favorites at -130 on ESPN Bet.
What a play by McDavid!
Connor McDavid, the heavy favorite to win the Conn Smythe. Friend of the show, Ardo Cal, recaps each game. Catch In the Crease on ESPN+, and you can follow Greg Wyshynski's coverage on ESPN.com as well. He joins the program right now. In the words of McJesus, let's dig the bleep in.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I mean, that was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Matlack is the resident hockey expert, god, whatever you want to call him, at ESPN Radio, along with James and Christine Lisi are up to anchor. They're the trio of hockey greatness at ESPN Radio.
Sure.
So when he does something hockey related, it's going to go big.
Bunk points for them. For the Matlack bunk. That was fantastic. He mixed in the promo, mixed in some direct address, mixed in some nicknames, mixed in some sound effects. Incredible work. Coming up, good job, Matt. We're going to talk about Indiana basketball and how did they get to this point in the season. We told you, Pacers fans, we were going to get you your time in the sun on this show. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Is this a lot? Possibly. Go do less.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit betheteacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you're in construction, it's time to mark your calendars. Purple Wave Auction is selling Valfair Construction's premium fleet on June 12th. Their transparent process lets you bid with confidence on late model Cat, Volvo, and John Deere equipment located near you. From haul trucks to excavators, they've got your needs covered. Use their set max bid and walk away feature for stress-free bidding. This no reserve auction is a game changer for fleet upgrades. Start exploring at purplewave.com today. Purple Wave, where top-tier equipment meets unmatched convenience.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I don't have many rules for my house, but I do have one, and that is that we never, ever, 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 ever use the big light.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on a Wednesday. Talked a little basketball, talked a little pucks. Don't forget, the Stanley Cup Final Game 1 begins tonight between the Panthers and the Oilers. Edmonton versus Florida, long ways away from one another. You know, it's not a long way away from one another. Oklahoma and Indiana. Second closest series in NBA Finals history from a geographic standpoint. And yesterday we broke down who the OKC Thunder are, what they look like this season. And so now we're going to do it for the Pacers as well. Now, the Pacers finished the regular season at a 50-32 record. They were right on the nose for that 50-win mark. That made them the 4 seed. Now, the thing about this season for the Pacers was that they started off 16-18. The experiment, if you will, of whatever they had done with their squad was looking like, ooh, they better get it together fast, and they did. They went 34-14 down the stretch run and tacked that on to a 12-4 playoff run, complete with a couple of wild, legitimately historical comebacks along the way. And there you've got your nice recipe for spreading the mayonnaise with Indiana basketball. Now, that streak of 46-18 since January 1st, that was literally second in the league to guess who? Oh, that would be the Oklahoma City Thunder, who were 53-13. So this is a matchup of two teams that have legitimately played their way into this position. Granted, there were some injuries in the East. Granted, a lot of teams in the West didn't look as good as people thought. But we're not talking about two squads that fumbled and dumbled and bumbled their way into the final. Not remotely. Pascal Siakam has been a beast. MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. You remember, he came from Toronto, where he was a champion. He averaged 22.2 points per game in the postseason and led the team in steals as well as scoring. I mean, Siakam has been a value to this squad, the likes of which I think is very difficult to quantify because people don't look at him as a superstar. Like I said, he won the MVP even when Halliburton thought he was going to win it. That's another matter. And Siakam has really steadied that squad. Now, the other thing, the most important thing, of course, is Indiana basketball. And while we might have a little fun with that term in general as to what it means culturally, on a basketball sense, for all the nonsense Devin talks, it actually does mean something, okay? Their efficiency is wild. They went they went up 5 points per 100 possessions in scoring from the regular season to the postseason. That does not happen. Their effective field goal percentage, 57.6, second best mark for a finals team through the conference finals in playoff history. Their assists are tremendous. Their defense is solid, Devin. Indiana basketball.
Don't forget about the screens they set and the boxing out that they do in the post. You can look at those top numbers, Clint, but it's diving for loose balls. It's picking up your teammate when he's down. It's the little things that Indiana is known for, which is why they're in this position, in my opinion, and which is why I think they might have a fighting chance against the Thunder.
They were fourth in field goal percentage in the paint at 58.7, first in mid-range field goal percentage at 48.7, and first in three-point percentage. Moving the basketball, knocking down the shots, being efficient. Not a lot of on-ball dribbling, not a lot of time wasted, not a lot of volume shooting. Basically, it also meant they could run whenever they wanted to because everything is going in. Pushing the tempo is what the Pacers do. Dare I say, they pace themselves well. Lastly, the thing that I think is impossible to really know how it affects one team versus the other is the fact that these guys kind of like each other. That's like a real part of this. Let's hear what Tim McMahon had to say on Amber and Ian about this very thing.
Halliburton's a guy that Carlisle's coveted since he was in the draft. The Mavericks actually tried to trade that year. They tried to trade Brunson, the 18th pick, and the 31st pick. They called every team until Halliburton went off the board and tried to make that happen. They had Halliburton as the number one player in that draft. Wow. So, when the Pacers were able to get him, trust me, Carlisle was a big reason they were motivated to go after him. And from the second that Halliburton's flight landed in Indianapolis, he had the keys, and they've continued tweaking that roster to build this team that plays fast, that plays in a wide open style, and really is tailored to maximize the strengths of Halliburton, who, when a guy has 15 assists and no turnovers in a game, it's not the first time he's done it in the playoffs. That's a pretty good playmaker, and I think it's a case of Halliburton and Carlisle being a perfect match for each other.
Things got a little squirrely when Halliburton's dad decided he wanted to jump in Giannis's face. That thankfully didn't derail their entire playoff run. They kicked him out of the building. They said, "Pop, you got chill, bro. Can't have that." That went fine. He's back now. Everything is copacetic. And just to be clear about what the fun part of joking about Indiana basketball is that for all of the goofy cliches you can throw out about a team, they're all true. And it makes them good. That's why it's funny. You're not making fun of anything by literally just saying the 10 first things that come to mind about what a good basketball team should do. The Pacers actually do that. That's the joke, is that even when you're trying to make fun of them for being a basic basketball team, you think to yourself, oh, right. That's genuinely why they excel. So for those of you worried about what the tone is that we're taking with Indiana basketball, the point is that you're not beating the allegations that this basketball team is fundamentally sound.
Never.
Never.
My dad reminded me of when I must have removed this from my memory because it was scarring, but in AU basketball back in the day when I was playing, we were in some tournament in Pittsburgh, and we played a team from Indiana, and I had forgotten this. And they beat us by like 50 points. And they weren't that much more athletic than us. Right. They did all the little things correct. And yes, like you said, we joke about it. But if you have a team that does all the little things correct in any sport, you're going to be good. And they are good.
It's funny because it's true, is the old adage. Let's hear what Rick Carlisle had to say on Pat McAfee's show about how Tyrese and Pascal really are the team leaders.
Your culture starts with your best players. So Tyrese and Pascal are both high level players that are great people. They're highly unselfish. They put winning above everything else. And, they're both connectors on the court. So that's got to be the starting point for us. We're constructed a little differently. Things are changing in the NBA. It's the top-heavy rosters of superstars are kind of a thing of the past, somewhat. And our team has been built in a different way. It's built on balance. It's built on togetherness. It's built on skill, and it's built on tenacity. And the style we play is not an easy style. It's very physically demanding. But we have great guys, and they've really leaned into everything that's going on in this run. And obviously, we want to keep it going.
They don't buy players. Sure, Halliburton came in the draft. But no, they're not out looking for flashy free agents per se. Reminder again, the Pacers have literally never had a number one pick on their roster in the history of the franchise in the NBA. In many minds, they literally are doing it the right way. Again, that is what is so incredible about everything. Lastly, let's hear what Rick Carlisle had to say about what this specific finals matchup means for his squad.
We played Oklahoma twice this year. We had a close game at home. We had a chance to be right there, and we just were unable to hit a couple shots, and it became a make-miss thing. And then later in the year, we went to Oklahoma, and we didn't play well. And I think we took a 20 or 22-point hit or something like that. I mean, they're great. They've got the MVP. They've got Jalen Williams, who's a second star. They've got Chet Holmgren, who's really their third star. And then they've got a supporting cast that's really, really good, and they really defend. Caruso and Dort, Williams, and Gilgeous-Alexander, these guys are all elite defenders. And not only do they defend well, but they take the ball from the opponent. And so I believe during the playoffs, they've been number one in points off turnovers. So a lot of this for us, we're going to have to do a good job with ball security. I know that's a football term too. We're going to have to take care of it on the one hand, but we're going to have to play fast, and we're going to have to move it around a lot, and we're going to have to rebound it, because the possession stats in every sport really do carry the day.
Last year they were in the conference finals and got swept. This year they're back with Pascal Siakam, and they're a better defensive team to boot. Indiana basketball has just as much of a chance to pull off a miracle as they believe they have. And from what I understand from our listeners, everybody in Indiana thinks they've got that shot. Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs, from quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
Another good job on that Pacers preview, Devin Kane. So thank you for that. What you got?
All right, James Steele, you might want to cover your ears here, buddy. Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens in his last 5 starts here. 1.04 ERA, 4 earned runs through 34.2 innings. You want to know what the record is for the Pirates? For him, 1-2. The Pirates' record in that span, 2-3. Clinton, how bad is this for Skeens in Pittsburgh right now?
It's really bad, and this is the kind of thing that, you can poke fun at the Pirates, but this is the kind of thing that is genuinely a bad look for baseball overall. I was telling you guys during the break that one of the things I like to watch on TikTok are social media accounts of people who are documenting how they learn a sport or learn about a sport. And this probably over-indexes towards baseball in my FYP just because of who I am and what I do. But a lot of people, they'll be like, let's just say partially through their journey where they've understood the rules and they know who some of the players are. They're trying to get a better idea of how the league operates. And all of them come back to the same thing. They say, what the hell is going on with the Pittsburgh Pirates? Why have they been allowed to do this for so many years? That question remains unchanged. And I said it before, I'll say it again. What Major League Baseball needs is a salary floor to prevent teams like the Pirates from being who they are. Not a ceiling. But at least you got to see them, James, right? You got to see Skeens.
I have not seen him pitch live.
You didn't see him pitch live yet? Okay,
No.
So when you went, that wasn't for that?
No, we went just because we were in town.
Right. Okay. By the way, Federica chiming in.
And this is the perfect segue. Yeah. Federica chiming in. Don't worry, James. The Marlins just lost 2 straight to the Rockies, which leads us so nicely into our next quick hitter. Clinton, the Rockies, they snapped their streak of 22 consecutive series losses by defeating the Marlins 3-2 last night. Hunter Goodman hit his 3rd home run in 2 games, marking his 10th of the season, and contributed to Colorado's rare back-to-back wins, only the 2nd time they've done so this year. Are things looking up for the Rockies?
Did you see the shot of that crowd?
Yep.
I mean, that was embarrassing. I understand it rained that day in Miami or whatever, and this, that, and the third, and so but come on. I mean, the Rockies are in a situation now where last year the White Sox broke the record. They might break it in the next season for losing his teams. That's unbelievable to me. I told you yesterday about my man GPS Report doing the 999 challenge at the ballpark, and they're specifically hunting Rockies tickets so that they know they're going to be able to get through it with a pretty bad team. I feel terrible for people in Denver. Great ballpark, gorgeous unis, Hell, even a fantastic mascot, garbage baseball team. Never mind the Marlins. Unbelievable. Bottom of the barrel stuff from those squads. What's next?
Next up, the Minnesota Timberwolves are pleased with their core roster after reaching the Western Conference Finals for the second straight year, but remain open to making changes if it improves their chances of winning a championship. President of Basketball Operations Tim Connolly emphasized the value of patience, but said the team won't shy away from a shakeup if necessary. Clinton, what do you think the Timberwolves need to add to get over the hump in the Western Conference?
I think they just need to get better. I think that's real. I mean, unless you think you've got a Pascal Siakam, per se, just sitting out there, I don't know that every single team needs to start making shakeups. New York Knicks, I'm talking to you. Sometimes you got to grow. Sometimes you got to improve. I was going to say something that I probably shouldn't say on the air, but let's just say that Rudy Gobert needs to get tougher and become a more effective player. If you want to replace him, fine, but you're not replacing that size. The grit needs to get there. It has not yet. And Ant will continue to improve. I'm sure there's a lot that they watch over the course of the offseason that makes them say, you know what? We could have just been a more effective squad. The way they looked against the Lakers, as I said, looked like a team that could really do it. Now, we didn't learn a ton against the Warriors because they didn't have Steph. But that's not the series that you want to gauge yourself on because that team was incomplete. I think the Wolves are doing the right thing here, running it back and trying to improve.
All right, let's go to the gridiron here. Seattle Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald firmly dismissed any suggestion that Sam Darnold could lose the starting quarterback job if healthy, calling the idea crazy during a radio interview. Darnold, coming off a Pro Bowl season with the Vikings, signed a 3-year, $100.5 million deal with Seattle after Geno Smith was traded. The Seahawks also drafted Jalen Milroe, who's expected to play in specialty packages, but McDonald reiterated Darnold will take over 90% of the snaps. Now, I know Darnold struggled at the end of last year, but forgive me, Clinton, why is this even a question? Could Jalen Milroe actually sneak in the starting role this season?
I don't know. This is weird to me, and I don't follow Seahawks quarterback room news as closely as some others do. This might be a sneaky good pick in the bunk draft, by the way. If you pick somebody who's covering the Seahawks, if they have a controversy, could be good points. I think this is smart. You know, part of the issue that I have with why I say the quarterback is the worst coach position in the league is because oftentimes teams aren't willing to do this. They aren't willing to straight up name a guy unless it's more than obvious than it needs to be to the eye. I don't have a problem with this whatsoever. Jalen Milroe will be fine. And if he does win the starting job, so what? If you're having a competition, have a competition. If you're not, you're not. It's that part in between where franchises are unwilling to sort of indicate what matters to them and what doesn't that I think teams run into trouble. This is smart for the Seahawks for me. Very, very smart for a young man that kind of probably needs it as well in Darnold.
And last but not least, the Washington Capitals clarified that no decision has been made regarding Alex Ovechkin's NHL future after an email was mistakenly sent to season ticket holders stating that next season would be his last. The team explained that the email was an error from corporate sales department. Ovechkin, who recently broke Wayne Gretzky's career goal scoring record and now has 897 goals, is entering his final year of his contract in the 2025-2026 season and will turn 40 in September. Ovechkin has stated he plans to play next season, which would be his 21st in the NHL. Do you think next year is going to be Ovi's final season?
I do. And let me just take this time to make a point about monumental sports and how this kind of thing happens. I've said for a long time, Theodore Leonsis is the type of owner-governor who cares about getting to playoffs, being competitive, playing as long as you can, making money. If winning happens to happen, so be it. He also likes stars because he feels that he has some closeness to greatness. This is so standard operating procedure for basically a sales opportunity to be what let this out of the bag for Ovi in terms of his last year. That is so typical of that operation. But secondly, the reason why I think it's going to be his last year is because of something his wife said, which is basically, shut it down. He's not playing anymore after this season. And when you think about how that family works, I'm going to trust her a little more than I'm going to trust the franchise.
I have a quick question for you.
What's that?
So he got hurt, broke his leg in the middle of last season.
Yeah.
Missed a few weeks. He still scored 44 goals.
Sure.
So, and he's sitting at 897 now, just a few away from 900. If say he has like 50, 55 goals next year, and he's like possibly 1 year away from 1,000. You don't think it'll enter his mind to try to come back from one more go round and try to get to 1,000 goals, which is
a lot of ifs.
Ridiculous.
That's a lot of ifs. I hear you on that, but that feels like, man, that's basically a third generation, effectively, of him being a Capital. If they don't win a Stanley Cup with it, no, I don't. That's just too long. I wouldn't want him to put that kind of weight on his body. I want this guy to be able to enjoy his life after being the crown jewel of a franchise that, quite frankly, probably otherwise didn't deserve him. Absolutely. Ovi can hang it up and be proud. And guess what, Ted? The statue should be built yesterday. Coming up, we'll go to the watering hole. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is the NBA Finals.
Alexander lifts for three and buries it. Bang! Got it. What a shot by Halliburton.
The Finals. Coverage of Game 1 begins tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
Summer's here and seasonal businesses are hiring. Everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find qualified candidates fast. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/sports to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of 2 legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Want to thank our guests today. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, joined us to break down the machinations of the New York Knicks firing head coach Tom Thibodeau ahead of the NBA Finals. He also got into some level of detail about what it's like watching from his standpoint as a former GM, the Thunder and the Pacers, and how they've built their operations to this point to be 2 non-luxury tax teams to make it to the NBA Finals for the first time ever. We also talked to Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer, who sort of gave us the 10,000-foot level discussion on what the Stanley Cup final matchup is between the Oilers and the Panthers, which begins tonight. You can watch that, of course, on the family of networks. And I want to thank Ryan Matlack, whose tremendous production as our resident hockey guru, and put together a little finals preview that was extremely well done. So good job to Matlack on that. Which leads me, good call. Which leads me to that thinking real quickly. Of the 3 we throw things on the ice celebrations, I think I'm still going with the Preds, James. I still think the catfish, like the squid, is obviously quite the accomplishment. Where you're finding squid in central Michigan is beyond me. But apparently they have them. The catfish, though, on the ice, and you've seen some of these videos of guys sneaking these things in. I'm like, oh, I would not be risking that with a live catfish down the pants. No way.
Yeah, they tape them to their torso and put the sweater over top. And
it's a whole thing. Which one do you like best, James? Of those 3?
I think I like the squid. I think just the they've just been doing it for so long.
They have.
I think I like that history part of it.
They have. But
Also, we call my daughter Sid the Squid, too.
Oh,
So maybe that's
cool.
why.
Very well. Very well. I'd like to know that. Anywho, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media.
All right. Was talking about Coco Gauff earlier this morning and how there is some trepidation in the women's tennis world that the French Tennis Federation is deprioritizing women's sports or women's tennis in their tournament specifically by not letting them play any games that aren't at night. That are at night. Federica chimed in on that as well. She said because the big matches are at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But still, the French time is what matters. This is a double Federica day for those of you who are fans of her.
Sneaky bunk pick.
You know what? That's a really good point. Federica, sneaky bunk pick for Dynamite drop-ins like that. The VP, my man Los, chimed in. He says, regarding Tibbs, I have a feeling maybe they already wanted him gone, and him overachieving makes them look so bad. That is the most likely case with the Knicks. I actually tend to agree. They had a plan in mind. They never expected it to get this far. Next thing you know, they're in an awkward situation. Just saying. Regarding Peter Burns calling the program yesterday and discussing what he wore to his son's preschool graduation, this guy, Robert Jimerson, chimed in and says, my best friend was naked under his college gown. Thanks, buddy. That's something we all needed to know. If by best friend, you mean the guy tweeting me, that's okay too. Just saying. I have the feeling that that's what he wanted the world to know. Don Jenver, at Clinton Yates, he said, I've had to listen to the Salute Your Shorts intro once already today because of the Camp CNF developments on the program. We're getting in the mood. People are packing their proverbial sleeping bags to decorate the bunks. It also occurred to me that this idea is exactly like an idea that landed me on ESPN Radio when I was like 20 years old, like 20 years ago that Tony Kornheiser was doing, but it's a different twist and it's the same vibes, and that's okay. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Camp CNF is happening. We got to figure out how we're going to determine draft order. We could do something wacky, like 40 times, but that's a lot of work.
Oh, no.
Most importantly, though, what's the situation with the hard outs? What's going on tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. Devin's off tomorrow, so I'm going to be in the chair producing, and my body will be here, but my heart will be on the softball field with my team. We got a doubleheader tomorrow.
Did we ever get that audio from? We never played that audio from you guys doing the post game interview, did we?
No, we didn't. I don't think we did.
We need to bring that to the table tomorrow and hopefully update it with Matt Lack. These two guys did a great job.
He'll be there tomorrow.
He'll be there. These two guys did a great job post game with Rachel, who led the interview. You guys have heard on this program for the ESPN Radio softball team, brilliantly named the Hard Outs. That's all the show dishwashing we have to do. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Joe and Q is coming up next. This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. I will see you on the internet, kiddos.
Coming up, it's Carmen and Jurko. Happy Hump Day. We got a loaded show. Lots on the Bears in the NFL as minicamp continues. Mandatory minicamp with full participation. Ben Johnson talks about the O-line, talks about Cole Kmet. We'll play some of that in case you missed it late in the day yesterday. And Courtney Cronin will join us at about 2 o'clock. Cubs and Sox both win, Jurko. And PCA just keeps doing it, man.
And day 92 to the start of the NFL season.
You're right about that, my friend. That means another list. We also have Immaculate Carm, your chance to win. Oh, all the fun will ensue during the 1 o'clock hour. We'll see you coming up at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
They say you're supposed to wait like 1,000 or 1,200 plate appearances before you really know what a guy is. But man, oh man, I think we're getting close to knowing what PCA is. I think PCA can really play. He's not even at 700 plate appearances yet in his career. I mean, he's kind of knocking on the door. So it's not the biggest sample, but holy cow.
Have you seen the video of the changes he made with his batting stance?
I don't think I have,
From last year to this year?
No.
Less of a
leg kick? Yeah.
The left leg is loaded on. They load the left leg a little bit more. And
Yeah.
It's more of just a little stride.
The days of the big leg kick and the big load, sorry for that.
I mean, as far as
they're
like
kind of gone.
Right.
Too much velocity.
It's more of a slide than it is a leg kick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But they really have him loading his left leg this year compared to what it looked like last year.
Good look at you breaking down video of PCA.
I saw it
Baseball
on this
fan.
social media crap. That's
What do you
out
mean
in the
crap?
real world.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
good stuff.
Like I said.
That's what social media is good.
I saw it in the social media crap world that it is. Listen, when you sit there and you wallow in filth, okay, the smell stays with you, but every once in a while you find something good.
Something positive every once in a while, like PCA making some adjustments and, turning into one of the best, most well-rounded players in baseball.
It's out there.
The one concerning thing that might always give some people pause and wonder, like, is he going to be subject to prolonged slumps? Would be like the walk rate.
Bryant, that happened to Chris Bryant. No, I'm just saying in general, not something specific. You're going specific.
Yeah, I was going to go.
I'm just saying what happens to everybody. Schwarber's struggled. Chris Bryant has struggled.
Yeah,
everybody has struggled at some point in time after they've had some success early on, and then all of a sudden things aren't going 100% correct.
Yeah,
and they struggle, and then it's okay. How does he get himself out of the hole? How does he work himself out of the hole?
Yeah,
and that will happen to PCA at some point.
He's walking a little bit more here lately. He's got the on-base percentage up to about 320. He is second in a National League MVP odds right now behind Shohei. And we talked about this yesterday. Barring injury to Judge and Shohei, it seems very unlikely that anybody other than those two players,
like a runaway,
is going to win. Yeah, it's like a runaway train. They both are. I've never really seen anything like this. And most of the time we talk about voter fatigue and how it's real. And, voters have a tendency to be like, we've already been there, done that. There's no avoiding it with Judge and Shohei. They are that much on different planets than pretty much every other player in the game right now. I honestly don't know that I've ever seen anything quite like it. Maybe peak or Bonds, early 2000s, and that was to a large degree artificially enhanced. Not that I am going to rail against that, but that is the reality of the situation back then, and he was otherworldly for a long time, and maybe a few peak Trout years, but I don't remember anything like this. Aaron Judge is like minus 5,000 to win the MVP award in the American League. I've never seen anything like it. So they're in such a different class, but PCA is right there, breaking out as one of baseball's best players. Not one of baseball's best young player. Right now. And wherever it goes, to be determined, fine, I get it. We've played 60 games. But right now, Pico Armstrong in 2025 is one of baseball's best players.
Yes.
With the two aforementioned guys and with Bobby Witt and with Gunnar Henderson and with Fernando Tatis and a very small handful of other guys that you would deem positionally the 10 or 12 best players in the game. Right now, PCA is as good and as impactful as any of them. And I feel like we're a broken record because we've said it a lot in the first 2 months of the season. There's no way anybody anticipated that he'd have this kind of impact and that he'd be this good. And when he's on the bases, he's a menace. You heard on the Boog was out last night, but on the double is how many guys even on the planet can turn that ball into a double? Or how many guys like the game on Sunday can turn, when you're on first base, can turn a ball hit to the wall in left field into what was a relatively easy run score.
He waltzed across the plate.
He forced Washington's third baseman yesterday early in the game into a mistake. When he was on third base and Washington was conceding the run, he just sort of drifted off the bag enough and played a little bit of a game. And I don't know if that's more I think you tip your cap. Your cat? Don't tip your cat.
Don't tip your cat.
I think you tip your cap to PCA because that's headsy and instinctual, and he's doing what you've always been taught to do. And he forced the third baseman into a mistake. Probably more of a mistake on the third baseman we were talking about that play this morning on our text chain, and Waddle had said, what the hell's the third baseman doing? And he's right. The infield's back. You're conceding the run. What are you doing? Get the out at first base. He got neither. So I'm not sure what the third baseman's doing there, and something tells me Dave Martinez, when he got back to the dugout, was like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Is this like 13U baseball?
Have
or
a plan.
What are we doing? Yeah,
Have
but
a
like
plan.
PCA did just enough to mess with him, and they didn't get any outs in that situation. And sometimes just guys have a tendency to do that. The speed guys, the guys who are heads-up players, the guys who understand the little nuance of the game, and like they're pests. And that's what he is in a sense. He's a frustrating pest to the opposing team, and he is so much fun to watch. Pete Crow Armstrong is now the fourth fastest player in history, Yerk, to reach 15 home runs and 20 stolen bases. He's actually at 21. He swiped 2 bags last night. I think he's tied Luis Robert Jr. for the most steals in the big leagues now. He is the fourth fastest player in history to reach those marks. He did it in 60 games. Eric the Red did it in 40 games in 87. That's incredible when you think about it.
Eric
Right?
Davis?
Yeah, Eric Davis did it in 40 games, Yerk. Ken Williams, not that Ken Williams.
No.
A different Ken Williams
Different
from
Kenny
the 20s.
Williams,
Yeah. Ken Williams
Long
did it
time ago.
a long time ago. Did it 100 years ago. Did it in 54 games in 1922. And Bobby Bonds, not Barry, but Bobby, Pappy, did it in 59 games in 73. So he's the fourth fastest to ever hit those marks. He also hit a double last night, so now he has 15 doubles. And I'll give you one more stat. PCA and Bobby Bonds in that 73 season are the only two players in Major League history to have 15 or more home runs, 15 or more doubles, and 20 or more stolen bases in a team's first 60 games. And I'll say that again. There are two guys in the history of this sport that have ever hit those 3 marks. 15 or more doubles, 15 or more home runs, 20 or more stolen bases. 2 guys ever in a team's first 2 months. And it's Bobby Bonds in 73 and PCA this year. So he is a unique combination, man. And this one's going to go down what looks to be as an all-timer for the Cubs. And what can you say? Sometimes, like those deals, you look back, Mets were kind of going for it. They took a chance on Javi Baez, and the rest is history.
They offered him a long-term deal last year, didn't they? PCA?
They did. They offered him like $75 million. Maybe even, was that this year? That might have been this year.
$75 million over 7 years,
Something
was
like
it?
that, yeah.
7 years, $70 million, I think. I wonder, and he's not arbitration eligible, right?
No,
He's
not for a couple more years.
Whatever contract he has, ultimately, I mean, if he plays this well.
He's not ARB eligible until after next year.
Yeah, so, okay. So I'm wondering if he plays as well as he is, will the 7-year salary of what he might have agreed to and what actually ends up happening over the next 7 years, which one would be greater? Because if he gets arbitration eligible and they go for one number or another number,
right,
it's hard for the Cubs to argue their case,
yeah.
isn't it not?
It's going to be very hard.
They could pretty much take a number that they know they can get and plan it there.
Right.
And I think the sum of all 7 years will be much greater than $70 million. So if they come back to him and they make that offer and they say, hey, but I mean, would they want to buy 1 year of free agency, which you'd never want to do?
No.
You'd never let that happen.
No. I don't know what the number even would begin to look like now.
Well,
and it's probably not even something they can have a conversation about. They're going to focus, I would think, on Tucker if they can get it done.
Well, no. I mean, and the Cubs have done what they've done forever. They've said that, listen, you'll get to it. We'll get to your contract when we get to your contract.
Yeah.
You know, you won't take advantage of the fact that the Cubs might give you a contract now.
So you have seen, like to your point here, you have seen this growing trend in baseball in the last half decade or so. The White Sox did it with a few guys. None of it really worked out to their benefit. But other teams have done it, Yerk. Like Jackson Churio signed his deal in Milwaukee, right?
Right.
They extended him. Jackson Merrill. By the way, you got to be named Jackson.
Sounds like
Jackson Holiday, Jackson Merrill,
Jackson
Brown.
Churio,
Jackson Brown.
Jackson Brown, great
Jackson
producer.
Merrill signed his deal in San Diego. You know, Bobby Witt, a couple years ago, they gave him that. They realized, all right, he's a stud. Flat out stud. They were right. We're going to pay him. Kansas City even. My God. Gave whatever that, I don't even remember what it was off the top of my head, 270, whatever it was, 270 million, something like that for Bobby Witt.
Bobby Witt.
So you have seen teams around the league do this with their young guys. And, you know, to what degree is that a priority for the Cubs? And what would it, like next time we talk to Jesse, we were talking about the Jed Hoyer stuff and if he's going to get a contract extension midseason. Not that PCA is getting it midseason, but like when does PCA get, teed up to get a deal done? And can the Cubs find some sort of common ground between he and his representatives at this point where they could lock him in so they don't have to deal with arbitration a year from now or a year and a half from now and things like that, and just say, hey, we want to make you a centerpiece, especially if they lose Kyle Tucker. Like, what does that look like? What do those conversations look like if they want to go to PCA and say, all right, let's talk. How do we do this? Can we get a Witt, Churio, Merrill deal done? We want to make you the centerpiece because he's looking like a guy who could be a centerpiece. Now, you never know. Like Jurko said, you never know in any sport what happens when a guy gets hurt. What happens if a leg injury happens and the speed's not quite the same and the center field play's not quite the same. Like, it happens all the time, right? As guys get older and it happens all the time. But at some point, you got to you bite the proverbial bullet and you say, like, there's too much talent here and he's exciting and he's marketable and we want to make you the centerpiece. And how do we get a deal like that done? Because he's got it all. He plays the premium position and he plays it extremely well and he's got the speed and he's got all this power, as we've talked about. He's got 33 extra base hits already. It's not even mid-June. You're looking at a player with 33 extra base hits, all the home runs. So he does it all. If you were going to nitpick one thing, it'd be a lower walk rate and say the truly elite guys and the really elite impactful offensive players get on base more and understand what is a good pitch and what is not a good pitch and how to draw their walks. I don't know that he'll ever profile quite that way, but this is just amazing stuff, and there's a lot of bat-to-ball stuff and a lot of zone coverage stuff that is very impressive, in and out of the zone for that matter. Maybe it's what Jurko talked about, the slight changes he made in the offseason to some of the mechanical things at the plate, and holy cow, is it work. But he's one of baseball's best stories. Easily. And the Cubs win again. I mean, that's the other thing. We're like singling out one guy.
Yep, but they win again.
Michael Busch had another big game, Jurk.
Yeah.
And Dansby Swanson's doing all the right things and hitting the ball in the outfield and getting set. They're doing it all. Oh, you need a run right. And you got a guy at third and there's less than 2 outs. We're going to hit the ball in the air. Oh, there's 2 outs and the bases are loaded. You see the Nico Horner at bat late in the game? I'm going to hit it the other way into the hole between first and second. I'm going to get a couple of runs in. On a pitch down and away. They're doing all those. They're doing all those little things.
I happened to catch their hot inning too. I caught the 5th inning.
Yeah.
I was at one of the local pubs.
Okay.
Watching them play.
That was the big inning, right? That was the one where I think Horner had that hit too.
Yes.
They're doing all these little things to just score runs and to be a dynamic offense. Home runs, sac flies, at first to third. They're really good. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, they're really good. The Cubs are first in runs per game.
It wasn't that long ago. They were 5 games over 500.
And what are they now? They've really capitalized on the schedule.
16 games over 500. They're 38-22, Carm.
Yeah, God, unbelievable. They're first in runs per game again. They're going to kind of ping pong back and forth with the Dodgers and the Yankees. They're first in that stat now. More importantly, just big picture, 5th in home runs, 3rd in doubles, 3rd in walks, 3rd in stolen bases, 3rd in OPS. You got an offense that is doing just about everything
They're doing
right.
a bang-up job, Carm.
Yeah.
That's what I like to say.
So
they're doing
really
a bang-up job.
They're really good. And, by the way, the White Sox snapped an 11-game home losing streak to the Tigers. They finally beat the Tigers.
It's a great thing. 8-1.
8-1.
Right? They put a little pounding on
Shane
him.
Smith, man, I tell you. There's a guy that throws they might have they could have found a real diamond in the rough here. If a Rule 5 pick, the one thing the White Sox have been good at that we'll always give them credit for. Because they're not good at much in terms of baseball ops. And they haven't been. I hope with this new mindset and some of these new people that it starts to change for the better.
Can you explain to the kids Rule 5 pick?
It's when a guy can't be kept on a 40-man anymore.
Right.
So they have to go back into...
It becomes available.
Yeah.
And
when he hasn't been placed on the 40-man, I should say.
The order is from worst teams to the best teams.
Yes.
There's no rules. Once you take a guy in Rule 5, do you go to the back of the list? That's what I want to... if you took that guy in a Rule 5, everybody passed on him. came to you, you claimed him, he became your property, you put him on your 40-man.
And you have to put him on your 40-man.
Do you go to the back of the list because you took him? Do you go?
That's
then
a good
go
question,
Yurko.
Yurko. I don't know. I asked Jesse that, and I see. Now, why don't you ask Jesse that when he comes on?
I was going to ask that to AJ Hinch, but I thought it was maybe off topic a little bit, you know?
Just a little bit.
I thought it would have been off topic.
Just a little bit.
But he's a baseball man, AJ Hinch. AJ Hinch.
But it's a great question.
That.
But like Shane Smith, this is what the White Sox have done well, and maybe this is a Bannister, Ethan Katz thing that's working in their favor right now. They've done it with a couple guys here on the roster right now that have been from Rule 5.
I'm going to ask Jesse. He's not on the list.
Shane Smith, well, we had him yesterday. Shane Smith he walks too many guys, and if they can fix that, there might be something there. And he's, like in the top 6 or 7 right now in the odds for American League Rookie of the Year. I mean, he's been good, and he was very good yesterday against a very good team. So that was nice to see. 312-332-3776. Cubs, Sox, if you want to talk baseball a little bit here with us, you can. Got some calls rolling in. We'll grab you guys in just a minute here. Want to recap and react to a few of the things from the end of the day yesterday after the Bears wrapped up practice. Play some Ben Johnson stuff and some Cole Kmet sound. It was the first time Cole's had a chance to talk since the Bears drafted Colston Loveland in late April. Also, they are back on the practice field here, I want to say in about the next 15 minutes. And a little bit later on to recap day 2 of mandatory minicamp. We'll go up live to Hallis and talk to Courtney Cronin. We got Immaculate Carmen hour from now. We got Stanley Cup final starting tonight, NBA final tomorrow, crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie later on. Loaded afternoon today. Join us if you like at 312-332-ESPN. The PCA conversation, just how awesome he's been, and at what point do the Cubs think about how do we get something done here where we guarantee locking him up and having him the cornerstone of our franchise for years to come, especially if you think they're going to be losing Kyle Tucker in the offseason. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Nice bounce back 8-1 win by the Sox Tuesday night over Detroit. Shane Smith worked into the 6th without allowing a run, and Michael A. Taylor had his best game with the White Sox, hitting a home run and knocking in 4. Tonight, the Sox try to start a winning streak. It's Game 3 of the 4-game set at 6:40. Join us this Saturday, June 7th. The Sox host the Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with Jack McDowell autograph signings, food and drinks, sneak peek of new offerings, entertainment, and more. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl. This has been your White Sox Minute.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I lost my hair in my 20s. I tried everything. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. I know you have many choices, but go where all the doctors go for hair restoration, where experience and expertise matters, not just the bottom line. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hope everyone's having a great day. Band's all back together. Bleck's back from a 40th birthday celebration down in New Orleans. Happy belated to Chris, who turned 40 over the weekend. 40. Jeez.
Old.
What in the hell? What is time? Where? I mean,
yeah.
Bleck is 40.
Old if I'm old, what does it make you guys?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think Chris is 40. That's it.
I know where I'm at, boys.
Oh, my God. Jurko, we're going to be celebrating Jurko's 60th in a couple of years.
3 years to be exact.
Oh,
well, 2.5.
2.5.
2 and change.
Not even 2 and change.
You're
2 and 2 months.
Celebrate.
Yes.
That's one of those where you go, when you're 60, you just go to be alone.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Oh,
you don't
my
celebrate
God.
60.
Everybody back together.
You're one more hole done on the back nine of life. That's what you are right there, kid.
That's true. It's Carmen and Jurk, Bleck and $1 here. We'll crosstalk at 2:35. Waddle and Sylvie get you home, and then a 6 o'clock pregame again. Game 3 of the 4-game set between the White Sox and the Tigers on the south side, right here in your home for White Sox baseball. Danny is in Schaumburg on ESPN 1000. What up, Daniel?
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. I've been meaning to call. You know, I've been hearing the love every day with the guy in the morning, the guy in the afternoon. Now we got Carmen, Cub fan. I'm very happy with where the Cubs are at. But let's face it, this team, and I heard Jurko bring this up last week, this team is severely flawed. This team gets in a playoff series, what pitching staff are they rolling out against the Dodgers, against Philly? They're going to get run out quicker than Bonnie Blue at a friendly in Manchester, if you know what I mean.
Again, I mean, now you're stealing Jurko's lines now, Danny.
I love it,
Bonnie
Danny.
Blue. All right, yeah, are they? Yeah, because the pitching, that's the concern.
We've also talked about there's a way to address that.
Yes, there is.
And you can address that before July 31st.
You could go get Alcantara. You could go. What if Merrill Kelly becomes available? What if the Red Sox are out of it and they only signed Walker Buehler to a 1-year deal, I think, right? And they say, we'll trade you Walker Buehler. I mean, there are possibilities.
There's also, you've got to build in a little bit that some guys might get better. Some guys might get better.
Shota comes back, and if Shota stays healthy, that helps.
When you're playing well, Carm, sometimes guys play better than they actually are.
Yeah.
My perfect point to you is Cliff Polite.
Oh, boy.
That year they won the World Series, Cliff Polite was untouchable.
Yes, he was.
Untouchable. A year not like any others that he's ever had.
Right.
He was untouchable. He came back down to earth after that. But you don't know. One of those guys in this bullpen right now might, catch the mojo that's happening over there and might have one of those years that's better than anything he's ever done before. So you've got to account for a little bit of that also.
And to Danny's point, maybe a little bit here, and I think the Cubs are excellent. I get where he's coming from. Like, if you look at, if we can project what the playoff teams are going to be, are the Cubs that team that as opposed to all the others, don't really feature a true ace, especially with Justin Steele being out. You know, the Yankees have one. Detroit has one. Detroit's got maybe the best pitcher in the game. Houston has a front-of-the-rotation guy. Seattle has one, a couple potentially. Philly has one. The Dodgers, listen, the Dodgers do everything well, and they might not even really need one. I'm trying to think if the Mets, maybe Cody Saña would fit the bill for the Mets. Anybody outside of Yamamoto like totally intimidates you in that Dodger staff? I don't think so. But they're just freakish the way they do things because they're better than everybody else, basically. They do baseball better than everybody else, as I said last year a lot and through the postseason. They just do. I mean, they won the World Series piece in a rotation together last year. It's like, how the hell do you do that? They did it. So, you know, I don't think there's anybody overly intimidating other than maybe Yamamoto in that Dodger rotation. But, you know, the other teams kind of have one of those frontline guys. I don't know if the Cubs do. It's not impossible, though. The Dodgers proved that last year. It is not impossible. Everybody would love to have Skubal, right? Everybody would love to have Paul Skeens. He ain't going to the playoffs, but everybody would love to have him. Boy, last night you see him 1 run over 8, and they lost again.
I did not see that.
The Pirates stink.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Tim's on the south side. What's up, Timmy?
You know, you can't take anything Jurko says about baseball because he hates baseball. So he's going to be negative so he could talk more football. The Cubs have one of the best offenses like the Dodgers had last year, and their starting pitching, 2/3 of their starting rotation has been out for almost the whole month of May. So what you're trying to say is the Cubs could win with their offense, starting pitching the way the Dodgers did last year, Jurko, and I'm sorry it's going to interfere with your Bear crap, but the Cubs are a very good team. They're going to be in the playoffs whether you like it or not,
Did he
Jurko,
say that they weren't, though?
cement head. We're going to listen to Bear crap for 24 hours a day on AM 1000. And Jurko, don't worry. It'll be all Bears. Don't worry. But in the meantime, the Cubs have one of the best teams. Not just P.C. Armstrong. Look at what Suzuki's doing. Look at what Michael Bush is doing. Dansby Swanson is a Gold Glove shortstop. They have 2 of the best catchers in the game with more home runs than any other tandem in baseball. Everything you say about the Cubs is positive. And their starting rotation.
Oh, I can't listen to Tim.
Let him go.
I mean, I can't do it.
Let him go.
Come on, you're not even getting a word in edgewise. I don't know that Jurko said anything different.
I don't need to get in a word edgewise. I'll let Tim go ahead and
it's
just
a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, we don't hang up on callers.
Listen, we don't do that.
But there's never going to stop, though,
that's
guys.
fine.
I mean, what are we doing? He's not making any sense. Jurko didn't say anything negative.
The clock had 2 minutes left on it.
That's right. I mean, what are you doing? Now you're going to make me talk baseball. I mean, what the hell's going on? The point is, you hear what you want to hear sometimes.
I guess. But I don't know. All right.
All we talk about, when you talk about a baseball team, the way they're playing, is you talk about concerns that you might have as you move forward. Unfortunately, that's what you have to address. It's not always seashells and balloons. And guess what? When the Cubs win, we talk Cubs.
Of course.
We talk baseball. When the local teams are playing well, we are going to talk baseball. Now, we talked about legitimate concerns.
I try to talk baseball every day.
Carm, the legitimate concerns are the injuries at the pitching and the depth of the bullpen. Those are real.
Although I tell you that.
And they're legitimate.
Yeah.
And when I brought up the fact that guys might pitch a little bit better than they ever have, it's because they got somebody stepping up right now that might be able to answer some questions for you.
They've kind of figured out some of the bullpen problems.
I can sit and speak positively about the Chicago Cubs, and when it comes out of my mouth, Tim's going to hear it as negativity. So that's why you let people spew, you let them talk, you let them offer your opinion, and slowly but surely you just get in here, and then you slowly dismantle what their argument is. So that's why I don't get concerned. And yes, I am a Bears fan, and yes, I am a football fan. And you're right, September 4th, when the NFL starts, 92 days from now, the Cubs will probably still be a story.
Yes, I would think they will be.
Okay, now to think that they wouldn't be would have you believing there might be an epic collapse for the Chicago Cubs, and I don't see it.
No.
The most important thing they had that needed to be done this year was get off to a good start because the schedule early on was tough. Now, because I won money, because I predicted the Cubs were going to go 0-2 in Japan, don't blame me for making money. I'm going to lose the wager that I made with Kap on total victories.
Yeah, you're going to lose that.
All right, so why 1-1? I got to give it back at the end of the year.
Yeah.
It's okay. Money I've got. Happiness is what I'm looking for. Tim, I would ask you simply maybe have some tea, a little bit of honey in it, and settle down just a little bit. There's going to be plenty of baseball talk on the air here.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of, even if at this rate, like Jurko said, even when football starts, because the Cubs will be a story. Baseball should listen to my idea, too. You should be playing your playoffs in September. You just should. You got to get away from the NFL. All these leagues do. All these leagues are trying it. You know, they'll never do it because of lost revenue, but
you're not getting away from them if you're playing in September.
Well, but Jurk, what I'm saying is if you're playing your playoffs in September in the first month of the football season, that's probably your best bet.
And from the sound of it,
do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like if you're playing your most important baseball in football's first month,
I get you.
I think you capitalize a little bit more. You got to get away from competing with the NFL. Nobody can do it. Did you see the story? Baseball viewership, how much it's up this year? Tremendously. It's tremendous, Jurko. They've never seen ratings like this.
Who's that? Who is that?
It's tremendous.
By the way, Tim sounded like a Bear fan, doesn't he?
I think Tim is a Bears fan.
That's my point. He sounded like a legitimate 100% Bear fan.
But he loves the Cubs. I get that Tim loves the Cubs, and he hates the Sox. I understand that.
I think I've been in Wrigley more than Tim's been.
Well, I don't know about that.
I've been there 3 times this year.
Viewership in the baseball was just bragging about it through its first 2 months here. Viewership in Japan and in the States is up a great deal. And don't tell me people don't like baseball because they do. And especially once the finals end here coming up.
How are the numbers in Germany?
I don't think the numbers in Germany are very good. I don't think so.
I'm just asking. How about South Korea?
I would think they're good.
A lot of baseball fans in South Korea.
Yes, through Asia, I would think that they're very good.
The Pacific Rim?
Through the Pacific Rim. Do we still call it the Pacific Rim?
I believe they do.
I guess we can.
Why wouldn't they call it the Pacific Rim?
I don't know. I call it Asia.
Has it changed?
The Pacific Theater?
Has it changed?
No, the Pacific Rim. I think it's tremendous across most of the Asian countries.
I don't think they're big in Myanmar. I don't think they're big there.
No, probably not in Myanmar. No.
Yeah.
Where? It'll always be Burma to me,
Did you just try to correct me right there?
No, Myanmar. But it'll always be Burma to me.
Thank you.
It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tonight, 6 to 8. You can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tonight. And please enjoy responsibly.
All right, this summer, Bub City's bringing the heat and the brunch. So get down to Bub for the brand new brunch menu every weekend. Your favorite classic brunch staples, plus the new golden fluffy pancake and the breakfast tostadas. So good. Check out the whiskey of the month. It is Vermont Spirit's number 14 American Bourbon, featured in a delicious maple old fashioned, and they make incredible cocktails at Bub City. Reserve your spot now at bub-city.com.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text DIG to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text DIG to 42424. That's DIG to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
And one other note on that Cubs bullpen here. Have they kind of figured some things out? Maybe you got Palencia, who's been relatively reliable closing things out. They got another inning in a good spot last night for Ryan Presley, and he has responded since the blow-up a month ago. So the blow-up against the Giants happened on May 6th here. So it's been about a month. He has 10 appearances since. And again, they've strategically found some good spots for him, maybe just to get his confidence back on whatever it is. But 10 appearances, 9 innings, no runs, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. So the ERA after that disaster a month ago ballooned to 7.70. He's got it back down to 4.5 in his last 10 outings, again, which has covered 9 innings. So I think it's 8 hits, 8 strikeouts, 3 walks, no runs over those 9. So getting a little bit more out of Presley, especially after that blow-up. So the bullpen's been much better. They've just done a good job of piecing this thing together to this point, and they've held that rotation in check, even with the injuries that it has sustained. So, and like you said, now they're all the way up to 16 games above 500, and they have absolutely capitalized on what has been a more favorable schedule, and that is perfectly acceptable because they had a brutal schedule to start.
Yes, they
did.
And
they still got off to a decent start.
Yes, they did.
Or a very good start this year. So you take that and you run.
That's positive, Tim.
Yep. That's a positive.
Yeah.
Yes, Jurko.
Yeah.
We got a list coming up in about 25 minutes. And also during the 1 o'clock hour, we'll have the lunch rush and Immaculate Carm. Got a good one today. Jurko gave me a great idea. I said, I wish you would have told me this morning. Jurko said his first guest was going to be Secretariat. I said, that's really good because the Belmont is this weekend. It is not Secretariat. So if you were thinking that, you can scratch it off the list. Eduardo on the north side. What's up, buddy?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
We're great.
The Crow guy, I don't think he's gonna sit back and wait for the biggest contract because I read that both of his parents are actors or actresses or whatever, so he's not hurting for money.
Did you call him the Crow guy?
The Crow guy.
I think that's a good nickname to him, the Crow.
Not
I think it sounds pretty cool. But anyway, the other thing is, man, this Touchman guy that the White Sox got, I think they got him from the Cubs. He's hitting the cover off the ball too.
Yeah.
Where are they getting all these guys from?
You're talking about how Talkman's done well with the White Sox? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I think he was doing pretty good with the Cubs. I don't know why he let him go. Maybe it was because of injury or whatever.
Guys like that, you can. The guys like that are journeymen mostly, and I think for a reason. In a small sample, he's done okay with the Cubs. It's Talkman, by the way.
Talkman, okay.
Yes.
He's the best player on the Sox, I believe, right now?
Miguel Vargas is probably their best player.
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
not
it's gonna be
saying
great.
a whole heck of a lot, but
Exactly.
that's a different conversation for a different day. Thanks, Eddie. Did he call
Eddie's
him?
the best.
Eddie's the best. I think he called him Touchman.
Yeah,
He did.
Touchman. I think he did that intentionally. He was messing with you, Carm.
No, I don't think he did.
Touchman.
Mike Talkman is a Chicago guy. It's nice. He gets to play for both his hometown teams.
I've met Eddie in person.
I've met Eddie in person, too.
That's not a bit.
It's not a bit.
He's
it's
not
exactly as you'd
he's-
expect.
Yeah, he's not messing with anybody, Yerk. Like that's Eddie, and I mean that in the nicest way.
Absolutely.
I've met Eddie.
Super nice guy.
Yes,
But
super
like,
nice.
That's not a bit. That's just Eddie, man.
Touchman. I love it. Let's add Roy in Minneapolis. What's up, Roy?
Hey, boys. Happy Wednesday. Love that you're talking about the Cubs. And Jurko, I don't know what that guy's deal was, but I think you're great. Don't ever change.
Yeah, I'm very positive.
No, I know you are, and I love hearing, listening to you guys every day. So here's the thing with the Cubbies this year, and I'm a diehard, guys. Like my dog's name is Wrigley. And I live in Minneapolis, and I'm obsessed with this team, and mainly because we have everybody contributing 1 through 9, and it's just a perfect machine that's working right now. And you're not relying on one or two guys like Happ and Bellinger last year. Like, everyone makes each other better, and that's a little corny, but that's the truth of this team. And I want to talk about peak really quick. The thing you were talking about earlier, Carmen, about Shohei running away with the MVP.
Yeah.
I think the award should really be about the impact the player makes on the field. And right now, Shohei is only impacting offense, and also on the base paths. PCA's defense is otherworldly. His base running is unbelievable. I mean, that play at third base yesterday where he just baited the third baseman not to throw the ball to first base. I mean, the players don't know how to react to him. And if he keeps this up, I mean, he should be in that conversation for MVP. And it's unbelievable. He's 23. I'm literally on MLB Shop right now. I'm going to buy his jersey. I mean, and he's here to stay. And like just the way the kid talks about his baseball. I mean, he's a bright kid, and he doesn't care about the awards. He cares about winning, and that is mainly why I love this guy.
Get the baby blue one.
It's just so much fun.
Yeah,
Get the
baby blue one.
I
It is
like the
pretty
baby
good.
blue one.
Roy,
That's
thanks,
nice.
buddy. We appreciate it.
Another positive thing said about the Cubs.
Yes.
Baby
The
blue
baby
uniforms are nice.
I think they're pretty cool.
That's
They're like-
positive, right?
Yeah. Do you mean like just the regular baby blue or like the City
one
Connect
they have,
ones?
the City Connect. Yeah, the City Connect ones. Yeah,
Some people don't like the logo. I love the color.
I like the logo.
I don't think it's a bad looking jersey either.
Yeah, you got to change it up a little sometimes.
I've said this a lot. I am a sucker for baby blue in baseball uniforms. I don't know why. When the Phillies do it, or the Blue Jays, the Cubs. Who else has a baby blue, Yerk? I'm missing. Oh, so like old school Cardinals from like when we were young. You know, like if they'll do a throwback with the baby blue. I don't know what it is, but like in a hockey uniform, I don't think that looks good. In a football uniform, maybe the Chargers, like those aren't
weird.
baby blues. That's like a powder blue.
I just watched the Tennessee women's softball team play in the College World Series. They had the baby blues.
Baby blues. Awesome.
Lady Vols. They had the baby blues on with that then orange Tennessee.
With the
color
orange
in it.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
And we were watching it
I
the
thought
other
that was
day.
great. Yeah, I thought
and
they
it
were
was
great.
awesome.
Yeah.
They had the orange visors and the baby blue, and I'm like, wow, that looks sharp.
It did. Shockingly enough, I wouldn't think they go together, but they did.
Only baseball, though.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like the White Sox at one point had those way back in the day.
The Chargers look great in the baby blues, too.
I was going to say, is that a powder blue or baby blue? That's a baby blue, too?
Either way.
The Chargers do look good.
I think it's powder baby blue.
The Chargers do look good in those blues.
Yes, they do.
I feel like in hockey and in basketball, it doesn't work nearly as well.
Yeah, no.
But for some reason, like those baseball baby blues just look, I don't know what it is.
I like them.
They look incredible. It's a weird thing. Victor in Downers real quick wants to talk about yesterday's list. So might as well let Victor speak because we have a new list in about 20 minutes. Go ahead, Victor.
Hey, Carm. I watched Lilo and Stitch with my kid the other day, and he wants to listen to the soundtrack nonstop. There's a lot of Elvis in there. I was curious what you thought about him as a pop star. Is he the OG pop star, or is he?
Oh boy,
Or is he
Elvis.
Paul?
Yeah, that's that's a good one, Victor. I don't even think Elvis's name came up yesterday.
No, because we didn't do our favorite thieves.
Don't you blame the producer more than Elvis or the promoter? Who is that?
He's white.
What did Elvis steal besides music?
That.
Okay. So that's what you're blaming him for?
He's white.
That's great. I don't know where you put Elvis. I'm not sure. Is that rock and roll? I mean, they say he was one of the originators of it, but I get there's some rock and roll aspects to it. More like blues. That's when like the blues started evolving.
Oh, you're going to break it down now.
Into rock and roll.
Let's break it down, yeah.
Didn't it, Yerk? I kept thinking yesterday, I've liked all of these lists. They've been fun, and I couldn't get out of my head.
Have you seen the new Sabrina video?
No.
Like the little teaser. She's got a song coming out tonight.
I heard.
She's got a teaser video.
No.
You should look at it.
Yeah, better be careful.
You should look at it.
Right.
You can look at it on a company device.
I can look at it on my phone.
Yeah, still. You can look at it on our Wi-Fi.
Sabrina.
Yeah, she's got a new song coming out tonight.
Maybe
we'll have you read the.
Should we read the
what's
lyrics?
it called? Well, we don't have the song. We'll read it tomorrow or Friday.
Is it called Me, You, and Bonnie Blue?
It's not called that. It's called Man Something.
Man Something. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
hold on.
Is it Man Eater?
Man Child.
Oh, Man Child.
Oh boy. I mean, this.
It's all the same.
That's Hall & Oates, Man Eater.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Good stuff.
I'm gonna start the campaign to ban her in schools. Can't let these.
What are you, narc?
I'm kidding.
There's boys in schools too. Come on, man.
Oh, Sabrina.
Carm the narc.
Only when it pertains
It's
to my
no worse than
11-year-old
anything that's ever happened before.
How dare you?
It's no worse than anything that
I
happened
don't know.
before.
She's pretty risque.
I remember when everybody was up in arms with Madonna. Oh,
I know.
my God.
And I loved it.
No, I disagree with you. Britney Spears, let's see. Her lyrics weren't as dirty, but what she wore was worse than what Sabrina wears.
So? Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Same with Christina Aguilera.
Yeah, Christina. Or like Shakira. I feel like
we didn't mention Shakira yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I thought about it,
Yeah.
Adam. I thought about Shakira for a minute.
Now, the lyrics are dirty, but she seems to add an element of class. Right, Yerk? An element of class to the event.
That's brilliant. 312-332.
A hint of class.
3776. Courtney Cronin with an update post-practice live at Hallis at 2 as the Bears have their OTA going on this week again. It's mandatory minicamp this week, and they have full participation, which is great. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, Carm, are you throwing fire or just the soft stuff?
Gas.
Yeah, let's hope so, Carm. Not that 55-mile-an-hour Eufus pitch that you're famous for. Both of them. That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most, not even going past the speed limit. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so there's no swallowing pills. It's all done online, fellas. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in the pharmacy lines where they go, "Hey, Mr. Yurkovich, your beep-beep pills are ready." You don't want to have that, do you? Of course not. It ships right to your door in discreet packaging. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. It's all made right here in the U.S. of A. because Blue Chew ships direct. It's also less expensive than the pharmacy. Whether you're a north, south, or south side, or east side, or northeast side, or southeast side, or wherever you're at, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Here's the winning play. Your first month's free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, pay only $5 for shipping. So when it's the moment to deliver, Carm, chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Feel the boom.
The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through 15th. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com.
Feel the boom
on Father's Day weekend.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlog projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Carmen and Yerk, we have a list coming up just after 1. Courtney Cronin at 2. Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie at 2:35. Bears have their mandatory minicamp this week. They've got full participation. And yesterday, Ben Johnson met the media and continued to talk about what's happening over at left tackle, especially with Braxton Jones coming back from off-season surgery. And I think Ozzie Trapillo has, I think they're giving him every opportunity to win this job. It sure feels that way. Now, will he actually win it and take it? We'll find out. But this was Johnson summing up Trapillo and Karan Amagaji and where they are in the offseason program so far and how things have gone through this point of the OTAs.
Yeah, it's an ongoing process. Hard to jump to any conclusions just yet, especially at that position where you really can't be judged until you got pads on. And so both guys are taking turns and they're making the most of their opportunities. I think the head's still spinning for almost everybody on offense, but certainly in the O-line room. We got a lot of new things we're throwing at them. Coach Roshar and Coach Devan and Coach Cable, they're doing fantastic jobs, coached them up, and they're on them constantly throughout practice. So the cool thing to see is Ozzie for a guy that's a young player. He's really polished in terms of the mental aspect of the game. We're looking to key up some things, quicken up his steps, his identification process, and Karan's done a nice job just for the little bit that we had him as well, just the growth prospects. So far, so good.
So when they don't have the pads on, maybe the best thing to take away from that, if you think they found something special in Ozzie Trapillo, is Ben Johnson signaling out just where he is mentally for such a young player. That sounds encouraging. How about this bite on Cole Kmet? You know, we didn't really get to react to this yesterday because it happened late in the show. We played Ben Johnson as we were getting ready for crosstalk. But this doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement for Cole Kmet in terms of what they expect out of Cole on the field, I guess is what I'm saying, or what they think of Cole as a player. This was Ben Johnson talking about Cole Kmet yesterday.
It's a high intelligence factor. It's clear from the get-go. He's a pro. Takes his work seriously, positive energy, great teammate. You could tell instantly when he was around the other offensive players, the rest of the team, there's an instant respect level. I believe he's been here the longest out of anybody on the roster right now, and you can tell that they respect him for that. There's a lot to be said there. He's done things the right way for a long time, and so it's been great, not just him learning the offense, but helping others in the process as well.
Like nice things to say about a player and his mindset, but nothing there.
I didn't hear highly skilled, great hands.
That's what I was going to say.
Real vertical threat.
None of that. You heard nothing about when they talk about Colston Loveland, they're fawning over the physical ability and the things that they can do with him in the offense and the X's and O's. You didn't hear any of that. So I don't know what that means for Cole Kmet's long-term future here. I do think he'll be on the field a fair amount.
And I think he plays his contract out. I don't think that's much of an issue.
How many years does Cole have left?
Oh, God. I think probably two years, on his deal, I believe. I mean, you'll have to go ahead and take a look at that for me.
I will have to look at that.
But, yeah, this year, next year, I don't think he ever gets another contract extension here.
No. It wouldn't seem like it. Not if Loveland is the player they think he's going to be. Right?
That's fine. You want young tight ends. If you're going to have to pay Loveland, you want young tight ends.
It was a 4-year deal, so I think you're right. I think
it's a 4-year deal, second-round pick.
Yeah. So it
ends in, 26 or 27?
It ends after 27.
Yeah. So this is the second year of the contract.
Potential out 2026, though, when you look at it here, because the dead
cap number, Carm?
Yeah, the dead number drops next year down to 3.2, and the year after that it drops down to 1.6.
Which is fine. You got him, and then if you want to release him, you can release him.
Yep.
If you want him to play on, you can let him play on. I mean, you don't know what his role is going to be with this team. It might be an integral role.
Here was Kmet talking about sort of having a mentor role at this point.
Well, I don't know if I've been asked to mentor per se, but I still got things that I got to work on and I got to achieve. I think when I was a rookie, we had Jimmy here, and Jimmy was, I think Jimmy was 32 or 33 at the time, and I don't know if I should say this publicly, but he probably wouldn't have said it then, but probably on the back end of his career at that point, and I don't necessarily feel like I'm at that stage of my career yet, so maybe a little different in that regard. But that being said, getting to know Colston's been great so far, and I want to give him as much knowledge as I can, and give him all the things that I've learned, and get him up to pace as soon and as quickly as possible, so that he can go out there and be the best football player that he can be this year and going forward. And so I'm excited about that, and it's been awesome to get to know him here these past few weeks since he's been drafted, and I think he's going to fit just fine in our room and in the offense as well.
There's Cole Kmet meeting the media yesterday. Courtney Cronin will join us a little over an hour from now to recap day 2 of mandatory minicamp. 312-332-ESPN is the number for Carmen and Jurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Almost time for a list. 92 days and counting to the start of the NFL season. We also have the lunch rush and Immaculate Carmen this hour. Start of the Stanley Cup Final tonight, a rematch of last season. I think it goes the other way this time. I think Edmonton wins. I think Connor McDavid gets his first. And then the NBA Finals start tomorrow. Jurko's got his pen. He's got his paper. And he looks like he's ready to rock.
We got to put a camera in here to catch the thieves.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know it's thievery. I mean, I think people take a pen and sometimes they forget and they just walk out with it.
Thieves.
I have a whole box of those pens that Randy in Seattle sent us. I can bring them back.
I have a box now because the rest of them have been stolen.
He's on like 100. There's like 70
Yeah,
left.
but the rest of them have been stolen from in here.
I don't think you can really. Do you ever really steal a pen? I mean,
I think you do. If you take a pen that's not yours, then yeah, I'd call that thievery. Yes.
Do they fall under the desk?
I have no idea, Carmen. I've got one in my hand right now.
Maybe people didn't throw things around the
That's
stadium.
what I always say, that these guys are throwing stuff around and they wonder why things get lost. Well, don't throw things around the studio.
Why don't we just focus on the thievery? Okay? I mean, what am I going to look under there and there's going to be 30 pens from Randy in Seattle under
Probably
the
Mike's
desk?
socks.
I mean, jeez.
Cap. I don't see the pen, but I see the cap.
What's he doing hiding under there? What's Cap doing under there?
Not KAP. I see a cap.
Let's get to the list, brother.
All right, let's do it. 92 days. Abdallah?
To the start of the
92
NFL.
days till the start of the NFL season. A list every day that we're on the air. Until then, obviously, we won't get to all 100. Those will roll over to the next year.
Yes.
Just as some rolled over from last year to this year. And we spin the number. Hit the sound effect, please. Spin, 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 stop. Number 68.
68.
68.
70.
Let's see. Okay. All right. This is okay. This is might
it
take some
things?
thinking.
Is this the things one?
No, it's not a things one. This might take some thinking though.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Good luck.
TV shows that went on way too long.
Oh boy.
So like TV shows that jumped the shark at some
TV
point?
shows that should have ended. TV shows that went on way too long.
All right, I've got a couple.
TV shows that went on way too long.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Two, I think, are obvious.
Yeah, one slams you
And,
upside the head.
Oh, yeah?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's a term
Well,
used
that's what I
now.
have.
Yeah,
I have that as, yeah.
Yeah.
The term used for it defines that show.
Yes.
Wow. That's hard. It's hard. It's so hard in the moment. I mean, you know, like.
I'm ready.
Are you really?
Yeah,
How
I'm
is
ready.
that possible?
Because I haven't seen a couple of these shows, so I'm just amazed that they're still on the air.
Okay.
All right, so here's my list. How the hell is Grey's Anatomy
That's
still
my-
on
it's
the
on
air?
my list,
How
too.
is Grey's Anatomy? How am
I
I
don't
still
know.
seeing previews for Grey's Anatomy? She left there. She's back.
I don't
What are
understand
we?
it.
How is there? Well, how are there new Grey's Anatomies? I've never seen the show, not once in my life.
Me neither.
But
I mean,
it's
it's
been
a
on
long
for
time.
25
Yes.
years or something like that. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's on my list. I'm still finishing. I need like two more, but that is on my list. That came to mind right away.
Number 4 is The Walking Dead. I watched the first season, and then I was like, how long are they going to walk?
It's a good one.
It is.
How long are they gonna walk?
How long are you going to be able to outrun these zombies before you just get caught? What are we doing here? Start a new civilization, move to an island, figure something out.
Wow.
Number 3, this might be sacrilegious to some, The Simpsons. Again,
I'm
how
with
is
you.
this show still on the air?
It's my number 3.
How
with
is
you.
this show still on the air?
Don't know.
And they never age.
Could
I
it
haven't
possibly
watched-
be funny?
They never
I don't know.
age.
Haven't watched it in a decade. A new
I
episode.
catch one. Surprisingly, it is funny.
Yeah, it still works.
Does it really?
I've seen new ones, not like in the last 2 months, but I've seen them. They're okay.
Wow.
Sometimes you fall asleep after football on a Sunday, and then boom, you're in animation domination, and you don't know what to do, and you watch.
I mean, we're talking like they're like 35 years running here, aren't they? Or close to it?
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Yeah. Number 2 is The Office. It should have ended when Michael left. That should have been the end of the show.
Should have
when he
been over.
left. You didn't need Andy as the
That's
boss.
a great one.
You didn't need any of that stuff.
Great pick.
Michael gets on the plane.
Probably a good one.
Great
yeah.
pick.
That's a
Should
good
have
one.
been done. And then my final one is Dexter. You're never going to top
that's
season
good.
4 of Dexter.
Yeah.
Season 4 of Dexter was so good.
It was great.
And now they're bringing it
They're
back.
bringing it back, which is insane.
Yeah.
Dexter was a wicked good show, and they probably went on a little bit too long. I think Adam's right about that.
Dexter's on my list, so I'll just roll right into
Go
it.
ahead. Roll into it.
Yeah.
All right. So Dexter's on the list. I would say that's probably towards the top, but since it was just mentioned, we'll start off there. How about this? A new one, but halfway through the second season, I've already tuned out to the show, The Last of Us.
You know, I've heard
season
that.
1 was great.
I've heard that from people.
You know, spoiler alert, I won't ruin
do
it for people, but
because it got ruined in a sense for me.
in the second episode, I don't. All right, I'll continue on.
And Chris, to that point, when they showed the trailers on Max, they're still showing him.
Well,
because there's flashbacks.
Yeah,
is that
he's
why?
he's still in the show.
That's
and
a
I
cheap
also,
trick.
to all the nerds who are video game
game,
people,
I know.
I understand that that's what happens. I'm just saying the rest of the show doesn't quite do it for me, and I have kind of trailed off with The Last of Us.
I've heard that from a lot of people that loved the first season. Chris is not alone in that stance.
How about this one? Pat Sajak leaves. You can't continue Wheel of Fortune.
Who do they have doing it now?
Isn't Ryan Seacrest?
I think
Yeah,
Seacrest.
No, end the show.
Ralph Bernershka.
Move it along. Move off of the show.
You got to kind of.
Come on, Wheel of Fortune adds to the list.
Well, you might as well throw Jeopardy right on that.
No,
too, then.
because Jeopardy's still good.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm actually impressed that the best player in the show's history is now like a great host of the
great.
show. It's actually pretty entertaining.
He's a great host.
I will give you guys Saved by the Bell.
Ooh, good
They
one.
went to the college years. They had all this extra stuff. We did not
That's
need
a good
any
one.
of that.
That is a good one.
Didn't need that. And then my last one would be 24.
Yeah.
24
Oh,
went
yeah.
on way too long.
There were a
good.
couple seasons
That's a
that
good
we
list.
didn't need 24 of them.
It hit
Right.
a
Good list.
sweet spot, and then we didn't need more of Jack Bauer.
There was one season where they solved it and he's getting off the plane. It's hour 16. And it's what are they going to do? And he gets off the plane. And they're like, they've kidnapped your wife. And it's wait, no, now we're stuck. This is a whole new plot. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Isn't that the
Just
one where
end it.
they're like, the Chinese
Yes.
kidnapped your
Yes.
wife?
Yeah.
It's like, what? The Chinese?
that's random.
What?
So you wrote 16 hours, and then you were like, well, we got to come up with some. We got 8 hours left,
Got
guys.
8 left. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, good list. You want me to go?
Oh, I'm ready.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Bachelor, The Bachelorette. My grandmother's a Bachelorette. My grandfather. Any and all bachelors and or bachelorettes should go into the garbage.
My brother-in-law works on the social media side of promoting those shows.
Yeah.
And they have to they're struggling now because people have stopped altogether because everybody knows that the cat's out of the bag that you're just trying to get social media famous on these shows. So everyone's out on these shows.
Yeah. Number 4 on my
Silliness.
list, American Idol.
That's a
I
great
don't
one.
care anymore.
Yeah.
Really? And then it spawned off the other crap shows too, which all suck. Number 3, I had The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm.
It just,
I have it on
retire them at some point.
Yeah.
They don't have to die. Maybe they go on a cruise and they go into the sunset and you never see them again. Number 2, when Charlie Sheen left, this show was over.
Oh, yeah.
2.5 Men.
Good call, Yurko.
Ashton
Man.
Kutcher.
That's a great call.
Ashton Kutcher. What? What are you doing?
Yeah.
No. And number 1, Happy Days.
For sure.
When they say something has jumped the shark,
That's it.
It came from Happy Days.
That's right.
If the saying comes from there, you've got to be number 1.
Yeah, our lists are pretty similar here, Yurko.
Good call. Good call.
Number 5, I have The Simpsons. Yeah, enough already. I mean, come on. It's a cartoon. It's been on for 35 years.
I think you can throw South Park in there too, along with the
you
Simpsons.
probably can.
How are you making
Simpsons
still more
/
South Park? Come on,
Yeah.
guys.
Abdallah and I thought the same thing. I've never seen one single episode. How Grey's Anatomy is still on the air is beyond me.
I watched it early.
Grey's Anatomy.
I watched it early. The first 2 years. It was okay.
I watched the show. I liked it. I didn't love it by the end. Abdallah loved it. He might be mad at me, but it went on way too long. Lost.
I mean, I've been
way too
lost.
Long.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I agree with you.
I was lost on Lost after episode 1.
Once they started a time jump,
way too long.
What are you doing?
Done. Lost. Dragged down way too long. Number 2, similar to Yurko's thoughts on The Bachelor, Survivor. That Survivor lasted as long as it did was amazing to me.
Survivor fans are nuts.
Well, that's okay.
You're for watching it.
And
You're
number
right.
one, I wrote what Jurko wrote down. I wrote Happy Days. The whole term when something jumps the shark comes from Fonzie.
Yep.
On a water skiing, jumping a shark.
Yep.
You got to be kidding me.
Henry Winkler, what were you thinking?
This is Fonzie, for crying out loud. And now he's going to jump a shark on water skis? You talk about going on too long and wearing out your welcome. They did that with Happy Days. You put a chokehold on it, for crying out loud. So that's the list right
Some
there.
good ones in the Twitch chat. It might be sacrilegious on this station. Curb.
Okay, though, I don't mind I don't mind that. I love Larry David and I love the show, but
yeah,
I don't mind someone suggesting that. Maybe they dragged it out a little bit too much.
This is a good one. The Roseanne into the Connors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like killing off Roseanne
Right.
and then keeping the show moving with the Connors.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, it stunk.
Yeah.
They
Doesn't
should be
work.
ashamed of
I
themselves.
also that show just ended
Money
like
grab.
a month ago.
Yeah, money grab.
Yeah, no, doesn't work.
It was
Agreed.
weird. It was a
Yeah.
weird ending.
Yes.
Yes. You know what? I'll tell you what. I know the show's been canceled because he was canceled and he's despicable. Cosby Show went on too long. And I loved the Cosby Show
Bill?
as a kid. I like as a kid, again, pre everything, right? I mean, like, I loved that show. It went on too long. It just did. And it was a great show for a lot of its years in its prime, in its heyday. Again, long before we knew what a monster
Full
was.
House probably did the same thing.
That's a pretty good one.
It probably did the same thing. Anytime the kids get way older.
That's a pretty good one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why the cartoon Simpsons worked for 20 years, not 26.
I'm trying
Or
to think.
30. It's 30 now, isn't it?
You know,
it was like when
35,
Fox. Yes,
Jurko. It's like
yes.
35 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then a few of them, on the opposite end, if like some of the really good shows knew when to call it, right? I mean, like I don't think The Sopranos went on too long. A lot of people say that about The Wire, I've never watched The Wire, believe it or not. Like I've got to watch The Wire. I've heard like they did it right. They knew when to end it. I think The Sopranos did a good job of that. I think Seinfeld did a pretty good job of it. After Larry had left towards that very end, I think that last season and a half or so, or those last 2 seasons, they were like, okay, we got to wrap this, baby. We got to put a bow on this one. So some shows knew when to do it right. I'm trying to think. Breaking Bad, I think, kind of did it right. Like they knew. So some shows have been good.
And then they spun it off.
And
Then they spun it off.
And they did, but the spinoff was great for Breaking Bad. You got to give them credit. That was a brilliant spinoff. I mean, it was equally as good. That was the one that Odenkirk was featured in. Better Call Saul was great. Here's a good one, Matt in Mayfair. What's up, Matt?
Hey, mine would be either all of the CSIs and pretty much Law and Order SVU,
Yeah.
all of those. My roommate and I would figure out who did it right away, and it'd be like, okay, Butler did it.
Yeah, we've seen
It
this.
was very
We've
formula.
seen it too many times, Matt. Yeah, that's good. Those shows have been on forever. Love me some Mariska Hargitay, don't get me wrong, but they've really dragged that thing out. I stopped watching.
Here's one that wasn't mentioned: Arrested Development. Z-Pack texted
That's
that.
a good one.
When they went to Netflix, the episodes where they had to film all the characters separately, that it didn't work.
Not good.
It's an ensemble show.
It's
You
an
need
ensemble
everyone together.
Yeah, not good. They should have left it where it was. Great show in its prime.
Danny from Schaumburg texted me, Saturday Night Live.
That's a pretty good call, I guess.
He said it's been brutal for the last 20 years. I don't know. I'm
that
just
shows-
offering it up.
That
That's all.
shows one's age. Because everyone has a sweet spot where Saturday Night Live is your favorite show when you're like 13 years old to
Yeah.
like college.
Yeah.
And then you think everything else is like passe.
Yeah. That's 50.
Like
plus
it
years
still
now.
works.
Okay.
The show still works.
I guess you just for a certain, like you said, there's a sweet spot for it, and everybody
Yeah.
kind of goes through it. I mean,
Yeah.
I know I did. as a
Everyone
kid.
has
You're
their
right.
cast,
yes,
right?
Everyone's got their cast. I know I did as a kid for sure. Durwood and DeKalb is a good one. Go ahead, Durwood.
Hi, guys. The Bears on Hard Knocks.
There's Hard Knocks, period, right?
That went way too long.
Yeah, wait, Durwood, way too long. I agree with Durwood. I do. Way too long. And part of that is because in this day and age, you get that kind of content everywhere else here. The teams give you that content, basically, through their websites and their social media platforms, you know? And it's not as if it's, you say,
It was
well, Carmen,
propaganda.
that's
Last
team
year was
control.
propaganda.
It always is. They have final say.
Well, that's the problem.
It's the
it
problem.
wasn't
It's
that way
way
early
too long.
on.
Gone way too long.
It wasn't that way early on.
Yeah.
But then the team said, we want to have it. Now it's garbage.
Way too long.
Had a great idea. Now it's garbage.
Ken's in Aurora. Go ahead, Ken.
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show as always.
Thanks, brother.
After Chandler and Monica slept together, this show just completely jumped the shark. Friends.
Yeah.
It was trash after that.
Yeah, I remember watching those first few seasons because
Rachel
it
got pregnant again.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
And, Ken, good call on that. I remember watching those first few when it got really hot, and it was on Thursdays with Seinfeld. Remember, like it was a big deal back then. Thursday night on NBC. But I stopped watching at some point within the first couple of seasons of Friends. So, yeah, I'll take your word for it. It feels like
how many total years did it run?
I have no idea, but I bet you it was a decade.
Another one that ran a long time was Modern Family.
Way too long.
Yeah, that one, again, when the kids grow up, it's no good no more.
When the kids go through puberty, like.
No good.
It's no good anymore.
Yep. James on the west side. What up, James?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Great, man.
Hey, Game of Thrones.
How do I feel about
I don't know,
that?
but it
All
had
right,
to
James.
culminate the way it culminated, didn't it?
No, not only that, they had a petition. They wanted to redo the ending because it was so bad. Over 1 million people signed it.
What?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
That's
out of
funny.
380 million.
James, thanks.
Not really going to influence me.
It's funny because I got into Game
That's
of
not gonna do
Thrones like as it was going into season 4. So I like always played catch up with Game of Thrones, and I liked it more than I ever thought I would like anything in that genre. It's just not my cup of tea. But I really did like Game of Thrones.
They should have ended it when they killed the Night Walker. You know, the head guy.
Yeah.
When that happened, and the young lady ended up stabbing him with the dragon glass.
Yeah.
That should have been the end
it.
of Game of Thrones. I didn't need another season.
Maybe a season too long. Pretty good call. Okay.
This one made me laugh in the Twitch chat. Inside the NBA on TNT.
Oh, that's
did you
funny.
guys? I'm
talked
sorry,
about
I
it.
didn't listen.
We
But
talked.
did you guys talk about the hilarious and also pathetic at the same time the weepy goodbye? That the crew's having, even though the same
they're
show
going.
still exists and
I
it's
know.
going to be happening.
Yes.
But let's do a combo mic drop together.
Well, they've done it for like a year.
Oh my
That's
Lord.
the thing. I feel like it was overkill for people. I personally love that show. That's just me. I hope my thing Monday, Chris, was I hope ESPN doesn't mess with it. I hope they let them do what they do because I get a kick out of it. I enjoy it. But I do agree that, well, wait, we did this kind of a year ago.
Right.
We've done it at various times through these playoffs, and you guys are all staying together. It's just going to be going to a different network.
You had your little celebration during the All-Star game. We had to stop
Exactly.
play to celebrate the inside the NBA crew. Like,
I thought
what are
that
we
was
doing?
a little bit overkill. Now, I again hope ESPN lets them continue to do their thing because I like that show. But
Ernie thinks he has the walk-off goodbye, and then Shaq interrupts. Oh, let's mic drop. And then he and Kenny are trying to drop the mic. Like, come on.
it was a lot. It was maybe a little bit overkill there. Bill, what's going on, Bill? We're in Marcellus. What's up?
Hey, how about the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, I never really watched that show a whole heck of a lot. I'll take your word for it.
that you
It was-
guys?
Big Bang's the same guy. It's Chuck Lorre, right? It's the same guy who did the one you talked about.
That's not your age, though, is it, guys?
Thanks, Billy.
Were you guys Big Bang Theory guys?
Well, no, I'm not a CBS sitcom guy.
Yeah.
so
It was
like
Chuck
I'm
Lorre,
not.
right?
I'm
Yeah,
not.
it was,
I'm not watching Ghosts or what's the one where the guy's in the hospital and then he wants to fall in love with his nurse.
Bob Hart's Abishola.
Yeah, Bob Hart's Abishola. Like
I've
I'm not a
never
big
heard of that.
Bob Hart's Abishola guy. So no, Yerk. No, I'm not a big.
It's one of the guys from
Definitely
what was
missed
the other
me,
show he was
guys.
in? I don't remember.
The only thing I ever liked about putting on
The one guy from the Big Bang Theory was in Roseanne. He was what's his name's girlfriend.
Yes, he was. Yes,
The
correct.
best part of that show was the smoking hot one, Kaylee Cuoco, right? She's smoking.
Is she in there?
Yeah, she was on the bed. Every once in a while, you put it on.
Kawakio?
Put Kaylee Cuoco on. I'll watch that. But that show never really did it for me. Chad in Moscow Village. What in the hell?
What are you doing?
Oh.
Did you just blow up?
No, I'm right here.
Holy
I was going to say
cow.
all
It
those
sounded like your car
stupid-
blew up. All right, what's
No,
going on?
I was going to say those stupid 80s things where growing pains, family ties, they add a kid when all the kids are already grown up.
Those are good
And
ones.
You're hanging on for dear life, and I agree. The Office, late season, and Jurko, one of the things you missed on vehicles the other day was TC from Magnum PI, his matching van to the helicopter.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah, Chad, those are good ones, too. I love Family Ties, mostly because I like why am I blanking on
Michael J. Fox?
Yeah, I couldn't pick. For some reason, I couldn't come up with Michael J. Fox's name. Talk about a brain fart. I like Michael J. Fox so much, and I love that character. I like that show. And Justine Bateman, she was another one. When you're like a teenager and you see Justin Bateman on
for the first time.
Justine Bateman,
if you like dark-haired girls
on TV, you're like, holy cow! I never liked Nick because I'm like, how dare they bring in this character to date Justine Bateman? How dare they bring in Nick? Nick was from Chicago, by the way. That actor
did not know that.
You Mallory.
Yeah,
here's a good one.
That went on too long, though. I get Chad's right about that.
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
It's
is
still
excellent.
going on.
Crazy.
And
they're coming back with like 3 episodes.
It's 3 sets of episodes.
Yeah, they're like each episode is a movie length.
It's
time.
insane. It's like 2.5 hours. Who cares anymore?
They spent the budget of films on these individual episodes.
Yeah, I mean,
it's wild.
I've lost interest. I'll be honest. I thought it was great. Those first couple seasons were great, but
I hope that thing gets her at this point.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
The second year was in the mall, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Yeah. The
that's
second
the point.
year. No. The second year was in the facility.
Like they're all adults now.
Yeah. No.
Have you
Have you
seen the way that like the difference they do the side by side because now they're up promoting it?
Yeah. It's really jumped it. Yeah. It totally has. All right. Good one again. Thanks for all the interaction too, you guys. It's good suggestions that you all offered up. We'll play Immaculate Carm for fabulous prizes coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
It's the game show that's sweeping the nation here. Wheel of Fortune may have jumped the shark, but not Immaculate Karma. Oh, no, you get clues. You got to figure out who the player/celebrity of the week of the day is. And it's always timely. Jurko had a good guess. It's not Secretariat. I'll just tell you that right now. The Belmont is this weekend.
It is.
And Secretariat had maybe the most famous Belmont win ever in 73.
Him and Sham. They went out there at breakneck speed.
Right?
3/4 of a mile, 109 and change.
It is one of the great,
he moves like a tremendous machine.
I could go back and just watch that race because he was so impressive.
Yep.
I mean, just destroyed.
I think his race at the Preakness was, he
incredible.
started last, was like 15 lengths off, and by the time they got into 1, coming out of 2, he was in the lead.
It's a great racehorse, Secretariat.
He's making a move, and he's making a move now.
But it is not Secretariat. Today's might be a little tougher, but it is timely. And that's the best clue we could always give you. It is, and when I say timely, I mean it is timely. You ready?
I am ready.
It's brought to you, as always, by the Village of Elmwood Park. Today's winner is going to get a $50 gift card to Angelo Caputo's Fresh Market. We love Angelo Caputo's.
Angelo.
You got a pen?
All right. Of course I do.
Okay. Jurko doesn't know. He'll play along with you. First correct caller wins 312-332-3776. Last week, for example, it was Tom Cruise.
Yes, it was.
Because Mission Impossible came out. It's not Tom Cruise today. But it is timely. And here you go. Here is clue number 1. 4-time champion and the most playoff MVPs in history. Now, that's a little open-ended, but just put that in the memory bank. 4-time champion and the most playoff MVPs in history. You ready for clue 2, Jurko?
Yeah, this one seems...
This is where you might venture a guess. That's wrong. He certainly doesn't have the most playoff MVPs in history. 4-time champion and the most playoff MVPs in history. Here is clue number 2. Cup winner with 2 different franchises. Cup winner with 2 different franchises. 4-time champion, the most playoff MVPs in history, and a cup winner. Nope, it's a good guess, but nope. Remember, he only won a cup with 1 franchise.
Edmonton.
With Edmonton. This is a cup winner with 2 different franchises. This is the clue that's going to give it to Jurko. Jurko's going to write it down immediately. You ready? His ears are plugged up. His ears are plugged up. Come on, Jurk. You know it. His ears are plugged up.
Oh, hold on.
He got it.
Is that his number?
No. That is not his number. 4-time champion, the most playoff MVPs in history, cup winner with 2 different franchises. His ears are plugged up. And I'm shocked, Jurko. I'm shocked. I thought for sure you'd get it.
I thought I would too.
He's one of the all-time great barbs back at a Chicago athlete. A salvo was fired his way, and he fired one back to a beloved Chicago athlete. Talking about something plugging up his ears. And your 4th and final clue, I think we got a winner on the phones now too. Your 4th and final clue, top 5 all-time in wins and saves. Top 5 all-time in wins and saves. So we have 4-time champion, the most playoff MVPs in history, Cup winner with 2 different franchises. His ears are plugged up, and top 5 all-time in wins and saves.
Yeah, I forget.
And we go to Corey and Schaumburg. You know who
I
it
know
is.
now.
Now you know who
Pittsburgh and Vegas?
Nope, you're wrong again.
Then
I'm
wrong.
shocked, Jurko.
Then I'm wrong.
We go to Corey and Schaumburg. Corey, tell Jurko who that is.
It would be Patrick Waugh.
It would be Patrick Waugh, who famously retorted to Jeremy Roenick, I can't hear JR because my Stanley Cup rings are plugging up my ears.
Yep.
Corey, nicely done. Sit tight. And you are getting a $50 gift card to Angelo Caputo's Fresh Market. And thanks to the folks at the Village of Elmwood Park. There is Immaculate Carmen. Yeah, he won more Conn Smythes than any player in history. That's the playoff MVP. He won 3 of them, 2 with Montreal and 1 with Colorado. He won 2 cups in Montreal. He won 2 more in Colorado. He helped Ray Bourque get his elusive cup at the end of his career. And he had one of the most brilliant goaltending careers we've ever seen in NHL history. And he was money in the playoffs.
Who'd he go after? His coach in Montreal when he left him out there or something. Remember when that exchange was happening on the bench?
Jacques Demers, maybe, or
Could
something?
have been, yeah. I mean, it was.
Something like that, Yerk?
He was upset.
Maybe. He might be. Well, he's a feisty SOB, from
Patty
what they
Roy,
say.
yeah.
Like a real feisty, Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was something. All right, another fun Immaculate Carm. We have the lunch rush coming up next.
Carmen and Jurko, they'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Whiskey is back for the month of June, everybody. It's happening a week from tomorrow. It is next Thursday night, June the 12th, in the city at Slightly Toasted, and Tom Waddle will be alongside as a special guest. That's right. Join Tommy and me for Whiskey U. We've got Old Forester bourbon, and since Waddle's coming, we need a scotch. So from the Brown Foreman family, we do cross the pond, and we bring you Glenglissa. And I sure hope I'm saying that right. I think I am. Tommy's going to let us know all about it. We got the tasting notes. We got bold claims. We're going to sort out who's really in charge between Tommy and me. It's Whiskey U next Thursday night, June the 12th, at Slightly Toasted in the West Loop on Clinton, right by Ogilvy train station. Come hang with us starting at 7 at Slightly Toasted on June the 12th. Please drink responsibly.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Crosstalk in an hour with Waddle and Sylvie. Boys will get you home on this Wednesday, and then baseball tonight on the South Side. White Sox will try for a winning streak against the Tigers. What do you know? 6 o'clock pregame with Jeff Meller. First pitch just after 6:40 with Len and DJ here on your home for White Sox baseball. They did win 8-1 last night. Cubs go for 2 in a row in Washington tonight. Well, 3 in a row overall, but 2 in a row in Washington. We talked a lot about the Cubs early on. We'll talk more about it with Crosstalk. Everybody, and Sylvie's very excited about his Cubs, and rightfully so at this point. Courtney Cronin's got a Bears update in about 30 minutes. Right now, let's do the lunch rush. All right, Abdallah.
What's up, guys?
What up?
All right, so I have a question for you about those Cubs that you just mentioned. Today is the opening of All-Star voting.
Oh.
How many of the current Cubs will be in this year's All-Star game?
They'll have 9 starters.
Okay.
I want to be positive.
Thanks for
9 starters, guys.
I'm going to say 2.
I don't want Tim accuse me if I said 8 of being a negative.
I'm going to say 2. Listen, it's hard. Like, wait, you're saying starters in the All-Star game?
Yeah, we're saying starters.
Yeah, how many
Cubs starters?
How many
in the
Cubs
game?
will go to the All-Star game?
Okay, because I'll say 2.
All
Just
25.
Say is going to probably go 2. I'll say 3. I mean, first of all, the outfield is tough in the NL. You've got Corbin Carroll. You've got Tatis. Tucker, PCA. I'm going to forget a few here.
You're
like
forgetting.
Soto, even though he's had a bad year, like Soto gets...
Look at the votes.
Soto gets the benefit of the doubt probably. Like it's... So, but I would say PCA, Tucker, Seiya, right, are all going to end up going to the All-Star game, don't you think? And then I'm not even thinking about any of the pitchers yet.
I'd say 5 total.
5?
Yeah, 5 total.
Jeez. Dansby going to go the way he's played? He's bounced back in a big way?
At least 5.
I'm going to say 3, but that might be on the low end. It might end up being somewhere right between me and York. Maybe it's 4. What do you guys think? I mean, is it more than 3? If I set it at 3.5, you going over or under? Yurko's going over.
I can't think of any pitchers that would go.
I don't think there are any, are there? I mean, I guess Tyone's had a good year.
And who'd you guys say? You said
I said
PCA.
Tucker, PCA.
What about Shaw?
Seiya. Shaw? Really? I mean, he was sent down at one point.
Yeah, but look at how he's playing now.
I know.
If he continues to play this way for another month and a half.
Michael Busch.
I would go with 3.
I think it's 3. I think it's 3 guys. Maybe a pitcher sneaks in there. Like, Tyone's been pretty good. Got to give him Carson Kelly. I didn't even think about Carson Kelly. I mean, maybe it is 4.
If they can combine their catchers into one person.
I know, right? Then for sure.
I think you'd be all right then. Look, that was positive.
Matthew Boyd's been pretty good too. I don't know that he screams all-star though. And Imanaga just isn't gonna pitch enough. So they're gonna have at least 3. I'll say that. They'll have 3 or 4. All right, what else?
Adam Silver went on the horribly named Breakfast Ball on FS1 today.
Adam Silver on Breakfast Ball. Okay.
And he announced...
Is that a golf podcast?
No, it's their morning show on FS1 TV. It's called Breakfast Ball.
I mean, it's a clever name, but if you're golfing,
Yeah, exactly, but that's not what it's not about golf. It's just about sport in general. And he said that the 2026 All-Star Game will feature the USA versus the world.
The 27.
The 26 next year.
The 26.
Next year.
Oh, good. That's good. Remember we had that whole conversation based off of an Aki's A-list. story from a couple of weeks ago. I loved that. The world versus the USA. And the world is that team might be better. It's just that's the way it is. I don't think any singular country is better. I think we're still the best. But the world, when you're
the
pulling
culmination
from the
of all the
world
individuals
is better.
Yeah.
You know, you're pulling from everywhere.
You've got one country and they've got
Yes, exactly.
70?
Exactly. And these countries have gotten really good because of the popularity of basketball.
Yep.
All right, I like it. What else?
Right now on CBSSports.com, they ranked the new head coach and quarterback duos.
The new
13 new head coach and quarterback duos of 2025. So either the team got a new quarterback or they got a new coach. There's 13 of those situations. Where do you think the Bears rank in that with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams?
Got to be high on the list. It would be my guess.
4.
I'm going to say they're ranking. Like, could they rank the Patriots higher? Could they rank the Vikings higher?
Might rank Vegas. They could
might
go higher.
rank Vegas higher. That's a good call, Yerk.
So there
I'll
you
say,
go.
yeah, I think Jurko might have nailed it with those other 3, unless I'm missing an obvious one.
Jurko is dead on.
Yeah, 4.
Number 4.
And are those other 3 the 3 ahead of them?
No.
Oh, they're not. Okay.
No. Number 3, J.J. McCarthy and Kevin O'Connell.
So I did say that team. Like, I figured that combo would be ahead. Okay.
Number 1, Vegas, Pete Carroll and Geno Smith. And number 2,
that means it's not the
Ryan
Patriots.
Schottenheimer and Dak Prescott.
That's pretty good. I forgot about that.
Dallas.
My bad.
The Patriots came in at 6.
6.
And the Jags came in at 5.
That's pretty good. I forgot about the Jags. New head coach.
That's pretty high for them. I don't know about Liam Cohn.
I don't know either. Maybe it's just.
Seems like he's got a little Trustman in him.
Oh, boy. Can you imagine? I think he might be better than Trustman, but who knows? Okay, good list. Nice job,
weird.
Yerk. 4 is exactly right.
He seems weird, doesn't he?
He does.
You know, Fredrickson seemed a little weird not Fredrickson. Who's the guy up in Campbell? Dan Campbell.
Yeah, he did seem weird.
He seemed a little weird.
He seemed really weird.
Well, we're about to find out
We're going
what
to bite their kneecaps.
The community.
Yeah, we're going to bite the kneecaps. I mean, what the hell is going on? We all know how stupid the Jacksonville thing is, guys, with Duvall.
Yurko hates it.
Just the dumbest thing ever.
He absolutely
It takes complementary football at all 3 phases to be great. Offense, defense, and special teams. How do we want to play the game? And that's fast. Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough. Both mentally and physically. You see players in the room right here. Guys that I've had conversations with already.
Oh, boy.
It will always be about you. Always.
I mean, you know.
It is players over plays. How do we make this as much about the players and making this about bringing out the best in you? That's what this is about. Jacksonville, the community.
Oh, boy.
Duval.
Like Jurko said, though, Campbell was kind of awkward a little bit. And listen, it's better than Trustman was talking about they were going to have a team that's selfish and undisciplined.
Yeah,
I mean, at
and it
least
was
he didn't
true.
say that.
And it was true.
I mean, you know.
They were selfish and undisciplined.
Holy cow. I don't know. It might work. I thought he did a nice job with that offense
That's
last
the
year.
one thing that bothers me.
You hate
about
the Duval.
That Duval stuff is so stupid, it's unbelievable.
As a proud Jaguar, you hate that.
What
Jurko-
kind of jackass thought of that?
Jurko can't stand it. What else, Adam?
On ESPN.com today, they floated trade offers from ESPN insiders for various people who either have requested or may want to trade at some point. Kirk Cousins, Jalen Ramsey, and then, of course, Trey Hendrickson. The offer for Trey Hendrickson didn't include the Bears. 3 teams did not include the Bears. The first one was from the Colts, from Jeremy Fowler. He offered the 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. The Bills and Dan Graziano offered just the 2026 second-round pick. That's it. And the Lions offered a 2026 second-round pick, a 2027 fourth-round pick that can become a third-rounder with performance conditioned. And then the Commanders, one more team. The Commanders offered Jerzon Newton.
Oh, Johnny Newton from Illinois.
Yeah.
Who was a rookie last year.
A 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 seventh-round pick.
Boy, that's not a bad That's not a bad package right
The
there.
verdict was to go with the Lions offer.
Yeah.
Of a 2026 second-round pick and one could become a 27
That's pretty good. If
third-round
based
pick.
on performance, yeah.
The Bears could offer that.
They could. They could. They could.
The Bears could easily offer that.
Obviously, they don't want to. Knowing you got to pay him, too.
I heard Shea mention this today when he was talking about this, that the Bears only have, like, you talk about, like, oh, how are they going to make this work? How are they going to make this work? That, like, the Eagles and the Rams and all those other teams have those offset years. When they do, the Bears only have one player with offset years on their contract. That's
Who is
Ryan
it?
Bates.
Ryan Bates.
That's it.
Jeez.
That's the only guy. They don't take advantage of the loopholes.
I guess not.
Sounds
The
like another
smart
team in
teams
town.
Seem like the smart teams seem to be able to do it. I heard Waddle and Sylvie mention yesterday that what the story going around is that the Rams tried to go from 26 to 8. They were trying to get ahead of the Bears.
So the video came out of their draft room, and they were trying to trade up to 8.
Yes.
And
they wanted to get ahead of the Bears.
Yeah, they were trying to trade up to 8, and the Panthers didn't end up taking the deal because the Rams didn't make the deal because the Panthers wanted too much.
They wanted too much.
And then the Rams ended up with their first pick taking a tight end.
The Rams wanted Loveland.
Yeah.
That makes you feel pretty
That
good.
makes you feel real good.
That McVay.
Les Snead and
thinks the
McVay
same
wanted to
way
get
that
Loveland.
We think.
Yeah.
Because most of us like Loveland better than Taiwan.
Well, I did.
I think most of us did.
I did. You guys told me to
Waddle
take
did.
a look at it. I said,
Yeah,
no, I think he's a better tight end.
I think most of us liked Loveland better as a prospect. We're like, okay, 10's a little high for tight end, but if you're going to go 10, if you're going to go tight end, go Loveland. That makes me feel a whole lot better. Not to say that we can't all be wrong, obviously,
Yeah.
but
We'll
that
find
makes me
out.
feel a whole lot better that Les Snead and Sean McVay thought about going from 26 to 8 to get him.
Yep.
Pretty good. All right, anything else, Adam?
Yeah, finally, next time you're in Amsterdam, check out one of their museums. The Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam is now displaying a 200-year-old condom made out of sheep intestine.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Sheepskin.
Yeah.
Sheep intestine,
That's about right.
and it has a risque drawing on it.
Not surprised.
It involves a nun and some clergymen, and I'll leave it at that.
My Lord in heaven.
I don't even know what you did. That is
How could you
blasphemous.
even? How dare you?
Shocking.
So even 200
Remember
years
the Pope's
ago.
from Chicago. Remember that.
And?
Jeez.
It doesn't affect me.
I'm going to.
What do I care?
I'm going to tell you it doesn't. I'm going to tack on a story to the lunch rush coming up. We got Courtney Cronin at 2, 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Nice bounce back 8-1 win by the Sox Tuesday night over Detroit. Shane Smith worked into the 6th without allowing a run, and Michael A. Taylor had his best game with the White Sox, hitting a home run and knocking in 4. Tonight, the Sox try to start a winning streak. It's Game 3 of the 4-game set at 6:40. Join us this Saturday, June 7th. The Sox host the Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with Jack McDowell autograph signings, food and drinks, sneak peek of new offerings, entertainment, and more. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl. This has been your White Sox Minute.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Got more of those Terry Bradshaw show tickets to give away live at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. We'll do that before 2 o'clock here, so sit tight. Courtney Cronin will join us just after 2. Crosstalk at 2:35. White Sox on the air at 6 tonight as they try to make it 2 straight against the Tigers. What is the big deal with these drivers on the PGA Tour and these like non-conforming drivers? Why?
So what happens over the course of time when you hit them repetitively like that? At some point, it becomes thin enough to where it really kind of the coefficient of restitution drops below the acceptable level.
So okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, so what happens is the face thins out.
Unless, or would you?
Oh, they would know that. Oh. The player would know that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And
they could feel that.
Have you ever seen those guys on their things where they know exactly how far every one of their clubs is flying?
That's a good point.
And when they hit it, they know exactly how far, and it comes up. Oh, I think I hit that one 242, and it comes back 243. You know, they know. They know. They knew that little kind of catch. They knew that little loophole. Rory's upset that only his name was leaked and not Scheffler's.
I thought but we knew Scheffler admitted it.
Eventually, you found out Scheffler's wasn't conforming. But Rory's was the one that you found out that was leaked.
Got it. I was wondering why he's so upset. Like he seems to be whiny a lot anyway.
He skipped the Memorial, and now he's up at the RBC, the Canadian Open. That's his preparation for the U.S. Open.
Like, he didn't speak at the PGA, and then I saw a clip he never, like, Jack Nicklaus was kind of upset that he never called.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what?
Too bad for Jack.
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to do at this point, Jack? Guy decided he wanted to do something else. He informed the people. You think you need a personal phone call of somebody's dropping out of your tournament? They call the people that are in charge. What the hell's he doing?
I love your attitude.
I don't get it. He believes he needs a personal call?
Okay. Well, he is Jack. It is his tournament.
Who cares? It's the Memorial. You call the people who run the tournament to say,
a little reverence to Jack.
I'm pulling out. I'm not going to be there.
Okay, so now you explain it to me. I was wondering why Rory was so upset. So his name got leaked.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. And
Jeez, is it that big of a deal?
Right. He found out before the PGA that, and then he had to put a new driver into play. Now you got to put a new driver into play, and it's not just always. It's just identical. Every little driver, it all has got its own little nuances.
Why don't they just test all these drivers at the start of every tournament?
I don't
Is that
know.
too hard to do? Too many golfers?
I think that's what he's saying. I think that's what Rory's saying. What do we? Let's get everybody up there. 144 of them.
Why
Let's
don't you
go.
just do? Yeah, why don't you test every one of them?
Here they are.
Can't be that hard, right? I mean,
you don't think so? I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so. Why don't they just do that? Test everybody's driver, or you let them play. I mean, what do I know about it?
Well, you don't want to play and then have an non-conforming driver, and then
like Scheffler had to do that, right? He had to
then
switch.
cancel him. Well, yeah, but he had to switch anyway before the PGA Championship.
Oh, he did before. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
I thought they
so
he had
Rory
to put a new
had
one
to
in
switch. He
Gotcha.
put a new driver into play.
Yeah,
and his driving statistics weren't as good as what they had been earlier in the year.
Hey, Scotty won anyway that tournament. You know, he
Yeah.
had to switch. He still won.
Good for Scotty.
He found a way. I don't know.
He's playing with.
Well, you explained it to me. Thank
he's
you.
Playing with some vigor in his heart.
I guess.
The coefficient of restitution, Carm, core. You know that, right?
I love it when you go all mathy on us.
That's it. I mean, listen, the guys are bombing the ball. They're supposed to be
They bomb it.
an adjudication to the golf ball.
They just bomb it.
For the pros, don't adjudicate the golf ball for the amateurs.
No, of course not.
The hell are you doing? Finally hitting the ball well. Now you're going to give me a wiffle ball?
Yeah, don't do that.
Off the tee. Now I'm going to get a wiffle ball? Get out of here.
I'm with you. Like the golf, like amateurs should be able to take advantage of the technology. This is.
Thank you.
We're having fun here. You
Right.
know, I mean, this isn't
We're
pro
having
golf.
a good time.
Yeah, this isn't the PGA Tour.
Jackaloons, the Royal and Ancient. I'll have my chance at St. Andrews to talk to them.
You're going to go knock on the door?
Yeah,
Can
knock
you
on the
imagine?
door, the
Jurko's
Royal
going to St.
Ancient.
Andrews. He's going to knock on the door.
What are you guys doing?
So what, you guys are going to go and wait and try to get on that day? Because that's how it goes at St. Andrews?
Carm, I'm glad you asked. We've got a little bit of time just to let you know what the schedule looks like. I have it here.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea how much time we have when we're going to be down there. All right, the schedule for when we get to Edinburgh, which is on the other side of the island. 28th, we play Cruden Bay.
Right. I don't need the whole schedule. I'm just wondering about St. Andrews.
Sunday, North Berwick. And we don't play till 2/16 on the 30th.
Okay.
That's when we play St. Andrews. We're on there for the new course.
So you're going to play the new course, okay.
The new one, which is like 15 years younger than the old course.
Oh, come on. Is
yeah,
that
it's like
right?
It's like 1890-something or... Yeah,
Oh,
it's
gotta be
still,
longer than that.
Still an old... Well, they had the old course, and then they built the new one 15 years later. Do you
But the
understand
old
what
course
I'm
goes
saying?
back to like the 1700s.
Well, whenever
or
the hell it
something,
goes,
doesn't
it's 15 years younger. That's
All right,
all I'm trying
okay.
to say. I mean, what am I, a genius here?
You said 1800s. I'm
Yeah,
like,
what
gotta
the hell's
be
wrong
older
with
than
you?
that. Okay.
All right, so there we go. 150 the day before. So that morning, we'll be up at like 5 a.m.
Trying to get out.
4:30 a.m. We'll be trying to get out.
Gotcha.
At the old course.
old
We'll
course.
be there, all 12 of us.
Waiting.
And
you hope you get lucky.
Watching the clock. It's 4 o'clock. Yeah, we're going to be waiting, watching. Hopefully somebody named gets drawn.
Wow.
That's what we're going to be doing. So
I've watched videos on Instagram and TikTok of guys trying to accomplish this task.
Yeah.
Best of luck to you.
Looks hard.
Well, so
it just looks like
we got an email.
Yeah, I mean, you
from
have
a
to,
gentleman who 3 of them went, 2 tried, 2 got on with another twosome, and 1 got on as a single. Oh wow!
Yeah, but Carm, they're sitting there waiting for hours.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Waiting, just sitting
just
there,
for a
hoping
chance.
that like somebody
Just for
missed
a
a
chance.
flight.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
some weather was bad for somebody coming out,
Right.
and all of a sudden the time opens up.
But like 4 or 5 hours, just sitting there.
I go
Well,
sit in the
tea
pub.
time again. We're doing it at 4:35 in the morning. That's when we plan on getting there.
Right.
Our tea time's not until 2
Oh boy.
at the new
All right.
course.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Terry Bradshaw's live show, the Terry Bradshaw Show, is happening Saturday, June 20th at Hard Rock Casino Live, Northern Indiana. And you can get your tickets at hrcni.com. We'll give away a pair right now. Caller 10, you win for the Saturday, June 28th show to see Terry Bradshaw's one-man show. Caller 10, you're in at 312-332-3776. A Bears update live at Hallis next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, crosstalk in 35 minutes with Waddle and Sylvie. Practice wrapping up here shortly up at Hallis, and that's where we're going to go next. When Ben Johnson meets the media, you hear it live right here on your home for Bears football. Right now, it's Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app, and watching our YouTube page. If you're there now, do us a favor, like and subscribe. That's right, smash that like button and that subscribe button for us. YouTube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. Out to the Yingling guest hotline to say hi to Courtney Cronin. She's brought to you by Costa Ivone. Injured? Call 708-4-million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivone, your local personal injury lawyers. Inside today, I would think, Courtney, is that right?
No, they're
Ooh.
outside.
Oh.
It was a rainy day out there,
Nice.
and it's definitely, building toughness, I guess. But it wasn't that bad. They were out there. I think they should be wrapping up. I just walked in, but went about another hour and a half session, and it was a little different today. There were some call-up periods, a little bit more 2-minute work, 4-minute offense, and they got a little bit more variety than they had the last couple of days.
Was the biggest takeaway from yesterday, you guys having a chance for the first time to fire some questions towards Cole Kmet, and then also listen to what Ben Johnson had to say about Cole Kmet? It seemed to be more about Cole's personality and his willingness to do whatever is necessary for the team, more so than what he brings as a special football player. No disrespect to Cole, but that kind of seemed to be one of the bigger exchanges / takeaways of the day yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're right on that, Carm, because, we hadn't heard from Cole publicly since Colston Loveland was drafted, and we're wondering to ourselves and aloud, as the team was, how's he going to react to this? And we know that, right after he was drafted, the Bears called Cole Kmet to let them know, you're still a big part of this offense, you're still a valued member of this team. I think that should have put a lot of things to bed right then and there, but it's inevitable that this is his replacement. That's how it works in the NFL.
Yeah.
So to hear from Cole talking about the here and the now, what he can do to contribute in 2025, and solely focusing on this year. He's already been paid. He's not in a contract year. He has that cushion. And knowing that the two of them can coexist to a degree, but inevitably there's going to be someone who becomes Sam Laporta in this offense, and whether it's Kmet, whether it's Colston Loveland, who, frankly, that's what it probably projects to be. He's a top 10 pick. You better play him like that.
Yeah.
I think that that's going to be something that he has to deal with on the fly as it happens, and we'll get to see how he handles that. But he said all the right things yesterday. They really didn't talk much about Colston himself and what a teammate he's becoming, and we're not seeing him out there on the field because he's still recovering from that AC joint surgery. But I think for Cole, it's knowing that he's still a valued member of this organization and by this coaching staff, even if his role is going to change.
Did you ever think we'd be analyzing body language as much, specifically with a player like DJ Moore, considering what that first year was like when they got here, even though they weren't very good?
I mean, I know that body language is a huge thing here during the Cutler years for obvious reasons, but this clearly extends beyond the quarterback. And, DJ put some bad things on tape last year. It started week 2 in Houston. It did not look good for him when he's walking off the field in the middle of a play in Arizona. Like, he's got to own that. He's got to know that that's, something he can't do. And even this offseason, he said that there was an instance. I couldn't I don't gauge it was yesterday, but I gather it happened at some point during phase 2 or likely phase 3 during OTAs where he had bad body language, and he said he nipped it in the bud right away.
Yeah.
And it hasn't happened again. Like, it's something he knows he can't do. So the self-awareness is there. Like, you're 8 years into this. Like, you got to have a better poker face when things don't get wrong. And it's weird to me that it's all of a sudden showing up here, because when DJ came to Chicago, he was quiet.
Yeah.
Like, obviously it took him a little bit of time to get around the guys and figure out what kind of leader he wanted to be. But when he was in Carolina, he's the guy who's breaking the huddle and like, not the rah-rah guy, not the emotional vocal leader. He's going off and leading by example. That's what the perception of him was coming here. And I think that, I'm not saying that changed, but there's definitely been a more emotional response to him when things don't go right. And maybe it's because, you just got paid, you want to have a successful career, you want to be on a winning team. The guy's never had a winning culture. I'm sure that wears on you, but, as a veteran, he knows that he can't, there's no cutting corners anymore. Like, you can't act like that on the field and not expect it to become a storyline. So the easiest way for that to not be any of those things is just to not let it happen.
Yeah. What's happening at left tackle?
So they're rotating tackles again today. So it was Trapilla with the 1s. Karan Amagaji was there yesterday with the 1s. He was with the 2s today. That's what they're going to do until Braxton Jones gets back. So you can view this a number of different ways. Either it's Braxton's job to lose. Obviously, we've got to see how healthy he is and what that means for, the rep count when he gets here. Like, to practice, training camp. Is he going to be taking the first team reps? Is there going to be like a number that he's getting versus the other 2? There's not that many to go around. What does that look like? So you can view it that way, or you could view it through the lens of Braxton has the most experience. It makes the most sense to play him at left tackle. And if you can find your swing tackle coming out of this competition and a high-end swing tackle at that, then you've done your job. Like, I don't think they'll be upset if Ozzie Trapillo can't win the job this year because he's got time. Even with Karan, the 3rd-round pick, being a swing tackle, if that's what he amounts to, is not a bad thing. It's not a waste of a pick by any stretch. You find a swing tackle in the 3rd round, that's a win.
Yeah.
So I think it's, we won't be able to tell any of this stuff until training camp starts when Jones gets out there. But, curious, like how do you evaluate them right now when they're not in pads? That's the hard part. Like, behind the scenes, obviously there's the meeting room work, there's the stuff that they're doing together as a group, the group of tackles. But, pass blocking is the most important job of a tackle. Ben Johnson said it yesterday. What's going to be the differentiating factor between those 2 that are currently doing it when you can't determine who has pads on, or not? You can't determine until who has pads on. Until they have pads on. Sorry, English. And that's going to be difficult, I think, to be able to have any sort of declaration until August.
Yeah. Easily the most important battle we're going to watch come camp, right? Like, easily.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Without question. I mean, there really aren't that many position battles when you think about it, which is that's a good place to be for a team that's paid guys. They paid DJ, they paid Montez, they paid TJ Edwards, Jalen Johnson. Like, some of your premier positions are already locked up by guys making a crap ton of money, so you're going to be playing them. But I think this has got to be weird for the Bears. I mean, Ben Johnson knows what offensive line stability is like. The Bears don't. So it's got to be a out-of-body experience for Ryan Poles as he's looking down at the offensive line during practice and knowing fully that 4 spots are set. Like, you don't have to mess with any of those 4. You know your 4 starters. That's not been the case here the last couple of years.
Yeah. So, it's the first week of June, Courtney. So, to what level should we wonder or be concerned that Kyler Gordon's got something that won't allow him to practice at this point?
I saw him out there today. He was there for stretching. That was the first time I'd seen him in uniform during stretching, but then he went back inside. So that's probably a better sign if you can be out there. Because, we haven't seen him in the last couple of weeks. He has a soft tissue injury. Same thing with TJ Edwards. He was out there today and then went back inside. So well enough to be able to stretch with everybody, to go through the warm-up, and then they're probably going to do individual conditioning work and work in the training room. But I think those are all encouraging signs, knowing what they're dealing with.
I don't know what you glean out of these. I know it's hard. Like you said, you're not talking about padded practices. The one thing I think you could take away from just listening to what you guys have reported being there, boots on the ground, is that, like, Ben Johnson's serious. And if something doesn't look right, he lets them know. But, like, is the offense, like, have you seen, I don't know, have you seen a progression as this OTA period has gone on the last couple weeks from this offense?
Yeah, I think Caleb probably had his best day of the 4 practices we've seen out here today.
Okay.
And even still, like, he checked down a pass in 7-on-7 to Roschon Johnson, and he's getting lit up by Ben Johnson. So I think that they're taking to the coaching, and there's a lot being thrown at them right now. You say that every offseason, but, like, truly, brand new offense, complex offense, an offense that runs a lot of gadget stuff and has a lot of innovation. You can't run stuff like that if everybody is not on their P's and Q's the way it needs to be in a perfect manner. So, like, that's why it's as intense as it is right now. But, the pieces that they're mixing in and out of this offense, remember, like, Luther Burden's not out there. So you're seeing a lot of Olamide Zaccheaus, getting those reps coming out of the slot. You're seeing a lot of, running back rotation too. Like, that's, I think, their way of being able to keep things, make sure, like, you may have a 10-year vet, you may have a first-year vet, a first-year player. You got to coach them the same right now because they're all still learning. And, that's what we're seeing right now is this offense, no matter what your experience level is in the scheme or just playing football. That's how they're approaching it.
Okay. Anything else we should know for the rest of minicamp?
No, I think that, tomorrow's the last day, and then the vets will be excused. I imagine they'll be able to attend if they want to next week, but next week should be a rookie-only sort of deal like they did last year.
Okay. All right, Courtney, good stuff. Thank you. We appreciate the update.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
We'll see you. There's Courtney Cronin at Courtney R. Cronin on X, and, of course, brought to you, as always, by Costa Ivoni, and she was joining us on the Yingling Guest Hotline. All right, I hope it's nothing too serious with Kyler Gordon, but I guess a good sign that at least he was out there for stretch, but that's been... you don't like those soft tissue injuries. But it's June. It's the first week of June. So deal with it now.
Yeah.
But he's going to be a pretty important piece. And one of those guys that got paid in this offseason, Jurko.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
He played well.
Yeah.
He's been here for 3 years. He's not a first-rounder, so at some point you're going to have to address his contract a little bit earlier.
That's exactly right. There's not a lot of positional battles that we are going to be following, but that left tackle one's going to be the most interesting. We'll take a break. Ben Johnson will meet the media here shortly. We'll carry that live. Crosstalk at 2:35. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hello, friends. Tom Waddle here.
And this is Sylvie. We're excited for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf event.
If you're selected to be part of Team Waddle and Sylvie, our sponsor, Great Clips, is providing well-styled fairways and sharp-looking greens at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
But does that guarantee a win?
Hell yeah. We're gonna be great.
Grip It and Sip It, June 11th, presented by Yingling Flight.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators. Explore financing options. Stop on by. They value you and your time. Getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it. because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall. No matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year, but with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, Ben Johnson's meeting the media post-practice. We go live to Hallis on your home for the Bears. Let's listen in.
About the operation or how that all went.
Yeah, I mean, I know you haven't been to every single OTA so far, but I would say the defense has gotten the better of the offense more often than not in all of those 2-minute, whether it's end of half or end of game. So it was good to see the offense stack a few plays together. That's a very tough situation. I think it was 90-plus yards in under a minute with no timeouts, and so it was cool to see them stack some plays. See Caleb really, what we thought about him was when the lights are bright that he was going to show up, and it felt like the game slowed down a little bit for him, and he was able to just go out and find an open guy and get a completion. So that was good to see. Well, there might have been some sacks mixed in there, so it was a little bit more slanted to the offense, but in terms of the drill and the situations that came up, I thought it was really good learning for everybody.
What does a young quarterback have to do to improve deep ball accuracy?
Repetition. I was there. I had that narrative in Miami when we drafted Tannehill in 2012, 2013, that he struggled with the deep ball, and you just keep focusing on it. You get close with your receivers. It doesn't matter if you're throwing the ball deep, throwing it short, but it takes some time to develop chemistry, and once you get that done, then usually it becomes clockwork after that. So it's just the more repetitions we get as a unit, the better off we're going to be.
With Brisker, what were your thoughts on him coming in before you saw him out on the grads? Having seen him in the division for a couple of years, and then I'm sure looking at film when you got here.
Yeah, he was a guy that you had to earmark and just make sure you knew where he was when you game plan against him, because he was very active, particularly in the run game. He liked to come down and fill in the box and played like a linebacker that happened to be a defensive back and not afraid to hit you. So we always told the receivers that they had to make sure they accounted for him. And so can't see that right now without the pads, but you can certainly see an active player that he's excited, he's passionate about the game, and he loves playing football. He likes to talk a little bit too, which I appreciate.
You have missed as much time as he did, though. He talked about like retraining his nervous system. Do you see any hesitation in him and just what you're working through right now because of the concussion?
No, well, I mean, everyone's learning, and so if there's any glimpses, little hiccups, it's usually because they're trying to process what they're seeing out in front of them and what the rules of the defense are, and so there's a little bit of that going on, but I can't think of anything out of the ordinary for where he's at, the position he's playing, or his colleagues out there as well.
With Tyreek Stevenson, obviously last year you had the Hail Mary play that became a big storyline nationally. Have you talked to him about it and had a back and forth with him about, hey, what happened here? Hey, you can't do that. Anything like that?
No, I think he learned his lesson from that, and his peers have certainly talked to him about it, and it wasn't really any reason for me or the staff to piggyback on that because he's learned from it, he's grown from it, and what's in the past is in the past, and we're moving forward.
What do you make of him from what you've seen in practice?
Well, what we love about him is he's got some length and he's not afraid, which I think those are two things that you really need to play corner, particularly the style of corner that we're looking for. Guys that'll come up, they'll challenge, they'll get hands-on. Press man-to-man is something that we're going to do a healthy amount of, and we feel like he fits that mold really well. And so, once again, he's learning the scheme. There's some different things that DA and Al Harris and the rest of the crew are asking of him, but he's been very receptive so far, and he's a young, hungry player just like a lot of these guys.
And from the entire year time with Goff in Detroit, what did you learn about the connection piece between play caller and quarterback, and what did you learn about developing a quarterback?
Yeah, I think it goes beyond that for me. It goes back, like I brought up Tannehill before, and it started with him, and then we had a number of guys that were in that quarterback room in Miami, different quarterback coaches, different play callers, same thing in Detroit, whether it was Stafford or Goff, different guys. And you pick different things up out of all of them. I think there needs to be, you use the word accountability. It's like that for every position, but certainly that position, you got to be able to tell them when it's good and when it's not good enough in front of their peers. And then we spent a lot of time together one-on-one as well. I thought that was some of the best things that I did when I became coordinator was the quarterback and the play caller need to see the play exactly the same. And so you don't develop that trust unless you spend a lot of time together. And for whatever reason, if you do it in the room with all the other quarterbacks, sometimes you can get a little defensive, whereas when it's one-on-one, the truth can come out and no one's feelings are going to get hurt, and each person can speak the truth. And so I guess those are some of the things that I have learned over the years.
When does that trust process become, I guess, the most critical when you're building something from scratch like you're doing here? Like when you get into camp, will there be more one-on-one time because you're starting to refine what you want to do offensively, or is it just on everything?
Yeah, we'll take advantage of whatever time we're allowed to spend with these players. Right now, we're limited. This week, we actually get a little bit more than what we've had in the past few. But, yeah, certainly camp, and then once we get into game weeks, there's going to be a lot of time spent with the staff and with myself as the play caller.
I feel like there was a teaching moment with Caleb at the end of that last 7-on-7 where he went to the flat for Roshan. What were you trying to? Was he supposed to go somewhere else with that? Did you see something?
No, he was late, so he needs to get there faster.
How is he responding in those sorts of moments?
Awesome. Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's very coachable, and it's like anything. It's a new play, and so we're just communicating what the expectations are, and we want to see it show up on the tape.
Then we had a couple of guys yesterday talking about how your attention to detail and your ability to let them know immediately when something's not the way you want it is striking to them. Does that come from a coach that you played under? Do you have influences in terms of that specific trait, or are you just like that in real life, outside of football too? Where do you think it comes from?
I don't know. I've probably seen more bad football than I've seen good football over my time in this league, and so it's trying not to make the same mistakes as the people I've been around maybe in the past that I perceived as mistakes. And I don't think you can let things slide. I think offensive football is about precision, and so it's a constant communication of what that should look like. And when they hit the mark, we love them up, and when we fall short, then we got to let them know so we get it better next time.
When we were talking with Grady Jarrett, he singled out Jervon Dexter as a guy stepping up in a leadership role, organizing guys, bringing them to Miami. Is there any ways in which, from your seat, you've noticed Jervon maybe stepping into a little bit of a leadership role?
Well, it's hard to compare because I've only been with him now for, 7 weeks, 8 weeks. But I can tell you this, just from afar, having called plays against him, he was a guy that really came on last year. You could feel it. With Billings being out last year, could feel him grow into just a little bit more of, hey, I need to step up here. And you could see it. You could see it on the tape. There was growth. There was more production, particularly in the pass rush game. And I think what we've seen here from the D-line room as a whole, we've seen a lot of guys that are pushing, they're growing. I like to spend a lot of time down there during individual because it's not just great work, technique work they're getting, but they're coaching each other up along the way as well. So we got a great cohesive unit. And then when we get the pads on, it's going to be a really healthy competition as well.
I know you said that obviously we don't see every single practice that you guys have out here, but from your eyes, was this the best that you've seen Caleb Williams so far in terms of what he did at practice today?
Hard to say. Yeah, you got to look at the tape to be sure about that, but it certainly felt like he had some good moments in there. So maybe we need just a little bit of drizzle every day, and we'll pull out the best.
Is anyone standing out to you that's maybe you weren't expecting to pop?
Oh shoot. Ask me that one tomorrow, and I'll have an answer for you. Yeah, nothing off the top of my head right now. Yeah, thank you guys.
There's Ben Johnson. I like what Courtney was telling us about that play she saw at the end of 7-on-7, and she said, Ben kind of went after Caleb, and she asked him, was he supposed to go somewhere else? I love that. That's a great answer. It is. This is where you like Waddle loves this about Ben Johnson. Like
it's the truth.
You get all giggly. He's like, he was late.
I went to the right place, just late.
Just late.
Not in time.
Got to be on time.
Yep.
I love that. I do. I do love that about Ben Johnson. That's what I like. Waddle's making gestures on the other side of the glass that he should make.
It was a hand motion for
you. It was a hand motion.
Yeah.
But you do have to like that, right? He goes, oh, no, that's where we're supposed to go. He was late. Be on time.
That's it.
Simple game.
No.
Play on time.
That's it.
And so I like
Can't
that
be late.
in these moments, like he doesn't sound like he messes around. So much so that Courtney and the other reporters notice he's going after him there. I wonder what he did wrong. And then Ben Johnson tells you what he did wrong. He was late. Be on time. You will never thrive in this league if you play behind.
Yeah, right play.
As a quarterback.
Just longer.
And so that's like that 10 seconds was easily the best part of 10 minutes of Ben Johnson meeting the media right there. Because you do get an idea of what he believes and how he's going to coach these guys. And like that feistiness that we keep hearing about and the attention to detail, Yerk. The attention to detail.
Well, that's usually what kills you.
Exactly right, which
that's
I've heard
what
you
ends
say
up killing
1,000
you.
times.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not, like, doing the little things right, and if one guy's doing something wrong, it breaks down. And it can't happen in this game.
And the quarterback's the most important one.
Right.
Well, I mean, whether anybody likes it or not, you see it with what they get paid. They're the important ones.
Right.
And when they're on time and when they're doing things correct, life's a whole lot easier for everybody else.
Yeah. All right. So there was a little bit of Ben Johnson there. And then he said, check back tomorrow on who's impressed him. He didn't have he couldn't think. He wanted a little time to digest that one.
Let's
I don't
look
mind
at film. Let's look at film.
Yeah.
You're a head coach. You're looking at the ball.
Right.
You're looking at you can't see across the whole offensive line unless it breaks down. So if somebody's getting the job done, you want to go back at the film and say, okay, this is what's happening.
Dan and Dyer real quick wants to talk about DJ Moore. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Yerk, DJ Moore earlier today used a euphemism, minding your P's and Q's. And since you're headed over to the Royal Golf outing or whatever it is there, P's and Q's is pints and quarts. So I don't think DJ Moore is a drinking problem. I just don't think he understood what the phrase meant.
I don't know what the heck we're talking about. I got to be
so
honest.
he said, DJ Moore earlier said today that he's taking care of his business by minding his P's and Q's. And our caller has said, he's come in and he said, hey, this is what
Did anyone
it
interpret
means.
that as anything
Yeah.
other than, I think we all know what the term P's and Q's means, don't we?
Yeah, but mind your P's and Q's is an English language expression meaning mind your manners, mind your language, be on your best behavior, or watch what you're doing. So attempts on explaining the origin of this goes back a long way. There might be other meanings of this. This is the first one I've seen.
I have no idea. Okay.
Mind your P's and Q's.
DJ Moore spoke earlier today, or do you mean yesterday? DJ spoke yesterday.
Whenever he spoke.
He spoke yesterday.
Yeah.
I think our caller should mind his P's and Q's.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
His manners?
Okay. Pints and quarts. All righty.
No, it's here. I told you.
Well, I know what the term mind your P's and Q's means.
Again, it said mind your manners as one definition of it. But down further, when you look at it,
mind your drinking.
It does have your pints and your quarts down here. Now, I've heard the expression before. I've never looked it up. It comes from the pubs in Scotland and England, given that Scottish pints and quarts were about 3 times larger than English pints and quarts.
Mind your P's.
It was important to notice because the mug for a Scottish pint was similar, but still larger than an English quart. So that means you pay attention to the details.
The details, Jurko.
Mind your P's and Q's.
Yes, the details are
important. So the
important.
caller in this reference would be correct because there's multiple meanings.
You go mind your pints when you're over in Scotland. I'll tell you that
I
much.
took over the etymology of that statement.
Nice word.
Thank
You're going to
you.
have some peas over there.
You ain't got to worry about mushy peas.
Oh, yes, that's that too. Some mushy peas and some pints.
Some R's and some
I'm going to be
S's,
jealous.
T's.
Yurko having some fish
some
and chips.
Z's and
some,
B's,
some mushy
C's.
peas and like a medium cold, like a medium warm pint. That's the way they serve it over there. Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie coming up next. Eddie on the north side has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have a last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
Eduardo on the north side. What's up, buddy?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
We're great.
The Crow guy, I don't think he's gonna sit back and wait for the biggest contract because I read that both of his parents are actors or actresses or whatever, so he's not hurting for money.
Did you call him the Crow guy?
The Crow guy.
I think that's a good nickname to him, the Crow. I think it sounds pretty cool. But anyway, the other thing is, man, this Touchman guy, that the White Sox guy, I think they got him from the Cubs. He's hitting the cover off the ball, too.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Right, Abdallah? That Touchman.
Touch them all.
All right, Chicago, let's make some room in the beer fridge because Yingling is finally here.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer. We're talking about the whole lineup.
Start with the legend, the Yingling Traditional Lager. Smooth, rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than our North Side, South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yingling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You've got that golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you like a little extra flavor, the black and tan is the perfect mix of dark and light beer. And this weather has bought you a few more weeks to get into Speedo shape, so grab some Flight, lower carbs.
So next time when you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yingling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yingling country.
DJ Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
It is a top concern for us all. what to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Thank you to Courtney Cronin for joining us today. Thanks to Black and Abdallah, and thanks for listening and participating in today's show. It's time for Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie, brought to you by the Bergoliac Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. They're going to get you home until 6, then it's White Sox baseball. By the way, you can join Tommy and me 1 week from tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Next Thursday night, the 12th,
another
it's
one.
Whiskey U.
When am I going to be asked back?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Before me, I promise you that.
Boy, oh boy, I tell
Boy,
You
I'm
why
telling
you don't like doing it?
No, I like doing it. Just I did mine like 17 years ago. Waiting for the next invite.
I thought you were just in the fall.
No, he did it last spring.
Oh.
Yeah. It's been about a year.
I can't even remember.
It was last April.
I think I was in high school.
Okay. Anyway, Tommy and me are going to be at Slightly Toasted right here in the West Loop by Ogilvy train station on Clinton.
I was there about a year ago for Grip It and Sip It.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a great place.
Great place. They got a good single barrel program, and we're going to be drinking Old Forester and Glen. What is it? Glen? I don't know.
Glengarry Glen Ross.
No, it's not Glengarry Glen Ross. It's a Glen. It's one of Brown Forman scotches that Waddle
Anthony's
loves.
bringing some samples, I think, in the next few days.
Monday, we're going to do some reviews on Monday. Do a little tasting. So, and then next Thursday night, Tommy will come over there after the show. We'll be there 7 until 9 for Whiskey U. What up, boys? Nice video today. The hockey fight was good.
Yeah,
Waddle just
caught
going
me
after
off guard. Caught Charlie off guard.
This is how you get the Stanley Cup final going,
It
Carm.
was awesome. I love it. I loved it. And the final does start tonight. I think it might be Edmonton's year.
Could you hear the USA chant in the background coming from the office?
We couldn't hear it when it was happening live. No, we did not hear that. But I laughed.
It reminded me of the start of the Four Nations.
Four Nations, yeah. Just let's drop them and let's go.
Yeah.
Well, Charlie didn't know what hit him.
No.
Charlie knew.
That's the best way. It's a sneak attack, Carm.
Yeah. It's an awesome video.
It was a cheap shot,
Awesome
admittedly.
video. It was great.
Down goes Charlie.
Down goes Charlie. I think McDavid gets his cup this year. I think this is it. You know, he won MVP last year on the losing team.
Did he?
Yes, he did. He won the Conn Smythe last year.
How
They
often
lost.
does that happen?
We did 2 shows on that.
Listen,
shows on
he's
it.
trying to make him
Humoring
feel good
Yeah,
about
you
himself.
humoring him.
He's over there, all bathing in his hockey glory.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited tonight and then tomorrow the NBA Finals. Glorious time. I think Edmonton gets it this year. Be the first Canadian team since '93. We got guys working here that weren't even born.
Oh, I know.
Think about that.
Yeah, believe me, I know. Like yesterday was the anniversary of the Shrug game.
Yes.
In '92.
That's right.
And like how many of the guys? Like I'm telling these guys, like I was there.
There's people here that weren't born in 2000,
That's
guys.
insanity.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
93, of course.
That's crazy.
That's
You're right.
true. Yes.
Like Jack was born like in 2002 or something.
Young man.
What?
He's a young man.
2002?
Yes.
That doesn't seem possible.
It's possible.
Oh,
Look at that.
Right.
You're going to get 2 Yurkos in this crosstalk. He just got himself an extra large coffee.
Tyler, let me ask you this, my friend. You didn't get in a hockey fight today, did you?
No, just charred up.
Oh, boy.
Just char dog.
Would you have been able to react a little better than Charlie?
No.
Charlie sat there like a poor baby, poodle.
Do you
Like
think
a
he
baby
played into
poodle.
it, though?
He just sat there.
I think first of all, it was elements of surprise.
Yeah, I think Waddle stunned him.
I think it was element of surprise, and Charlie.
The
Charlie's-
video's on my Twitter feed, by the way, and on my Instagram.
Where's the survival instinct? You'd have
Well,
been
he
through the
doesn't want to hurt
glass.
the old man.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about me instead of
Yeah.
himself, Johnny.
You'd have been through the glass.
No doubt.
Did you hear yesterday? Waddle is telling us that he's stretching in the shower these days.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I stretch in the shower sometimes, though.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
the
not
heat.
where I do the stretching.
No, but it's
Time out.
heat.
I'm not sitting on the shower
He's on all
floor,
fours.
in like a
No.
hurdler stretch.
No, but you're doing.
Yeah.
I stretch in the shower
Of
sometimes.
course.
with the
Are you
hot
doing
water.
cat cow? Is
I
that
don't
what
know
you're
what that
doing?
is.
What is that?
I don't know what that is.
Tommy's
That
doing the
sounds illegal.
splits.
No,
He's
not
doing
doing
splits
The
in there.
splits in the shower.
You
but,
bet.
Stretch out the
Chinese-
hammies a little bit.
Of course. Lower back.
I'm with Tommy. I do it.
Glutes,
Yes.
Yeah.
Shoulders.
rhomboids,
Yeah.
I know what you do. The
teres
stretching in the
minor,
shower.
teres major.
Yeah.
He's doing lunges
yeah.
in there.
Good stuff.
Leathery man sack. What?
But Tommy, that's your business. Whatever you want to do in the shower is your business, Tom.
Got to stretch it all, John.
That's right.
Stretching's important. So
It
the
is.
shower's sometimes the best place to do it.
Though that
You got
area-
steam going.
Naturally pliable, I
course.
believe. Naturally
Yeah.
pliable.
No doubt.
And rough, Can
Sometimes.
take a beating. Can take a licking. It
Sometimes.
keeps on ticking.
Sometimes.
Like a Timex, Tommy.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you?
That's an old school reference. Take the licking and keeps on
Timex?
ticking.
Yeah, that's the old
There's
commercial.
kids here that
that's a
weren't
good one.
alive
That
when
was a
that came
catchphrase.
out.
Remember that?
Though, like we grew up in the best era of catchphrases
we did.
and commercials.
We did. Time
Where's
to make
the
the
beef?
donuts. Where's
Yeah,
the
well,
beef?
Where's the beef?
Yeah,
Where's
so
the beef?
good.
Remember time to make the donuts?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
That's when they actually made donuts in their shops.
I know. I don't think they do that
Now
anymore.
they just get them bussed in or trucked in from some rando location.
Yeah.
Using only the best ingredients.
Boy, those are like there was where's the beef? Like Sylvie said, the time to make the donuts. Pizza.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember?
Pizza.
When it really
Little
was like
Caesars.
the golden age.
Well, remember the Oscar Mayer song?
Sure you were. You wish you were an Oscar Mayer
the
wiener.
kid sitting
How
there?
about give it to Mikey? He'll try
Yeah,
it. He
that's
tries
another
everything.
kid. Yeah.
Life cereal, right?
Yes.
Mikey will try it.
Mike eats anything.
Yeah.
Hold the pickles, hold the lettuce, special loaders, don't upset us. Have it your way. Have it your way.
Yeah. You rule. That's new, though, isn't it?
No, that's old.
That's old.
How about finger licking good?
Finger licking good.
KFC.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
we're talking about chicken. Yeah, you got that.
My baloney has a first name.
It's OSCAR.
Keep singing, guys.
My baloney
has a second name. It's MEYER.
Oh, I like to eat it every day. And if you ask me why, I'll say.
Go ahead.
Because Oscar Mayer has a way with BOLOGNA.
It's on your baloney.
Charlie, do you remember that? No way.
Absolutely not.
No, he got no
And it was
idea.
repetition.
Couldn't even tell that's what you were spelling.
That's
Dude,
amazing.
there are only 4 or 5 channels, and that's all we heard
that's right.
all the time.
That's it.
It was on a loop.
There was no
Grained it.
DVR fast forwarding.
No, there's no getting by. There's no on demand.
Right, no.
I want to watch something now, mommy. And boom, that's
we had
what
to
you
get
have
up
now.
and change the channel.
That's right.
There was no flying by with the remote.
Or
if you're
please
lucky,
play
channel
Stanley Cup final. Hit a button.
No, if you're lucky, your dad wasn't throwing things at you to turn the channel.
That's right.
Stand up there. What's on 5? What's on 7? What's on 9?
Stand up there.
Back to 2.
And then do the rabbit ears.
The rabbit ears.
You know, Channel 2 is going to take a little extra shimmying to get
right.
that in.
Jesus, do we sound old?
You always knew bad weather was coming. If you're watching Channel 2 and it started getting a little shaky,
A little fuzzy.
you know there's a storm.
Yes, that was always the
Yeah.
one that didn't come in.
Yep.
We are old. It is crazy.
Well, what are you going to do? Big deal. You're old. Do you have a young spirit?
Yes.
Yeah, a little
well,
bit.
no, he is an old spirit, actually.
I mean,
He
I
was
was
old
an
when he was
old
young.
soul, but a
Old
young
soul.
spirit.
I don't know what that means.
Because I do stuff that's youthful still.
Do you?
Yeah.
Like what?
Mow the lawn with your shirt
Cut the
off?
grass.
How'd you like to mow my lawn?
Exercise, run. I mean, you know, the youthful
How
stuff.
are you running
go,
with
go out and
the
drink?
with the meniscus issue?
It's okay. I mean,
You just
it'll
got it
never be
out?
the same.
Here's
I mean,
me.
I had surgery.
I know.
He's going to pound it to the point it hurts again. He's going to
You have
do it
knee
again.
replacement.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Yeah. It's
At some point, you got to stop, man. Elliptical. You got to ride a bike. You got to. Yeah. I mean, it's your call. When do you want to feel like me? That's
I
your
don't,
question.
But I don't want to stop
When do you want to
running.
feel like me?
You know when you're
What do
really
you mean,
old.
king of the castle? He wants to feel like you, the king of the castle?
Once you start
Every
swimming laps
day.
again, then you know
Wake up
you're
at
old.
night
Well,
with it
but
going,
that's good
boom,
for you,
boom,
though, Sylvia. I
boom,
mean, I know
boom.
it's
How
old, but
boring
it's
is
great.
that?
Are
It
you
is
waking up at
boring.
4 in the morning to take a leak?
No,
5?
I'm not a urinator.
No.
I'll take it before I go to sleep. I'm not a urinator.
I will
Wow,
too.
you
I'm
get
still
through
up
the
at
night
5.
without going?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
All
Jurko.
night, guys.
5 o'clock for me.
Yeah,
In the
usually
morning,
I'm up at like
5
4 or
a.m.
5.
Hey, that's a good night's sleep if I get up for the first time at 5.
Bladder.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
I get 8 solid whenever I go to bed.
Wow,
If I go to bed
that's-
at 9, I'll get 8 solid. If I go to bed at midnight, I'll get 8
That's
solid.
impressive. I don't think I can do that.
I sleep.
No, I don't sleep well.
I only sleep on trains.
I think I'm going to head to the marijuana shop and buy some. Buy some. I'm gonna start experimenting with some stuff to get me through the night.
Sylvia, you can have 5 plants at the house. You should become a
I need a
horticulturist.
gummy, and like, people have been telling me the CB. You've heard of CBD oil? This is CBN.
You need the
where
shrooms.
it has some THC in it, and you just take maybe a half a gummy.
lot of
People have
initials.
sworn by it.
Shrooms is what you need, man.
I don't know. I've thought about it too, Sylvie, trying that. Like, just
You want me to
help.
pick up a little sample for you
I
too?
might try it.
What's your flavor?
I don't know. Whatever. What
What's
do you
your
got,
flavor
mixed berry?
profile?
I mean, who? It doesn't
Mixed
matter.
berry.
What do you got? I mean, really, what do they offer? I don't know.
When I was
a nice berry one.
I was
There's a good
smoking the
article
weed.
here about magic mushrooms treating IBS. I may be on the train.
Oh, you might be.
Oh, yeah.
I was when I was smoking the weed, you know, a little bit. Girl Scout cookies
Yeah.
and birthday cake.
Those
That
were the
was the
flavors.
flavor?
Those are the types
brands?
of weed.
Oh, well.
That was
Yeah,
the brand.
Was purchased. Yes,
Not the brand, but the strain, whatever.
the strain. Call it the strain. Call whatever you like. Yeah, but that was it. Girl Scout cookies and birthday cake. Now, if you ask the audience is going to give you some stuff you might absolutely like.
That's right.
My problem with smoking the weed was no matter when I smoked it, a half hour later, I'm going to bed.
Yeah. That's why I
Didn't matter. I'm
never
going to
enjoyed
sleep.
it.
I'm going to bed.
I never enjoyed
Indica, sativa, none of it matters.
Right.
It just made you sleep.
Just going to bed. That's all it's going to make me do, go to sleep. That's why I can't do it no more.
No.
I don't want to sleep.
Not when you're out having a good time.
No, yeah.
Speaking of that, the boys were telling us, Carmen reminded me of when we were dumb and young. And they were out at the Sox game. And on their way home last night on the train.
Who's this?
Tyler,
Young
Charlie,
producer.
Smokey, and Shay.
Shay, okay.
And they were telling me that Shay was doing his best vending calls.
No. Potsy.
Oh, Potsy was?
Yeah.
His best vending call.
Remember how you used to, the NBA official, you guys would imitate?
We would pantomime him.
Rick Mahalik.
So he was doing like a vendor at the
like
ball
a
game.
vendor at the ball game?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
On the
that's
train.
a
He
deep
was
cut.
selling 50-50 raffle on the train.
What was his call like? We should go around the room. What would your call be if you were selling something?
He's working the Sox game, so he'll be in later. I think we just hear it straight from the horse's mouth later.
Wow, that's a deep cut there. I mean,
Cold beer here.
Yeah, cold beer.
that's right. Is
Ice
that
cold beer.
Oh, yeah. Ice cold beer
And
here.
if you're the hot dog here, you got the top to get the
Oh,
attention.
it's like a drum, like a snare drum, yeah.
Hot dogs, pa-pa-pa.
Get your wieners here.
Cold beer.
Cold beer here.
Who's the guy, Sylvie? Remember the guy who used to walk around?
Scottie Pippen?
No, not Scotty. Scotty was, and obviously wasn't the real Scotty, but there was a famous
you know what
vendor
we're talking
that
about, Yerk.
looked
You
just
looked
like
at
Scotty.
me. There was a vendor who
Yes.
looked exactly like Scottie Pippen.
Exactly. But the one guy who used to...
We would always hold up the triangle to him.
He did. Oh, we did. Yes.
Yes.
We would hold up the
It
triangle.
wasn't him?
Who
No,
you talking
no.
about? You talking about the Mai Tai guy?
Not the Mai Tai guy. The guy who used to say, "You are very thirsty. You are very, very thirsty.
I don't remember
Cold
him.
beer." Remember that guy?
I don't remember.
He'd be at both parks. You are very, very thirsty. I always liked that guy.
I like it.
That's a
good.
good.
Yeah,
that's
see,
a good
it's
Subliminal.
creative.
He's
you know?
subliminal, man.
Yeah, subliminal. Like, you are very thirsty. It's very hot. Cold beer, and you're
You
like,
sounded
yeah,
like Adam Sandler right there, and that sounds like a good skit for Adam Sandler.
Here, Waddle. There's the Scottie Pippen.
the Scottie Pippen guy.
That's pretty good.
That's really good, isn't it?
Turn him over. Let me see that.
It was Sylvie and I used to always be like, "Boy, that looks a lot like Scotty."
Yeah.
A little bit.
Hey, Bear, triangle.
Triangle. Here.
Scotty.
At any point during the game, did he sit down and just take a
No,
break?
he
No,
never
he
did,
was,
actually.
okay.
With 1 point.
At any
in
point,
seconds.
did he refuse tips?
No, definitely not.
Okay, I'm just
I
asking.
remember the Mai Tai guy was big for a while too.
Steve Chiznieski, that was my guy.
Is that right? Yeah.
They
That
don't
guy in
sell them
Mid-City.
anymore, do they?
I don't
Do they
think
have Mai
they
Tais
do.
anymore?
Steve Chiznieski, the Mai Tai guy.
The Mai Tai guy.
But I was telling Waddle that I was drinking espresso martinis at the Cubs game.
There's
What?
nothing
Out
wrong
of the
with
can.
What?
Well, but I needed a little caffeine.
Whoa.
and
I
then
don't
it
find there to be any problem at all
Our
with
buddy
it.
Nick in Vegas turned me on to the espresso martini more so.
Oh.
It's like it really is like the old Red Bull vodka, except because it's better for you and it's coffee. Who doesn't love coffee?
Did you ever have a Kahlua Colada?
A Kahlua Colada,
Kahlua.
Kahlua Colada,
Kahlua
yeah.
Colada. Yeah, ever
Remember
had one of
that
those?
So it's like a pina colada, except with Kahlua.
Kahlua, yeah.
Is that a mudslide?
But out of the can, though.
Out of the can.
Does it have
can be.
nitrous that it gives you the
Okay.
foaminess or no?
Can be out of the back end.
Bring your own nitrous.
But I was telling them that you just walk in now and you've got a variety of all these in the can drinks.
Right.
Different
Crown and Cokes,
seltzers,
all types of stuff.
margaritas in a can, so you don't necessarily need the Mai Tai guy anymore.
Right.
Because in all these shops, you have every sort of beer, every sort of canned beverage.
Well, and like, I never, if you would have told me 15 years ago, you'd get off the elevator on the south side at one of the suite levels and you could get a Jack Daniels old fashioned, I would, that would have been crazy at a ball game when we were. Forget about kids.
As
that
long
would
as you
been
have
crazy.
$30 on you,
well,
you're going to
that's
get
true.
one.
But like 15, 20 years ago, that would have been crazy.
Craziest they got was a Tom
Right.
Collins.
Yeah, you're going to get an old fashioned or a Manhattan or a Sazerac at a ball game, and now you get it.
That's nuts.
You know why? Because it is a revenue
Smoke it up.
generator.
Oh, sure.
Smoke it up.
They cry poor.
Especially when they're charging $22 for a drink.
For an old fashioned. $22 for an old
22.
Wait till they put in like a weed
American.
dispenser, like a, a
like a gummy dispenser.
machine. Yeah. It's legal, right?
Well, look, that
What
may
a
not be
world.
far off.
That's my point.
What a world.
If they think that they can make money on it, they're going to do it.
I tell you. All right, so what do you guys got cooking for today?
What's cooking for today?
Well, did you? I was with you on the Ben Johnson stuff. I said to Waddle. Waddle was walking down the hall, and I said, this
So put your pants back on.
Yeah, like again, just being honest, upfront, explaining what it is, that why he went up to Caleb and is correcting him, getting in his face. He was late.
Thank you.
He was late. But then he said, with Courtney's follow-up, that he is super coachable, and it's going great.
Yes.
And then Sylvie went to his phone on his app and bet the over.
No, he didn't. He's not going to do it. He's not falling for it.
He will before the season kicks off.
I'm going to stick with him. He's not going to. No.
Yeah, he will.
No
I
way.
may think there's a chance that they'll go over. I'll never bet on it again.
I'm
never bet on
being
it.
smart. Don't do it.
Then you're
I will
just
never
missing
bet
out
on
on
it
an
again.
opportunity
Maybe.
to make money.
And I'm
Tom,
fine
Mr.
with that.
Finance over here.
Like, that's right.
I'm just telling you, sports finance.
You are like.
I suck
as
at gambling.
public of a gambler. Not that I'm good, but you are as public-y of a gambler as anyone.
Horrible.
Anyone I know.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the game
I have
too? A couple
39
weeks
cents
ago.
in my DraftKings
Yeah, the
account.
NBA. You're like, oh, there's no way this team loses, and then they lost by 30.
I had
and
also,
I'm like, Vegas knows. Like that's why the spread is 6.5 because
I also predicted that the Cubs were going to put 10 on the Rockies, and the Cubs beat them 2-1.
There you go.
Hey, listen, there's a reason why I have 39 cents in my DraftKings account.
Exactly right. Yes.
Bet the over.
Bet the over.
So, and then we have Tarek Skubal today.
Awesome.
Who is the best pitcher in baseball.
I sure looks like it, boys. I mean, you see his last 2 starts? I mean, like, it's out of this world.
We want to talk to him about
a complete game.
And he doesn't walk anybody.
We want to talk to him about pitch counts, too, because he wasn't happy when your guy, A.J. Hinch, took him out after 90 pitches of scoreless baseball. And, like, I'd like to get baseball back to where pitchers are throwing 100 if they've got it good.
Yeah.
They've got it going good. Throw the analytics out the window.
Yeah.
Why do you have to baby them?
Would you like to take a guess on how many starts Tarek Skubal has made throwing over 100 pitches in a game?
This year?
Yes.
4.
No.
0?
0.
0.
He has not thrown more than 96 pitches in a game.
He's also, for a strikeout guy, though, he's economical, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, not only is he at like 11 or 12 strikeouts per 9, his ratio's through the roof because he doesn't walk anybody. And it's odd to see guys throwing 100 that, like, never walk anybody.
And Benetti was telling me today that he is really conscious of the run game, too. Where, like, if PCA gets on against him, hopefully he will on Friday because he's pitching against the Cubs, that he takes a lot of pride in holding runners and stopping the run game. And the Cubs have run.
He's so good. Yeah,
12 starts, 99 strikeouts, 7 walks. That's 14-1.
That's crazy.
14-1.
14-1, you guys. And not like a nibbler. Not that you expect a guy who maybe has 7 strikeouts per 9. You know what I mean?
That's Javi's strikeout to walk total,
exactly.
too.
It is.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, like, to be that much of a strikeout guy and never throw a ball, never walk anybody.
No.
He's it's so rare you watch him, you see him in bad counts. He's
He
so
won
good.
wasn't he? What's the Triple Crown in pitching?
ERA,
wins, strikeouts. He won it last year.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's so
Triple
good.
Crown.
I look forward to hearing it.
And wins.
All right, boys.
And then I see the Tyreek Stevenson talked about what the coaches told him about the Hail Mary. We'll play you that. Adam John's coming up in a half hour from minicamp. So we've got John's, Barstool Big Cat today in Skubal. Your phone calls 312-332-3776.
All right, Waddle and Sylvie are next. We'll see you tomorrow.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
If you or someone you love is graduating soon, nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are schooled in delivering the confidence-boosting cut you love. And with convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it fits your busy schedule. Plus, with their affordable prices, you can save more money for summer fun. And who doesn't love that? Get into a Great Clips salon today and get ready to walk across that stage in style. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits. No pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
That's right. Ben Johnson spoke again today, and Mongo, we will talk Bears. We'll come out of the chute with the Bears, as Tyreek Stevenson just met the media too.
Feeling a little tingly?
Well, yeah, I like the direction everything's going. How could you not? You do too, don't you?
Of course.
They got to play games. We've always said it. They got to win. But if we're just living in the moment and we're analyzing what we're hearing and seeing.
So far, so good. This is what I wanted to sign up for.
And it hasn't always been that way. Like anyone else who said, like, you and I were very reluctant about Eberflus last year. We were hopeful that with Caleb and that they would win in spite of that.
Yeah, but we knew it was the wrong guy for the job.
And then the wrong decision was made. Yeah.
And said it. So it's not after the fact.
The phone number to reach us is 312-332-3776. The Cubs win again, a nice win in Washington as they keep on hitting after a couple of games where the offense was down a little bit. The last couple have been really, really good. And they get Washington and then the big showdown with Detroit. So we'll talk some Cubs. Adam John's joining us in about a half hour from right now, and some really good guests with Scooble and
what does that make?
Big Cat.
What does that make the Cubs now? 15-4 in their last 19. Isn't that what it is, Tyler? You had a goal set for them.
I want them to go 15-6 over this 21-game stretch, and they've 15-3.
They're going to at the very least they're going to meet that expectation, if not exceed it.
Very rarely does that happen, too, Tyler. Like, a lot of times you'll have a letdown after playing a really tough schedule, and the Cubs did well with the tough schedule. That's the thing, is it wasn't like, oh, now they're beating up on bad teams. They handled that early portion of the schedule swimmingly.
And then beat up on bad teams.
Yes, and they did both, and that's why you got to love. And they did it without. Yesterday was another good example too. It was Horton who pitched, and Council pointed out, I believe they've won the game every time Horton has pitched.
Mm-hmm.
And to fill in for Shota in that spot.
5 starts.
Like, you can't do better than winning the games. I'm not saying that he got the win every time, but they won the game in which he pitched.
I think he has filled in for Shota 5 separate times, right?
Yeah.
And they've won all 5.
And now you'll get Shota back, and now you'll have Horton, who, is off to a pretty good start for a rookie who didn't start with the club. I think his ERA is just a tad above 4 right now, but he's getting stronger.
Ride the wave.
Yeah.
Ride the wave. Big smile on your face. Just keep riding the wave.
So Ben Johnson, you heard on this radio station, if you're just tuning in, we carry all the Ben Johnson press conferences, all the big press conferences at House Hall. Before we get to the Caleb Williams stuff and Ben Johnson, because I haven't heard this either, I want to hear Tyreek Stevenson. Tyreek Stevenson was the most polarizing moment of the 2024 Bears season. I think in second place was the Eberflus non-timeout.
Yeah, and I think to build on your Tyreek Stevenson comment, I think you can argue that he was as disappointing of a player, or his season was as disappointing as any season anybody on the team had, because we had such high expectations in his sophomore year.
Which is weird because if you remember, he started the season with the game-winning interception touchdown.
Yes.
Did he run it for a touchdown against the Titans?
I think so.
Or did he just
he
pick
had
it
the
off?
touchdown.
Yeah, he ran it back for the game winner.
Well, and that was coming on the back of, while he may have struggled early in his rookie season, his second season, his second half of his season, he was really good.
Yes. So I guess he was asked, does this include the question, Charlie? So I guess he was asked if the new coaching staff has talked to you about the Hail Mary from last year. And this was his answer.
There's really no conversation need to be had. I owned it. It was a mistake. I just happened to play a sport where my mistake is just national televised, and I feel like talking to me and going through the meetings, they can see that I already owned up to it, and I owe the guys from last year nothing but effort and myself, and they see that I'm putting it in. So there's really no conversation need to be had.
You like that answer?
I do. I don't think he's going to be given any special treatment. He is going to have to compete for his job. He has an opportunity, I still believe, to be a really good player in this league. And when you are really good at that position, guess what happens? You make a ton of money. So he is in a very crucial part of his young career for defining who he is and actually laying claim for that second contract. I still think he's a good football player. I don't believe that they will tolerate. I think they will have a short kind of a patience level with him because of what happened last year. But I think that they will, in fact, give him a clean start.
Yeah, and I also think that a new coaching staff should do him good.
Absolutely.
Because I think an old coaching staff that would have been scarred by that play would have had.
He needs a new beginning.
Even though they say, hey, it's a new year, you get a fresh start, coaches always have that in the back of their brain.
Yeah.
This is a coaching staff now who wants to build them back up.
No doubt. But I do believe that this is also a no-nonsense coaching staff that is very aware of how things unfolded last year. And they're going to give him a fresh start, but they're not going to tolerate nonsense from anybody.
Right. My big thing with Stevenson last year was do not throw him away.
Yeah.
Do not throw him away with that mistake. We have seen many players in this league have a really, really bad moment and then become good because of that.
There's just too much natural talent with him to do what you said, to throw him away.
Yeah, don't throw him away because it was terrible. It was a terrible play. And, he says, I don't totally agree with this statement when he goes, well, I just happen to play a sport that is it was on national TV, sure. But let's not forget, there are mistakes and then there are mistakes. Mm-hmm. There are mistakes in when you drop an interception. There are mistakes where you physically have, your physical skills let you down. That was an effort. That was an effort thing. That was having your mind in the game correctly. Not only did you not execute when you finally got back in the play, but you started out of the play. So I think
he lacked discipline on a number of moments last year, and that was the biggest moment.
And even if this was like a fourth regional game on a Sunday in the NFL, this still would have gotten a lot of pub. It had nothing to do with it being on national TV. But, like, the scope of that, and it wasn't just a guy getting beat to allow the touchdown. And, again, that being said, both can be true. Don't throw this talent away. And I've mentioned it numerous times on the show. Dennis Allen started his career in this league as a defensive backs coach. It's his specialty. Al Harris is very good at what he does. Build him back up and have him overcome this thing. Because we were talking, Joniak's always loved him. We liked him because of the second half.
I noticed him the first training camp practice I saw him as a rookie. And the thing that stood out about him for me was he was really aggressive for a rookie. Usually rookies will kind of back off and let the play come to them early on. And he was very aggressive. And obviously he's got good size. I still think he can be a difference maker in this league.
And you can never have enough players in the secondary.
That's right.
We were talking last year, that's the strength, that's the strength. And then became a weakness. You know, like after all the talk about the secondary being the strength, I don't know how much it ended up being a strength. Brisker goes down. Tyreek Stevenson goes into the doghouse.
Yeah.
There were a lot
Smith got hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, they ended up a position that had tremendous depth was one that became quite thin. I think that Ben Johnson talked about Stevenson a little bit today as well, talked about his length and I think his aggression or something. So, look, it sounds like they're going to give him a fresh start, but knowing how this coaching staff has worked, at least early on, no passes will be given
to
anybody.
And I think Ben Johnson had the basic answer, too, that they didn't need to talk to Stevenson, that he had already done that. And, I think it's a fine question. It's, I see some people are saying, why was it asked? Well, this was the moment. This was the moment of the 2024 season. I think that's an interesting thing.
Are people really that obtuse?
Yes.
That questions like this and the one about...
People get very offended these days by that stuff, and it's silly.
It's the most popular sport in our country. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. What is it? 97 of the top televised programs every year are football-related shows or games. All of these questions are part of the equation. You may not like it, but this is part of the show. And it just is.
And I think there are different coaching staffs that would handle it a different way.
Sure.
I think there are some new coaching staffs who would sit him down and say, listen, see this? What happened to you last year? We've forgotten it. But just know you have to turn over a new leaf with us being here, you know? And then there's the Ben Johnson coaching staff that decided it's in the past and let him show us that he's going to be I think it's just an interesting window open to how Ben Johnson is handling everything. Why wouldn't you want to know more about how they handle everything?
You do. And Ben Johnson says the two things he likes about Tyreek Stevenson, his length, and he is not afraid. And that was evident from the time he stepped on the field as a rookie, that didn't matter what kind of veteran he was standing across from. I mean, he played the position fearlessly. And in this league, you have to have a certain amount of fearlessness. You have to have a short memory, because you are going to lose on a number of occasions. But I think the kid has got talent. We'll see whether or not that translates this year. Huge year for him and his career.
Yes. For a lot of those players inside that locker room, too. This is a big turning point in a lot of people's career. Anthony in Brighton Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Anthony?
Hi. I was listening to your conversation about the Tyreek Stevenson. Before I get to my point, I just want to say, Tom, you're one of my favorite Bears of all time.
Very nice.
Because of your heart, and you were an inspiration to me. So
Thank you.
I just want to tell you that.
Were you a wide receiver too, Anthony?
No, sir. I'm totally blind, and I'm a defense attorney.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Well, I found Tom amazing, and that's why I said he's an inspiration to me. so let me try to make my point. Jim Marshall passed away.
Yes.
But years ago, he intercepted a pass and ran 66 yards for a safety.
Mm-hmm. Went the wrong
and he
way.
turned out to play. Yes, he went the wrong way. He wound up playing like 182 games in a row before he retired. He was part of the famed Purple People Eaters with Carl Eller, Alan Page, and Gary Larson. So he was able to right the ship, and I think that Tyreek Stevenson can too. That's my point.
Yes. Thanks for the call, Anthony. I agree. Look, again, you're going to judge him on how he responds to the adversity, inflicted adversity, but he's got some talent. I mean, a significant amount of talent. He's got, I believe, a better coaching staff. We'll see if that combination, develops him into a player that you want around for a long time. And if he proves himself and he becomes the player that we all think he can be, he's going to make a lot of money too. And some people will say, it's not all about money. Look, in this sport, you only play for a shortened period of time. Tyreek Stevenson's going into his third year. Everyone's got questions about him. If he answers those questions at this level, at that position, he's going to get paid.
Whatever
That's
the carrot
part of the equation.
Yeah, whatever the carrot is.
Yes.
I don't care. Whatever motivates somebody. This is Ben Johnson about that Tyreek Stevenson play and if he addressed it, and then what you were just mentioning him as a player.
No, I think he learned his lesson from that, and his peers have certainly talked to him about it, and it wasn't really any reason for me or the staff to piggyback on that, because he's learned from it, he's grown from it, and what's in the past is in the past, and we're moving forward.
What do you make of him from what you've seen in practice?
Well, what we love about him is he's got some length and he's not afraid, which I think those are two things that you really need to play corner, particularly the style of corner that we're looking for. Guys that will come up, they'll challenge, they'll get hands-on. Press man-to-man is something that we're going to do a healthy amount of, and we feel like he fits that mold really well. And so, once again, he's learning the scheme. There's some different things that D.A. and Al Harris and the rest of the crew are asking of him, but he's been very receptive so far, and he's a young, hungry player just like a lot of these guys.
It's good. And then
I love it. He's got to be disciplined as well, because you remember he was very prone to mistakes and flags as well.
Yes.
And once you develop that reputation as somebody who's hanging on too long or holding, you will become someone that they look at more frequently. So,
do you want him to do less of this? And I'm moving my hand like as in the talking.
I don't care if you talk as long as you perform. If you walk the walk, you can talk as much as you want. But the bulk of your presentation can't be just yapping and a guy's running down the field, for a 70-yard touchdown. I don't care if he talks. If that's what gets you in the mode and your vibe is what it is, as long as you're playing good, solid, disciplined football, talk away. I don't care.
Talking is one thing, and I think it was him who was involved in the Jamison Williams play.
Yeah.
Was that him who tripped him?
It was.
And then he got fined? Stop with the nonsense, though, too.
That goes
I
beyond
hope that's
talking.
right.
Yeah.
Sometimes these guys, when they do talk, it leads to doing nonsensical things.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be, whether you're a vocal player or not, you have to be disciplined. And he is one of the most undisciplined players on the roster based on last year's performance.
Yep. Here's Ben Johnson about Caleb having a pretty good practice today, and he talks about the 2-minute drill. And I think this was towards the end of practice. Here's Ben Johnson on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, I know you haven't been to every single OTA so far, but I would say the defense has gotten the better of the offense more often than not in all of those 2-minute, whether it's end of half or end of game. So it was good to see the offense stack a few plays together. That's a very tough situation. I think it was 90-plus yards in under a minute with no timeouts, and so it was cool to see them stack some plays. See Caleb really, what we thought about him was when the lights are bright that he was going to show up, and it felt like the game slowed down a little bit for him, and he was able to just go out and find an open guy and get a completion. So that was good to see. Well, there might have been some sacks mixed in there, so it was a little bit more slanted to the offense. But in terms of the drill and the situations that came up, I thought it was really good learning for everybody.
All right, so that's good news. But then Courtney asked this question about a Caleb miss on Roschon Johnson, and then it was a really good exchange, and I think this is great for many, many different reasons if you're a Bears fan.
that there was a teaching moment with Caleb at the end of that last 7-on-7 where he went to the flat for Roshan. What were you trying to? Was he supposed to go somewhere else with that? Did you see something?
No, he was late, so he needs to get there faster.
How is he responding in those sorts of moments?
Awesome. Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's very coachable, and it's like anything. It's a new play, and so we're just communicating what the expectations are, and we want to see it show up on the tape.
Good. It's all good. I want him to play on time.
I like it as a fan. I like it as a broadcaster. Because what's the point? We always have talked about these national secrets. This is a mini camp. You're not hiding anything. No. And other coaching staffs would say, well, it was a communication issue. We'll get that cleaned up.
Yeah.
And just so scratch the surface. Here's a guy who's brought in to get Caleb going, and he is telling you in a direct fashion, in a it's very respectful. It wasn't in a demeaning way. No, he was late.
Mm-hmm.
That was the issue. And then he's like, but he's been super coachable. Okay. So you should like the directness, you should like the information that you're getting, and then you should also like the fact that he is giving an endorsement to Caleb being coached hard.
Look, I mean, it's been a very short period of time. There's been very limited communication and hands-on coaching staff with the team. You'll get more of it in training camp, and then it'll blossom into the preseason and then to the regular season. I get it. We're in the honeymoon period. But so far, it's everything I hoped it would be.
Yeah. Here is one more from Ben Johnson. Was this the best that you've seen Caleb Williams so far in the OTAs and the mini camps?
Hard to say. Yeah, you got to look at the tape to be sure about that. But it certainly felt like he had some good moments in there. So maybe we need just a little bit of drizzle every day, and we'll pull out the best.
Is anyone standing out to you? That's
all right. Then that was a little extra there. But yeah, so a little.
I'm interested in his answer to who's standing out.
He said, I remember what he said. He said. And this is another thing, as a guy who likes information, he said, let me think about that, and I'll have an answer for you tomorrow. He didn't want to just, throw out.
And by then, you will have placed your bet for the over.
By then, okay. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
You can tempt me as much as you want.
We'll see.
There will be no bet.
We'll see.
You want to bet that I bet the over?
No, I don't want to bet that bet.
By the way, we do have Cubs news. Tyler has just informed us that no Kyle Tucker tonight again.
You don't need him.
Are you trying to just get out of Washington and then just have him healthy for Friday against Detroit?
You think I'm joking.
Detroit?
I'm telling you, right now, there's no reason to rush him back.
Well, but you always say if a guy's healthy, he's healthy.
But he's obviously not healthy enough to play.
Right.
And I'm not asking him, hey, listen, if we don't win this game, we're not advancing. In that situation, I would expect him to play. But obviously, he's got something that they're smart, I think, to be cautious about this.
It's on his right hand, so it's his throwing hand, and even though it's not really an injury other than just a swollen finger right now, you got to tolerate the pain. And why not take as many days as possible when you said it's convenient, instead of in a week from now we hear, we came back a little too early and it's bothering his swing.
I wouldn't be shocked if he's in the lineup against the Tigers.
Oh, no. I would think if you're not playing him tonight, you may sit him another day against Washington, and then you get him ready for the
I would
Tigers.
suggest that I'd find that quite prudent. I think that'd be a nice decision for them to make. And by the way, look, he's not 23 like PCA. Every now and again, your legs can use a break as well.
Sure, especially when he's played every game.
Right. So, this isn't the worst thing in the world.
And then Tyler tells us that Michael Busch is in the lineup against the lefty. I don't know if they would have done that if you were full.
You should.
I don't understand why you wouldn't at this point, and he's hot. Why cool him down strictly because he was a double short of the cycle yesterday. He had a home run the other day. Why would you cool him down simply because he's facing a lefty? Let's see if he can continue it against left-handed pitchers.
Look, his splits are not good against lefties, but it's a very limited sample size, and what's the best way to get better at doing this is to actually do it.
Yeah, well, what are the Cubs splits against lefties in that position? It's not good because Turner isn't hitting.
No.
So, like, why not try and develop your young first baseman and let him get some at-bats against the lefty?
And by the way, he's a better defensive first baseman than Turner is.
Yes.
So
Actually, Turner has been very good against lefties.
Oh, he has. Even though his numbers are down, because that's really the only time he plays.
He's hitting 100 points better than Bush against lefties.
But how many at-bats has Bush had against lefties?
29 versus 41 for
Turner.
I'd still listen, at some point you got to figure out whether or not Bushy can be in the lineup every day, don't you?
There were years where Rizzo didn't hit lefties. There were many years where Schwarber couldn't hit a lefty. And now he has said that, and he's done very well now again. It takes time sometimes. Yeah. Takes time. All right, coming up next, Adam Johns joins us from Hallis Hall. What did he like? What hasn't he liked from Bears minicamp? They've got one more day. Then Tarek Skubal joins us coming up at 4. He's the Cy Young Award winner in the American League. Many say he's the best pitcher in baseball. And we hear he's an all-around terrific guy. Big sports fan. He was with our buddy Big Cat yesterday, too, at the Barstool offices. And speaking of Barstool Big Cat, he'll join us an hour later than normal. Big Cat joins us at 5, so make sure you're aware of that time. We've got a big show. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana notes. They are all on the syllabus at the next Whiskey University. But this time, things are going to get interesting because alongside the bourbon, I will be there adding a lesson in Scotch. Glen Glassaw, to be exact. One side brings the tasting notes. The other brings the bold claims. We're going to sort this out. Who's really in charge? It is Carmen. I'm just being a jackass. You need to show up, though. Whiskey University, that is next Thursday, 7 p.m. Slightly Toasted in downtown Chicago near both Union and Ogilvie train stations. So come on by. And as we always like to say, please drink responsibly.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select a local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Kind of a rainy, damp, cool Wednesday in the city of Chicago. Just such a change after yesterday. We go from late winter basically to summer in a couple days because we haven't really had a spring. And now today it's like it's March, April.
No surprise. This is the way it is around this
June.
place.
June 4th.
Kind of sucks.
But the Bears were outside, as Ben said.
That's because they're going to play their games outside on the lakefront.
Right.
At least for the next few years.
Sure, there's a good chance opening day could be like today. 60 and rainy. We've had worse, that's for sure, in the monsoon a couple years ago. Adam Johns does great work for The Athletic. He's been a friend of ours for a while. We had a great dinner with him back at the Combine, and he has been on the Bears beat for years now. He joins us on the Waddle and Sylvie show on the Yingling guest hotline. Johns, how are you?
Good. Oh, the Yingling guest, I love it. Like, I love a good Yingling. Have you tried their light version of their beer?
The Flight.
It's fantastic.
Yes.
The Flight, very good.
Really good. Yeah. That's great. Like, I was shocked that it wasn't available in Illinois for all these years, and it's finally available.
There's a great story, I'll tell you off air or our next dinner at the Combine, about me, Mark Potash, a bunch of Yinglings, and Pierre LeBrun, Scotty Burnside covering the Stanley Cup final in 2010 in Philadelphia. Another story for another day.
Well, I was going to say, we should probably have that conversation right now.
Can you dial it up for us?
Let's just say we had so in Philadelphia, not as only like Yingling, like the oldest brewery in America, they have like the oldest press club in America as well. So
Potsy got you guys kicked out.
Yes, well, Potsy, I think he had the same Yingling in his hand like all night long. That's Potsy. That's how he rocks. But those hockey writers, those Canadian writers, they can throw them back. We had a fun long night at the first press club ever in America, which was pretty cool.
It's funny because you and Jesse got to see both. Now, you went to the Bears. You got the short end of the stick, even though it's a great beat to cover. But Jesse went from covering the Blackhawks and covering that cup to then covering the Cubs and getting to see the World Series. So you've got a little bit to catch up after your days on the Hawks beat to now getting a Super Bowl championship.
Things are different now with Ben Johnson, though, right, Adam?
Yeah, Sylvie, Waddle, that just means I'm due.
Yes.
We're due here, and this team's been due since 1985, so I think we're all in the same boat here.
What do you look? I know, Johns, that you've written a lot of glowing reports from off seasons in the past, and all these different things. But tell us, and maybe it doesn't, but how does this feel different with Ben Johnson than in the past?
We were trying to go back I was trying to go back, and I was looking at, previous stories from the Eberflus regime, the Matt Nagy regime, to even back to the Trestman era. And I can't recall the type of conversations about the details to at least this extent, right? Like, last year there was a storyline at this time about or a few years ago with Eberflus, Jalen Johnson wasn't here. He was sending a message. Everyone's got to get on board with the hits and all that. But just in terms of the obsession of details and just how crazy and how on top of it Ben Johnson is, I can't recall any storyline like this since I've covered the team. And I go all the way back to Lovie Smith. So the details and how much they're being harped upon, instantaneously, guys, on the play, immediately after the play, or even before the play's even messed up. I can't recall going through this before. I think it's different. Cole Kmet himself said it's different. He's been here since Matt Nagy. He's heard Matt Nagy call plays. He's heard Shane Waldron call plays, Thomas Brown call plays, Luke Getsy call plays. So this is all new for him, and I'm pretty sure it's new for me. I can't remember anything like this where the details are this much of a storyline in the beginning of June.
I think along with the Ben Johnson story, Adam, for me at least, the assistant coaches are a huge story as well, because as people will try to say, well, Ben Johnson was a great coordinator with fabulous players in Detroit. He's never been a head coach before. But having Dennis Allen, a guy who has an accomplished resume as a DC, and some of the guys on his staff, Bieniemy and Antoine Randall, I think that this takes some pressure off of him and being a new head coach. How do you feel about his staff?
It's very similar to Matt Nagy in 2018 with Vic Fangio, where Vic Fangio had all these defensive players, veteran defensive players, kind of on the rise, hungry, knowing that they had something good happening, something good in the works. I feel like that's similar right now with Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson right here. And Ben Johnson isn't the only one yelling about the details. Dennis Allen, he deserves credit for it as well. He's yelling as much at his defensive players as Ben Johnson's yelling at Caleb Williams during practice. He is on them all the time about everything and anything. Al Harris, too, the secondary coach. We saw that happen today. So that's what I see. I see 2018 in a sense where you have this young offensive-minded head coach, but you got this veteran defensive coach where he could just take over everything on that side of the ball with a good roster, a good young roster, a good seasoned veteran roster. That defense should be pretty good. So I see it like 2018 with Vic Fangio, where we know that defense took off.
Tyreek Stevenson spoke today. If you had to project, what type of season do you think Stevenson has this year?
Oh, it's got to be a big one. It's got to be for him as an individual. There's so much redemption that needs to be made just in terms of how last year played out. And I know it's a storyline that the Bears want to get past. I know it's a storyline that Stevenson doesn't want to discuss. It's a storyline that Ben Johnson hasn't even addressed much with Tyreek Stevenson. So they're trying to move past all that Hail Mary stuff and all the fallout that happened after it. So just on an individual level, this is a second-round pick who's been in rotation, who's been in national headlines for his failures. So this is all about redemption. He's got to it's like a make or break year for Tyreek Stevenson, this being his third season and him being a former second-round pick.
I know he doesn't like talking about it, and I know that Ben Johnson said that, and I know there are a lot of fans that when you bring stuff up from last year, they get really mad these days. But he's going to have to go through this one more time before they play the Commanders. You know what I'm saying? This isn't the only time he's going to be asked about it.
Oh yeah. It's going to be a big storyline heading into that game. And I mean, you know how this works. If there's one more mistake, one more notable mistake, some bad pass interference penalty called on him, or just another snafu where, you know, he's not thinking, or the emotions of the moment get the better of him like they did in Washington that night. And if those mistakes happen again, you know it's going to be revisited. You know the storylines aren't going to go away, and you know his career is going to be on a different path. We know how these things kind of play out. So for now, in June, it's all about redemption and moving forward, but he's one mistake away from that being a storyline again.
Johns, you were mentioning how it looks different with the way he's coaching him immediately. What does it look like today as we played the audio? Courtney asked the question, and then the follow-up about like when Caleb is late on a pass to Roschon Johnson. What does that look like with Ben Johnson, whether it's going after him or is it just hard coaching? How do you describe it to the layman?
Well, let me give you the visual of it. So it's during a 7-on-7 drill, and Roschon Johnson is basically running a swing pass. So he's going through all his reads, and he eventually gets to Roschon Johnson, who actually makes a catch for 11, 12 yards, maybe even more. It's a first down, right, guys? Like, this is a good play. But during the progression, during his drop, when the reads are being made by Caleb Williams, we could all hear Ben Johnson scream faster. And we thought maybe it could be one of the receivers, maybe it could be Roschon Johnson getting out there. No, that was meant for Caleb Williams to get through your reads faster because that swing pass was open. That check down was open for a big gain. So maybe Ben Johnson's thinking, all right, it's an 11, 12-yard gain, but maybe it could have been a 15, 16, 20-yard gain if you get to him sooner. So that's the visual of that play. I want to say a play later, he was screaming speed. I thought that might have been directed towards the receivers and their cuts and whatnot, but you're hearing it instantaneously as it happens. It's just one example from today.
And like, I always say this too, and you were on the beat then, you alluded to how long you've been on the beat. Like, I always felt that's what Cutler needed. Like, if Cutler had a guy like that, just really coaching him up, sure, there would be some moments where I'm sure it would get tense, but that's what the quarterbacks who have the great skills need. Don't you believe that?
Oh, yeah. Well, we've covered some. Well, I go back to this. Guys, we were in Bourbonnais, and here's Mark Trestman. Great guy, pretty good offensive mind, right? And there'd be a 20-yard completion down the field from Cutler to Martellus Bennett. And Martellus Bennett had like this habit of walking back to the huddle. It reached the point where Mark Trestman, the head football coach of the Chicago Bears, would run down the field to meet him after the completion, and they would jog back to the huddle together. This feels a lot different than that. I'm just thinking of all the offensive minds that have come through here. Even when Matt Nagy was here, he wasn't on Mitch like this in year one. It wasn't even close. So to me, to hear how vocal it is, to hear some swear words uttered like in the moment, it's different. I don't know what different means like in the long run, but right now compared to other programs I've covered here from other coaching staff, this all feels different just in terms of the details and how instantaneous Ben Johnson is getting on his players about these details.
Aside from the quarterback play, Adam, what are you looking forward to seeing over the course of the next several months when training camp gets here? Is it how the tight ends work together? Is it how the left tackle battle materializes? Is it Burden? What is it? Is it the use of Rome? What is it on that offensive side of the ball that maybe intrigues you a little bit more than other stuff?
Well, I think you're seeing this offensive line that come together. You have Joe Tooney at left guard. You have Drew Dahlman at center. You have Jonah Jackson at right guard. You have Darnell Wright on the right side there at right tackle. So the competition when the pads come on between Ozzie Trapillo, Karan Amagaji, and Braxton Jones, we're all kind of forgetting about him right now. Like, that's a big competition. That's the blind side of your franchise quarterback for an offensive-minded head coach. So to see that competition play out with the pads on, one-on-one drills against Montez Sweat, one-on-one drills against Odangbo, every pass rusher that can send at these guys, that's what I'm watching. Like when the Buffalo Bills come to town, the Miami Dolphins come to town, like that's when that competition can be won. If they do well, if one of those players distinguishes himself in those joint practices, that's a job to be had. That's a job to be won heading into the regular season. So that's definitely a priority. Look, I want to see what Colston Loveland and Luther Burden look like when they're healthy and they're on the field and see what the roles are in this offense. For right now, we have no idea. So you got this left tackle battle to kind of evaluate. Ozzie Trapillo was there today with the starters after Amagaji was there yesterday, so they are continuing this rotation. But when the pads come on, Tom, I want to see Montez Sweat go one-on-one against Ozzie Trapillo to see if he can handle him.
I want to see Luther Burden in uniform.
Yeah.
I want to see
I was
Loveland
gonna
in
ask him
uniform.
about that, yeah. Are you concerned about Burden at all? Was he was out again today?
Yep. No sign of him at all. I think the only injured player that we caught a glimpse of is actually Braxton Jones, who was working out. He stepped outside briefly, or he was in the doorway just for a couple of moments. But I haven't seen Colston Loveland around, Kyler Gordon, TJ Edwards. They're supposed to be in this building. That's what Ben Johnson is saying. No reason not to believe them, but it's never good when they're not at practice, too. Even if they're hurt, if they're on the sideline taking things in, I see that as a positive. So when they're not out at practice and they're getting maintenance somewhere or they're getting treated somewhere, that's always a bad sign, especially at this time of year.
Adam, before we let you go, what do you make of the stadium situation right now? I know this isn't your everyday beat, but with the legislation not going through even addressed, do you believe they break ground on Arlington Heights in 2025?
Yeah, I don't know. I know deadlines spur action, but the big question I would have is, did the Bears just waste a lot of time by trying to make things work on the lakefront one last time when things were completely rolling in the favor of Arlington Heights, before Kevin Warren arrived? So I get why they tried the lakefront one more time, and I get that deadlines, like the legislative deadlines, they do spur action, but at this point, I wonder if it was just a bunch of time, money, and energy wasted in trying to make it work in the lakefront when everything seemed to be right there for the building in Arlington Heights.
Great stuff. Yeah. Adam, great talking to you. Keep up the great work, and we appreciate it.
Thanks, Adam.
Take care, guys.
Have a Yingling on us. There's Adam Johns. That was a really good side. What happened to his phone? Did Johns get a new phone? That was outstanding. After all the years of talking to Adam Johns, did he get Mark Potish's phone? Did he inherit that phone?
Not sure.
Potsy was always a good phone guy. That was great. Because
hasn't he been an improved phone guy the last few times we've talked to him?
I don't know. This was markedly different.
Well, the last time we talked to him, I think he was in person with us up at Hell's Hall.
Because I always say, did it to Tyler this time, I go, make sure his phone's okay. You know how I'm a stickler. It is an audio medium. I know we're on YouTube now and Twitch, but that was really good. I was asked by a listener which coach has ever changed when referenced Tom Thibodeau. Like, we've always said, hey, should Tom Thibodeau change? Should he evolve? And someone responded to me, you name me a coach who has changed. I'll give you a name that Tom Thibodeau needs to sit down with. I'll quiz you to see if you can come up with the guy that I'm thinking of that totally changed in the Tibbs style, and it helped him. We'll get to that. Plus, Barstool Big Cat will indeed join us at 4. Scooble has to join us later, so he's going to be on later. Big Cat at his usual time coming up at 4.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tonight, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tonight. And please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, let's be honest. Watching the highlights the next morning just doesn't cut it. You want the big plays, the game-winning drives, the buzzer beaters live. And that's where Xfinity Sports and News TV come in. With over 50 sports and news channels, you're covered from game time to prime time. You're getting the local channels you love, the news you need, and the sports you just can't miss. And here's a bonus. Peacock Premium is included at no extra cost. That means even more live sports, more hit shows, and movies, all in one spot. And here's the kicker. You'll save over $150 a year compared to YouTube TV, Tyler. So you get all the action and keep more money in your pocket, and that's a win-win. Whether you're streaming the big game, catching up on the latest news, or watching your favorite shows, Xfinity has you covered on the most reliable network built for streaming. Here's the game plan. Call, visit Xfinity.com, or head into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month. Peacock Premium is a $7.99 a month value.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in June. Between the 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat, presented by Wintrust on June 7th, Southside legend Ray Durham bobblehead, presented by United on June 8th, and Southside legend Louis Aparicio bobblehead, presented by United on June 29th. There's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
For the second straight year, Illinois lawmakers have leaned harder on sports betting operators to help the state pay its bills. A new law passed late last week put a 25-cent tax on all of the first 20 million bets a sportsbook takes and 50 cents per bet after that. It was part of a larger spending bill to help avoid deep cuts to regional transit systems. The new tax comes a year after Illinois bumped up the tax on operators' betting profits to as high as 40% for the biggest players like DraftKings and FanDuel. For bettors, it could mean worse odds or fewer free bets and promotions. Gambling industry lobbyists also warn it could set an example for other states and argue it'll backfire if it drives more people to use unregulated and foreign betting sites instead. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Tallest tower, 480 feet, marks the end of the transmitter site that was previously used for WCFL, WLUPAM, and ESPN 100.
Don't know what that was. That was Terrell Brown, who is an ABC 7 anchor. He's in our building. And maybe it was on the prompter with one less zero, and they put on ESPN 100. But Terrell, come on. We're your neighbors. We've been broadcasting next to your studio for
ESPN
years.
100.
Cheated us out of a zero.
Just ask your smart speaker to play
ESPN 100.
Very good, Charlie. Brown. Oh, if I
Coming
see him,
to you live from the AB6 studio.
That's right, ABC 6 now. You guys are going down a number.
That's right. Come on now. I thought we were friends.
Yeah, I guess one of the old tower that's not being used anymore was knocked down. It was like, what did he say, 400 feet? Was that included there?
I think so.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
That tower didn't work anyway. What?
Just ask your smart speaker to play
ESPN 100.
That'd been the bane of our existence for quite some time, hadn't it?
Blame the tower.
Tower, just magnificent.
Good thing for all the digital stuff now, where you get a 100.3 HD2.
Yeah.
You get it on YouTube. You get it on the app. You get it on Twitch. Smart speakers, all that. Just don't say ESPN 100.
People still fighting on Twitch on a daily basis? Is that what they're doing? Is that what they do?
I don't think they fight with each other. Well, I guess they did fight with each other. They would usually try and pick fights with us, or at least me. And then I finally just had to say I can't read the comments anymore.
It's funny because the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat are two very different things.
Oh, really?
So explain that to me.
So the Twitch chat is just engaged with the show the whole time, and then they like comment on whatever's being talked about.
There's a lot of mud wrestling going on there, I from what I understand.
YouTube chat just talks Bears.
The YouTube chat is like
they don't.
It's a side chat. They're doing their own.
It's like a mutated version of the Twitch chat.
So
that doesn't
like a
discuss
Manning
any of the shows.
We could talk about anything. They're talking Bears in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat.
And some people say we talk about the Bears too much. Well, that's a good.
Only talk about the Bears.
Yeah,
Bears Town.
Nothing wrong with that. So, okay, any guesses?
Can you imagine if we actually win some games, more than 5? How much bigger the town will be?
Of course.
How much bigger a Bears town
It would be amazing.
We've won 17 games in 3 years, Abdallah.
Is it 17?
Isn't that, no, 14?
It's 15, I thought.
15 games in 3 years.
Any guesses? So someone said to me when we were talking about, I believe Tibbs is still one of the best coaches in the NBA. But I believe he has this glaring flaw that we've talked about, where he burns guys out, he burns his team out, and that's why he gets let go. And someone said to me, like I said, look, he needs to change like he has players to change, or at least evolve, get better, look himself in the mirror, and adjust. And someone said to me, well, Sylvie, when's that ever happened with a coach? I bet you we could come up with examples. I thought of one big one, though.
Here locally?
He's not a local guy, and it is not a basketball guy, and he is no longer coaching. But this was a fairly...
Is he alive?
He is alive, and there is someone in the building who has worked for him. In our building who has worked for him.
I don't know.
It's the sport of football, and then he won a Super Bowl. After
Mike Holmgren?
No, I don't think he was ever that tough, was it? This is a guy who was like exactly like Tibbs.
Oh, Tom Coughlin?
Tom Coughlin. Tom Coughlin was the guy. They had that moment with the Giants where Strahan and all those other veterans said, we had to go to Coughlin and we had to say, look, I get it. You want to set the culture. You've got to ease up on us. Same thing happened to Dick Vermeil with the Rams.
Yeah.
They told him he was too hard. He adjusted, became a player's coach. I don't think that Tibbs has to change all that much, but I do believe he needs to evolve with the times. He should sit down with Tom Coughlin. Let's not forget, he stole Bill Belichick's "do your job" phrase.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting dynamic. There's got to be a significant amount of trust because when a group of players they go to the coach and say, hey, maybe we need to tap the brakes a little bit. That coach can consent to that, but he's got to trust that it's not going to lead to the inmates, running the asylum.
Isaac Bruce did that to Dick Vermeil the year before they won the Super Bowl. He said, we're practicing too hard. You're killing us. It's too much. You got to ease up. And then sure enough, they won a Super Bowl with Kurt Warner. All right, coming up next, we'll talk to Barstool Big Cat. We're going to move. Scooble's going to be on later, so Barstool Big Cat, at his usual time, he joins us next.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Was walking into work today from Union Station, and right before the radio station on Dearborn, there's a big Steinhoffel delivery truck. Someone's getting the goods, guys. You should too. Steinhoffel's Buy More, Save More sale is back, and the savings are bigger than ever. Save at least 10% off store-wide, then take $100 off every $9.99 you spend. Buy a sofa for $19.99 and take $200 off. Get a new bed for $29.99 and get $300 off. Take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing to make your purchase even more affordable. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. They don't sell furnaces. They sell furniture and mattresses. Check them out today. 6 Chicagoland locations. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/sports to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC. HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000.
We appreciate Big Cat being flexible as always. We'll have Scooble on later in the show. You know, Big Cat had him in the Barstool offices yesterday. Seemed like a lot of fun. Barstool Big Cat on the Yingling guest hotline. He's brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping, and Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
Didn't you win big money on Scooble in the Cy Young last year?
I did. I got a problem with you guys, though. You're moving my time around.
I just
I'm
said
as flexible as could be.
Yeah, I said it. I said I was very appreciative for your flexibility.
Flexible as could be, and Sylvie's texted me this morning and asked me to do his job for him.
That's part of the homework. Is you reach out to? I reached out to you. I reached out to Benetti. I reached out. I know Jesse reached out to the Tigers. We're trying.
Did you reach out to Google.com?
I did do that as well. There's not. It's funny. There's not a lot on Scooble as far as his personality or like personal stories on Google.
Yeah, he's a great dude. Great dude. Last year I had the famous bet where I was in Detroit for the NFL draft, and a fan walked up to me and handed me an envelope and just said, "Open this when I leave." And I opened it, and it said, "Tarek Scooble, Cy Young, plus 400. Bet it right now." So this was, April last year? And I bet it, and I won like $40K on it. I had never, I don't watch AL baseball. And I became a huge Scooble fan, and he's a man, though. Yeah, you'll have a lot of fun with him. He's very, down-to-earth guy. He's about to make a ton of money, and he's a hawk. You know what he is? And we told him this. We've had him on before, so you could have just listened to our interview before, Sylvie. You could have just done that. But he is the true definition of a hoss. And there aren't a lot of them out there in baseball anymore.
Right.
But he is a true definition of a hoss.
Who is, you've met so many people who want to come on your show. They want to be in studio with you guys. Out of all the big names, who is the most down-to-earth guy? You said he's very down-to-earth. Who's the most down-to-earth guy you've ever met?
Good question. I still probably would go, it's tough because, a Blake Bortles, he's never changed as a person. And he's just the same guy through and through, or like a Blake Griffin as well. Blake Griffin has made, hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's just kind of the same guy and, can laugh at himself. I think that's really all it is. Can you laugh at yourself? There's also, you guys probably know this, it really comes down to, how many people, when you come to the office, how many people are in your team? How many people are you bringing with you? If it's, more than 4 or 5, then you're all right, what's going on here?
Not down to earth. Yeah.
If it's 2 guys, that makes sense.
Who showed up?
Maybe one guy with a video and then another guy who's just coming to hang out.
Who showed up with the biggest group of people around them?
Ooh, I don't know. I actually was impressed. Dwayne Wade, when he came in the office a couple weeks ago, he only had 2 people. And I was expecting more because he's obviously such a big, well-known person. I don't know. most people are keeping in that like 2 to 3 range, so they don't really get crazy with it. You're trying to get me to bash a guest, and I'm not going to do it.
I'm going to ask you who's the biggest douche in a second, but what's the toughest question that you felt like nervous about asking? Because I saw your exchange with D. Wade, and I felt uncomfortable just kind of watching it because I didn't know how he was going to respond, and he handled the question very, very well. Is that in the top 10 of most uncomfortable things you've asked someone?
I honestly, and this will sound not egotistical, but it will sound like it's not real. I don't get uncomfortable. I love those moments.
Okay.
I like just going for it because it's like, what's the worst they're going to say? They're going to shut down. Okay, then the interview's going to end. You know what I mean? Like,
we're going to pop up and smack the crap out of you.
What was the question, by the way?
Well, it was there was a fake news report that he had it was like a fake quote from him that was like, I don't care if I win or lose because I go home and my wife eats my butt every night.
Don't you remember that?
Yeah.
So
I mean, we had we had the moment with John.
Are you okay? You start smoking again? You back smoking?
We had the moment with John Cena that got uncomfortable, where we asked him. He was there was like a report that he had died, and he didn't like dismiss it for like 24 hours. So for like 24 hours, the whole internet like basically did tributes to him. We're like, that's awesome, dude. How sick is that? Like everyone spent 24 hours saying how much you meant to them and everything. And then he just was like, yeah, I actually had a friend die last week, so I don't find it very funny. And we're like, okay, whoops. But yeah, I think we're good. We're in a good spot now where it's, if you come on the show, you know what the show is.
Yeah.
So you're not going to it's the easiest show in the world to be on. All you got to do is be able to laugh at yourself. And if you can laugh at yourself, we'll look dumb, you'll look good. Everyone will be like, wow, Dwayne Wade, he laughed at that.
He did.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
It was good. So who's the biggest douche?
Kareem did not like us. Kareem did not like us.
He did
at
not.
all. But I don't think he likes anyone.
Yeah,
so
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, he seems like that type of guy. But you guys will have fun with Tarek. Don't screw up his name.
Yeah.
It's Derek with a T.
Yeah, that's good.
Just keep saying that in your head. And you guys have jerked me around all day with the scheduling, but that's me. I'm
You're
the guy
easily
who, like,
jerked around.
No, but you could be like, hey, here's 5 minutes, here's 10 minutes. Oh, you're starting tonight. I'm ready to go.
That's right. That's what we love about you. It doesn't matter what position you're going to get us out of the jam.
There was a day when we'd move him around and he'd just laugh. I guess that day's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Right?
I guess it's gone.
There's so much for not changing.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Don't go changing.
What
changing, Pony Boy?
What are you hottest about right now? Was it the Tibbs thing yesterday? Is it about the Cubs and how well they're playing? Any Bears stuff? What's on your mind most that gets you going most right now?
Okay. Well, we will start with the Cubs. I do want to talk about Tibbs. The Cubs are awesome, and I remember this last year, Sylvie. We had this exact conversation when they were kind of treading water, and we got to a weak part of the schedule. It's like, you got to win these. And it's kind of what we had this discussion with the Bears during Bears season. I'm not going to go around being like, wow, the Cubs just beat, the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Reds. They're so incredible. But those are the teams you got to beat. If you're going to be a good team, you have to win those series, and they're doing that. So it's like that step forward where we saw what the schedule was to start the season. It was tough, and there were some tough moments. But now they're in a spot where it's like this is where you can actually extend a lead in the division, and it feels like they're doing that. My only question is, do we believe that this is the bullpen is not fixed, but it's obviously been way better in May than it was in April? And is it like, are we good? Like, is Palencia the closer and Keller's the setup man, and like we're good with this? Or is it like, hey, once we start playing really good teams again, it's not going to look good?
No, it's a good point. I feel fairly comfortable about the bullpen right now, at least for now.
I do too.
Yeah,
I do too. But it does. That is the one thing where, again, I like people are like, oh, you just beat the Rockies. Who cares? Like, no, you have to beat those teams. You have to sweep those teams. But I just don't know if the bullpen is having a great month because we played a little softer schedule, and then it really all comes down. This Cubs season comes down to the trade deadline. I think you agree. It's like, are you going for it, or are you happy with winning the division and losing to the Mets, Phillies, or Dodgers because you didn't upgrade your starting rotation and add a bullpen arm?
Don't you have to just like buckle your seatbelt up when it comes to bullpens and just ride the? Think about Tanner Scott, who the Cubs went hard after, and the Dodgers just outbid them. He's blown, I think, 5 saves. He's got an ERA nearing 5. Like, will he figure it out? Maybe so. But that position or that group of pitchers that make up your bullpen are just the most unpredictable crew in all of sports.
Didn't, as great as he was, Clase, after having one of the best seasons, didn't he get hit around by the Yankees a bit in the postseason?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you never know, even the best of the best. You figure them out, yeah.
You don't, but, this is also a product of losing Shota for a while and Justin Steele for the season, where it's like, Cade Horton and Ben Brown, like those guys could be potentially bullpen guys that you then have to put into the starting rotation. So I want to see what they add. It would be unbelievable if they added a true ace. I don't know how many are out there, but that would be my big thing. And I went Saturday and Sunday. I got to go to. I watched like 5 innings by myself on Saturday. Going to a baseball game by yourself is heaven on earth. I had the best time. My whole family ditched me 10 minutes before first pitch. Wow. We were planning on going, and they all were like, no, we want to play outside. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go. I'll be back in 2 hours. And it was a quick game, and it was great.
So what are you doing? Are you making conversation with people in your section? Are you just watching the game, keeping score? What are you doing?
Locked in, just watching every pitch. And
buying 50-50 raffle tickets.
I lost a lot of money this weekend in 50-50 because I then took my family on Sunday, and it was a lot. It was a lot. So it was not good.
I was mad that you didn't text me. I'm sure you did that on purpose.
I didn't know you were there.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were there till after I left. I had the little kids. We only make it about 6 innings. And it's, I have it all planned out. We get the hot dog in the 2nd inning. We get the pretzel in the 4th inning. We go to Gallagher Way in the 6th inning, and then we're gone.
Yeah, you stage it out. My oldest son, Mason, who's 11, totally had a big cap moment. So we bought the 50-50 raffle tickets. My wife bought it. I think she got $50 worth. So that's small potatoes for you. I understand. But still, Mason looked at it, and he goes, why is there one number here? He goes, we bought 50. He couldn't wrap his brain around that he thought we got cheated out of 49 numbers.
I agree.
It's crazy they're doing this now. I hate it. I also got tipped off. I got a friend who somehow has won it 3 times in the last 4 months.
What?
Dating back to last year. Yeah, it's crazy. He told me something that I didn't know.
What is it?
If you buy online, so I have a rule. I'm never going to buy online for a game I'm not going to. But if I'm going to the game, I will buy some online because, they don't come around enough, and I want to really spread out my numbers. If you buy online 2 hours before the 2 hours preceding first pitch, you get double the entries.
Oh, that's a cheat code.
Yeah. So I started doing that.
It sounds like a
scam?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I mean, a portion of it is going to worthy causes, but what do you mean you give $50 and you only get one number?
And they say there are 50. Now you do.
Entries of it.
You have 50 entries, but they're only giving you all your entries are filed under that number.
All right, so you're just supposed to take their word for it.
Yeah. This is the NBA
It's
lottery.
heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. I had 5 numbers Saturday, 5 numbers Sunday. I lost $2,000, and the number got put up on the board, and I didn't even have the first number. It was over, just like that.
Right. There's no drama even checking your number. It's just over. Oh,
I don't know how you win 3 times, though. I don't. That sounds like that also
crazy.
Sounds a little freaky.
I'm going to start buying online 2 hours before the game. It sounds like that's the way. All right, so what about Tibbs?
It just feels like it's the same story over and over again, right? Like he runs his course. I feel bad for him because I think he's a fantastic head coach. I don't know. I would imagine it didn't get as ugly as it did with the Bulls in the end. I was thinking about this. Am I just losing my mind or getting old or not remembering things? But wasn't there a story that Tibbs' office was bugged at the end of his tenure with the Bulls?
I don't remember the bugging of the office. Was that reported by somebody, guys?
I like maybe it wasn't bug. Maybe it was there was a mole, a front office mole in his staff or something. It was like something bad. I might have made this all up. So I just remember the feeling of when I was at the game. Was it 2016? I went to all the home games against the Cavs. Or 2015, was that the end for him? And it just felt like, all right, like we've done it. We've done it all. There's nothing really more that can be done. He's pushed them to the limit, and it's time to move on. And it feels like that happened with the Knicks here.
I have a headline for you. This is from May 5th of 2015. A man named Jason Pat, I believe, wrote the article for SB Nation. Bulls reportedly so dysfunctional that assistant coach thought his office was being bugged.
There we go. So I kind of remembered it, right?
Yeah.
You totally remembered it correctly. Look, I've told many stories about that era of Bulls basketball. Like, it blew my mind in real time while it was happening. Because you know me, I loved the Bulls. I got close with people in the front office. And I'd be on the air, Big Cat, and I don't know if you ever heard this story. I'd be on the air, and I'd be giving Tibbs credit for all the different guards who were playing for Derrick Rose, who were good. Like
DJ Augustine,
right.
yeah.
One year was Nate Robinson. The next year they bring in DJ Augustine. The next year it's who's the other guy? John Lucas III. And they all keep winning, making Joakim Noah the point center where they're running the offense through him. And I would get a text message from someone in the front office listening to the show saying, give our players credit. Because he thought I was going over the top with crediting Tom Thibodeau. And I'm like, what's going on here? You're winning. The coach is doing well. He's getting Coach of the Year consideration. And you, who have hired him, you're telling me that we're giving him too much credit. And it blew my mind, and it just painted a picture of what was really going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, and so I don't know if it was that ugly in New York, but it does feel like he's one of those guys that kind of burns people out. And I don't know. I mean, you tell me if it's right. It feels like no matter what he did this playoffs, they would have fired him. Because how can you say that you had the best year in the franchise's history in 25 years, and then you fire the coach? So that felt like a predetermined situation where they almost expected him to lose to the Celtics. Then they didn't. So it feels weird, but they were going to fire him regardless.
I've done some more digging.
Oh, really? You've gone down the rabbit hole.
I've gone down the rabbit hole. Joakim Noah opens up about Tom Thibodeau's office being bugged. Remember when wait a second, though. Remember when that bizarre story about Tom Thibodeau's office possibly being bugged by the Bulls management came out? Well, today, this is from February 17th of 2020. Well, today, Joakim Noah set the record straight, kind of in an interview on the very popular podcast, Pardon My Take.
Oh.
Big Cat started the interview off hot by asking this question. Okay, for how long was Tom Thibodeau's office bugged? Noah chuckled but gave an intriguing answer. So he said, blank, you went right away. You're not blanking around. Look, blank got real. Tibbs is the best, man. Tibbs is a warrior. If there was a bug, whatever, it's not what it's about. That was his response.
Unbelievable.
To you.
So you're asking us and you asked him.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's not the first time that's happened, where I will try to remember a story, look it up, and then it will be like a clip of me asking someone about it, and I'm like, well, how did I not remember that?
It's amazing. And I quoted Noah from your show, too, from a few weeks back, where he just said he loves Tibbs, but Tibbs wouldn't get them off their feet, and he thought he was nuts. And so I think Noah sums it up perfectly on Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, he told us a story about Dunleavy, like, sitting in his car before practice, just, like, trying to pump himself up, being like, you can do this, you can do this.
It's crazy.
Like a guy working like an accounting job during tax season, being like, I don't know if I have it in me. I'm going to get in there, try to give my best.
Do I have to be cheering for either OKC or Indiana? I mean, forgive me. Do you have a gigantic wager on either side?
No, No, I'm my allegiances on this series are strictly with Alex Caruso. So I'm rooting for Caruso. The Pacers have been fun to watch. I also am like, it's like a combination of watching great basketball that the Pacers play and also being jealous that they have a competent front office because that's not like a team that had a bunch of like number one overall picks. They made a really smart trade with Sabonis for Halliburton. They hired a really good coach, and they built around that really good player in Halliburton, and they have patience. So I'm a little jealous of the Pacers, but, yeah, I'm rooting for Caruso. I love Caruso. I loved, the years, even though he didn't play for great Bulls teams, he always gave his hardest, and he's one of those guys that deserves another ring.
I got to ask you on a ruling, a general ruling on the way people are wording what year they are in school these days. We had this conversation before the show. We have two new interns, and I didn't understand this term when they always describe our interns, and you would think that these people have had more life experiences than us, the way they dial these profiles. It's incredible, like where they've traveled to, what they've accomplished. This guy breeds horses and things like that. It's amazing. But it was described to me in the profile. Then I met one of the people, and she told me that she is a rising senior. Do you know what that means? And
yeah,
okay, you do. So you've heard this term. What does it mean?
Yeah, that's just finished junior year.
Why can't you just say I'm going to be a senior? Where did this rising
more
senior?
Words. That's more words. That's more words. Oh, this generation is all about getting the words down, the word count down. To is like speaking Morse code.
I'm a hopeful senior, is what I am. I'm hopeful. Yeah. I'm hopeful that I'm going to be a senior and get through senior.
I thought this person skipped a grade when they said she's a rising senior. I thought she went from sophomore year to senior year, and she rose above the junior year.
No, she's going into senior year. Yeah. Speaking of interns, Waddle, your daughter starts next Monday. How many ice cream cones can I put her down for?
10.
A day?
Sure, why not? No, I don't know.
I had 5 today.
Did
I
you?
had 5.
What flavor?
Yeah. Swirl. The machine's up and running. It started running today.
Nice.
We're ready to go. It's the old machine from Small Cheval. It's awesome. My life is never going to do it.
How often do you have to clean it?
Once a week. I got a whole cream team that they're set up. I hired. I got 2 guys that are.
Can you promise me one thing?
Not
one
to
thing.
call a cream team around her.
No, just like under no circumstances. Like she's a hard worker. She's a great kid, but when somebody asks me, I can't actually. Oh, my daughter's part of the cream team. Like I just can't. I can't do that.
Hey, listen. If your only request is she doesn't get put on the cream team, request accepted. That's fine. No
I
problem.
just if she's on the cream team, just she doesn't have to wear a shirt that says
I'm
part of the
she
cream
will not
team.
be part of the cream team. She's not part of the cream team. That's officially ruling right now.
Your daughter
she will not be asked to be part of the cream team.
Would your daughter? I mean, let's fast forward several years. I mean, how would you feel if your daughter came home and said, "Hey, Dad, I'm so happy. I'm part of the cream team."
I would be like, hey, how expensive was the machine? Does it work? Are you keeping it operational? Are you doing your job?
Sure
Are there any special rules that Waddle has given you for his daughter?
No,
yes,
no.
Listen,
and this is not the first. Nepotism happens. We have a Hank's, my producer. His cousin's working there, so it's no big deal. It's gonna be. I'm excited for her to start her internship. She probably won't see me very often.
Yeah,
but and I'm making the interns wear name tags, so because I can't.
Cream
they all
team.
look exactly alike. So they're all walking around with name tags. They've been here for 2 weeks. They still have name tags on.
My daughter's on different schools, so she gets home a week from, I think, Monday or something like that. So, listen, she's 21. So, like, I'm not calling Big Cat and saying, hey, Big Cat, do that. She's like, look, she wanted this opportunity.
She's a rising 20-year-old.
She's a rising 21-year-old.
I'm going to say this right now. This conversation, I think she has to be on the cream team now.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
For
She's
sure.
on the cream team.
I need to see a social post. of her
She's
being on the cream
We
team.
it's only guys on the cream team. We got to, you know what I mean? Like,
Yes, equal
someone's going to come
opportunity.
around and be like, what's your hiring practice for the cream team? That's the
You
only
know what? I got to
white
let
man.
go. I got to let go. She's my baby. She's 21.
Yes.
But I'm not going to lie. I got a little bit of a sweat going when you're saying she's part of the cream team.
So good. Really
You
quick.
you should see the mutants on the cream team, too. That's going to scare you even more.
Oh, Jesus.
Really quick, before we let you go, have you watched these online videos of celebration of these guys who are betting against Angel Reese making her first shot every game?
Incredible. You guys not like it?
I think it's fabulous.
I mean, I think it's the best content on social media right now.
Whoa.
They play the Titanic music after every time she misses her first shot. And I think in, 5 or 6 games, she's not made her first shot yet, and they keep betting on her to miss her first shot.
Yeah, they're winning. It doesn't matter if you're winning. I mean, listen, Angel Reese can shove it in their face and hit her first shot.
Yes.
Or not.
How would you gamble on the next? I don't think they play till like Friday or Saturday. I was actually looking for the bet.
They had to give the rim. They had to give the rim a bit of a break.
How would you bet in the next game for Angel Reese making her first shot?
Miss.
How many has she missed in a row? Like 5?
Yeah.
It is like a roulette table. You sit down and you see a run on red. Are you going to go black? I think you got to go one more and misses the first shot.
Yeah. Okay.
But you can't. You know what? You can't. No. To be honest, I wouldn't join it. I'd stay on the sideline until she made one. Then I'd hop back in.
Okay, that's a good play. All right.
How many me bounds does she get on Friday?
It's such a good term.
I love the me bounce. I love the me bounce. I would be a me bounder if I was in the league.
Yes.
I would be doing that all the time.
No doubt. Big Cat, you're the best. Thank you.
All right.
See you, cream team.
There you go. So Tarek Scooble's going to join us coming up a little bit later. We got Waddle's World next. It's Waddle and Sylvie.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do with all the finals, the papers, party prep, and more. It's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end of the school year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown or as a guest cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per $1,000. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Is that why you were here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
What was Charlie doing in the cafeteria? He came in here giggling, Charlie. He said, you should see what Charlie's doing in the cafeteria.
He was whipping up a whole meal. He had the microwave going. He was cooking meatballs. He was filling up his thermos with ice and with water. It was like a chef in the kitchen while he was running the show on the board.
I will say the water bottle was Tyler's. And I was just throwing it in the microwave. Just toss it in there, 90 seconds. Just turkey meatballs with some rice.
Yeah.
Little coconut milk based thing.
Little halftime.
Little halftime
Intermission here.
Gotta get the macros in.
I'm with you. Did you make the meatballs?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean you made them? You just took some turkey ground beef, right?
It's
put
not
them in a
hard.
ball?
Well, I know, but what do you do? Like, I mean, you have to use egg. You use breadcrumbs and
just breadcrumbs. We don't use egg.
No.
And then just roll it up.
Little onion.
Put
a little onion in there.
Little onion. Keep it a little moist. There you go.
Tyler's like, well, what are you guys talking about? I just walked in and I hear Charlie say, keeping it moist.
Don't your daughters hate that term?
Yes, it is a term that is not acceptable in the house. It's not allowed to be used.
Big Cat, by the way, sent us videos of the cream team. This guy's got.
They look like the old school ice cream men.
Well, he's got the sweat going in the back of the hat.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, great. I'll send my daughter the picture and tell her who she's going to be working with. Have you seen the show Adolescence yet on Netflix?
I have not.
It is the show. I think there's 4 episodes.
Started, it was okay. I watched like an episode and a half. I'm like, I think I'm done.
Have you guys watched it?
I have not. No.
I haven't seen it.
Adolescence shattered Netflix record.
Wow, really?
Yes. Yeah.
Should I have stayed with it? This is about the boy in England, right?
Yes.
Where there's been a tragedy.
Troubled youth.
A woman, not a woman, a
girl.
A teen girl is murdered, and he's being investigated for it.
It's very artsy with the one camera.
It is, and I believe it's the first time the kid, I think his name's Owen Cooper, it's his first acting job, and he was fantastic in it. But yeah, it was really cool because it's one shot. Each episode is just one shot. But it says here that they broke all their Netflix records for viewers. Magic mushrooms. We have more mushroom conversation. I actually have 2. Mushroom is fungus, right? Isn't that kind of
fungus? Yeah.
Okay, so magic mushrooms potentially treating IBS. How about that?
I think you definitely need to partake. You either have Crohn's or IBS. You have one of the two.
I would be very apprehensive about doing the mushrooms after the experience I had with them in college.
Well, no, this isn't. Is this?
Well, they're still. What do they call it? Psilocybin. I mean, it's still magic mushrooms.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's exactly what my buddy Phil was, sending over, but, the doctor is now in session and using magic mushrooms for IBS.
That's a great excuse if you get caught by somebody.
I got IBS.
No, you don't get it. Your Honor. It's for my IBS.
Yeah.
Are they legal? In some states,
They're
aren't they?
decriminalized in some states.
Which states, Charlie?
I think Oregon and Colorado.
Really? Explains a lot. Whole Foods ground beef may be tainted with E. coli, health officials are warning. So be careful out there.
You should have seen Zetterman's sweat when I printed an extra copy of that one for him. He was none too happy.
Well,
when he
he's
saw
Mr. Ground Beef, isn't he? And he's Mr. Full Whole Foods.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to keep an eye on all of these.
Everything,
warnings.
yeah, always.
U.S. agriculture officials are warning that ground beef sold at Whole Foods markets nationwide may be contaminated with potentially dangerous E. coli bacteria.
I think that's where we get our ground beef, too. This is regular ground beef?
Yeah.
The meat was produced in Australia or Uruguay and processed in the U.S. It was sent to distributors in Connecticut, Georgia, Illinois, and Maryland, and then to Whole Foods stores nationwide.
Speaking of that and combining the two stories of Netflix and then that story.
What about the mushrooms?
This doesn't include mushrooms. I am watching the Tylenol documentary.
I have not seen it.
Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And it all this
happened
was
here in Illinois.
This was right Arlington Heights, I believe, was the first place that people were killed from the cyanide Tylenol.
I moved on to a show called The Better Sister.
The Better Sister.
Yeah, it's good. I've got
Where's
40
that?
minutes left.
Where are we?
I believe it is on Amazon Prime.
Okay, I don't go there enough.
Well, every now and again, you got to show up.
No, I know. I that's why I probably am missing some good stuff.
Have you seen this story, too? This really caught my attention. Luxury hotels for flyers are starting to pop up at airports. Like, they're very expensive, $500 a night, but hotels not attached to the airports, but actually in the airports.
In the airport?
Yes. So, like, part of the airport is a hotel. They have one of these, I think, in Denver.
That's convenient.
Yes. So, like, all you have to do.
Which
San
side
Francisco
of security
as well?
Which side of security are you on? Can you clear security and get to your room, and then that way you just walk right to your gate?
I believe that is the case.
That is the case?
I think so. Yes. Yes.
Wow.
But yeah, this is kind of a new trend. I thought it caught my attention because, like, listen, I think if you fly in and you're staying somewhere, sometimes it's not a bad ride. You hop on the tram or the bus that takes you over there. But how about a hotel room right there in the airport?
Yeah, like the Hilton and O'Hare is pretty close.
Yeah.
And you go underground and it's connected. I once stayed at the Philadelphia Airport Hotel, and it was basically connected to the airport. You just had to get through security and you were there. You didn't have to take a shuttle or anything like that.
Another medical story for you. Ozempic is a weight loss drug that can mess with your fertility for both men and women. I don't know if you've heard this lately, but if you're...
that would scare me. It just seems like there's a lot of side effects. Like the people were chasing the weight loss. And some people need it because it's treating diabetes, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
But now people have used it as a weight loss.
Yes, they have these drugs have helped people slim down by curbing their appetite, but that can lead to serious nutrient deficiencies if you're not careful, which then can lead ultimately to infertility. Mm-hmm. So be careful.
I know.
I mean, that is kind of the theme of Waddle's World today, Charlie, is just be careful out there. And here's another one. An apocalypse of toxic fungi could threaten millions of lives within 15 years.
See, now, which is it? Are we going to live to 125 or are we going to like...
You got to keep your head on a swivel, right?
Yeah, that's the whole story behind The Last of Us, right?
Is that what it is? I've never seen The Last of Us.
Yeah, it's all fungus because they're like living creatures, technically, fungus is. So, who knows?
Is that show any good?
HBO, correct?
Yeah, I played like half the game and then I got stuck and quit. But then,
what do you mean you played half the game?
I like
it's based off of a video game.
Yeah, it's based off a video game.
Oh.
I got about halfway through and I just couldn't beat it. I was a little scared too. But the first season's great. I didn't see the second season, but I heard it's bad.
Never seen an episode of it.
Neither have I.
Yeah. 2 seasons?
Yeah, the second just came out, right?
Yeah.
Is there going to be a third?
I don't think so because there's only 2 games. And so each season is based on 1 game.
A hungry wild elephant raided a grocery store in Thailand.
The video is outstanding on this.
Yeah, I really, you have to see the video to get the full grasp of the havoc that was created in the grocery store in Thailand.
I thought it was quite docile, though, for an elephant being in a grocery store.
They probably didn't show you the part where it crapped all over aisle 3 and attacked someone in aisle 5.
Did it?
Well, I mean, how long is the video? And how are you getting the elephant out of there?
He was just going to town on the produce.
Yeah, right. I wouldn't want to be in that grocery store when the elephant was relieving itself.
Where is the elephant on your animal power rankings for favorite animals? I mean, it's quite interesting the way they can lift stuff up with their trunk.
It's not high, but it's not. It's kind of like right in the middle. I find it to be kind of a
they're my
middle
upper
of the
third.
road. Really?
Yeah, I like an elephant.
I don't dislike them. I really hate alligators and crocodiles because they just look so evil.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wouldn't have them.
The elephant looks kind of like friendly, but I don't think that
What
they're
about the
really
tusks?
safe animals.
The tusks are beautiful.
Except when they're piercing your abdomen as you get too close to them and you hop a railing over at the zoo. I think they're a little more violent than you think.
Like in some of the zoos that I've been to, they have like beer kegs. And the elephant, we got Tarek Skubal is coming up, so we got a break right now.
All right, well, let's take a break. That's it.
And then Tarek
We'll get
Skubal
back
is
to
going
the
to join
elephant
us.
talk when we're done with Mr. Skubal.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski.
And I'm Dionne Miller. We are very ready for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
If you're selected for Team Peggy and Dionne, you understand we are bringing a significant advantage to the course.
Okay, that is a silly play on the fact that Advantage Dealer Group is the sponsor of Team Peggy and Dionne.
I actually just meant that we're way better golfers than the rest, but okay, yeah, that works too.
See you June 11th at Seven Bridges Golf Club for the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling Flight.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Waddle and Sylvie, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
It's fun competing against him. You know, he's the best pitcher in the game right now. You know, what he's been doing all year long. You know, I feel like the past couple seasons when he came back, you know, last year at the end of the year, you know, really just, you know, hit a different gear, hit a different level. And it's, you know, it's not fun facing a guy like that, but it's fun competing against the best. We always kind of have a little back and forth. We'll kind of chirp back, and he strikes me out. We'll kind of give each other a look. You know, if I get a base hit, we'll give each other a look. So, you know, just shared a couple of words kind of going across the diamond right there.
That was Aaron Judge last year talking about our next guest, Tarek Skubal, the Cy Young winner, the American League Triple Crown winner as far as pitching is concerned. Probably the best pitcher in the game. I mean, he's coming on the show right now.
So he is the best pitcher in Major League Baseball.
He is the best pitcher in baseball today. Right. And he's joining us on the Yingling guest hotline. Let's bring him in. Tarek Skubal joining the Waddle and Sylvie show. Tarek, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are good. So when you hear Aaron Judge say that last year, that's a little old now. But what I have loved about watching you pitch is you like to have these rivalries and have fun with these rivalries. Can you explain what that's like with a player like Aaron Judge?
Yeah, I mean, I got a ton of respect for the guy that he is. He's, you know, arguably the best player in the game, you know, and whenever you get to compete against the game's best, it brings out the best in both of you, and it's fun. You know, when you win, lose, or draw, you just kind of go out there and compete, and you enjoy those things.
You got a glowing endorsement from our buddy Barstool Big Cat as well. We just finished our weekly conversation with him. How was your visit to their facility yesterday?
Yeah, that place is awesome. And that's like, you know, those are like adults that are, you know, I feel like they never grow up because you just get to do whatever you want there and have fun and enjoy it, great content. And I'm a big fan of those guys and kind of how they promote everybody. But, yeah, I think it was a ton of fun. You know, I'd love to go back.
Yeah. Is Big Cat the same person behind the scenes as he is in front of the camera and on his podcast?
Yeah, I think so. He's a ton of fun. He's hilarious. You know, just listening to those guys throughout the years, they've gotten me through a lot of stuff, you know, and just, you know, almost numbs your brain a little bit with what's going on. You just listen, laugh, and what they've been able to build, too, is pretty cool.
Do you ever think about your road where, you know, you're saying these are guys who are adults, but they're still doing kids' things? I mean, you're still wearing a baseball uniform like we all.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, so tell me about that. I mean, now you're the Cy Young winner, and you get to do this for your job.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a blessing. You know, you dream of it as a kid, you really do. And the fact that you get to live out your dream each and every day, that's something I don't take for granted. You know, I try to instill that in my preparation and my work ethic and try to keep the game also a kid's game, you know, when you're playing it, and just have fun. And I hope that when people watch, they know I'm out there enjoying my time.
It may sound like a silly question, but what's the best part of being a Cy Young Award winner?
I've never really thought about that. I guess I got some bragging rights to kind of, you know, go back and forth with guys in the clubhouse. I think that's probably all that I've kind of used it for. It's an honor. You know, it's one of the best, you know, the best pitching award each year. I get to put my name in history, and, you know, I get my name thrown around with a lot of, you know, all-time greats in this game. So that's probably the coolest part to me.
And you obviously don't take it for granted. I mean, this is something you've worked your life for, and to win it has got to be out of this world.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I mean, my focus is kind of on World Series and championships. That's kind of where, you know, my focus is over any individual accomplishment. But it's a good runner-up to those things for sure.
Tarek Skubal joining us. It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. And then there's Javi, who, you know, has been through the best of the best. He's been an MVP candidate. He's been an NLCS MVP. And then he experienced what he went through last year, and now he's having the renaissance. What has Javi been like as a teammate?
He's been the best. I love that guy. No matter what the performance is on the field, I always got his back no matter what. And I hope he feels that too. I know he has my back when I'm out there, wherever he's at, center field, shortstop, third, second. I love him playing defense behind me just because, his baseball IQ is off the charts, and I feel comfortable and confident when he's on the field with me that we're always going to, secure out no matter, any chaos or any chaotic play that happens. So I've been a big fan of his since right when he came over. I think that who he is and his leadership, I think, gets overlooked for sure.
When did you know that he was going to be as good as he is in the outfield?
Yeah, I had no idea. They ran him out there in spring training, and he said something to me 2 years, or it was like 2022, so 3 years ago. We were in Seattle or something. He just went and shagged BP in center field, and he's like, I've always wanted to be a center fielder. And then he gets put out there, and he succeeds, and he's one of the best defensive center fielders in the game. So it's been fun to watch, and I think it speaks to who he is as a person, just to be able to go out and play whatever position he wants to go play, and give our team an advantage in that aspect.
You'll square off with the Cubs on Friday. What are you looking forward to with regard to that matchup?
Yeah, it's a good team. It's going to make for a great environment. I know our fans are going to be out loud, and hopefully 40,000 plus are there on Friday night. So it should be a good environment. I think that team's really good. I think we're really good. So it should make up for a pretty fun weekend.
How intentional was it with you starting on Friday against the Cubs? Was this something that you guys wanted to see, or was this just getting an extra day here?
Yeah, I don't make those decisions. I just kind of do what I'm told. Our manager's so good, AJ, and I trust him with everything that he's got going on and planned. And he's got, my start's probably scripted out all the way until All-Star break, and probably even after All-Star break. So he's very prepared in that aspect, and they look after me, trying to give me extra days and make sure I'm feeling good, because this is, it's a marathon, not a sprint to get to, the postseason. And, we want to do all the right things. So I trust everything they've got going on. But as far as pushing me back or making me throw that day, I didn't make that decision. So that's kind of all I got to say.
How do you feel right now about starting pitchers and pitch counts? And I know, like, at the last game, you got pulled in the in a tie game, but you're a horse. Waddle and I have always talked to John Lester. We used to have Jake Arrieta on our show weekly. Like, I love the starting pitcher. I don't like when a starting pitcher gets pulled after 5. So a general question regarding, do you feel that there should be more put into starting pitchers these days and letting them go a little bit longer?
Yeah, I think, as a starting pitcher, you take pride in trying to eat as many innings as you can. I think the game's a little bit different than it was in the past, just because relievers are so much better than they've ever been. So the game is changing a little bit, but as far as being a starting pitcher, I logged 200-plus innings last year, and that's something I take a lot of pride in, if you count, postseason innings on top of the regular season innings, and I plan on doing that again. So it's something I take a lot of pride in. I'm sure it's something that a lot of starters take a lot of pride in, but there's also just some safety and health things that, we're trying to keep guys healthy and on the field, because it doesn't do anybody any good to end up on the IL. So, yeah, I think, I'm a big advocate of starting pitching. Obviously, I want us to go as deep as possible and keep our bullpen as fresh as possible. And I take a ton of pride in that. And I think, starters around the league take a ton of pride in that. But also relievers around the league are really, really good now. So it just gives managers more weapons to kind of get guys out and win ball games. And at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do, is win ball games. And we've been pretty good at it this year.
Speaking of health, the game seems like it's as healthy as it's been in a very long time. I think television ratings are up pretty significantly. Changes were made several years ago, whether it's the pitch clock or bigger bases or eliminating the shift. Have the changes from a pitcher's perspective, do you believe they have all been good additions to the game?
Yeah, I'm a fan of the pitch clock, and, I think most changes are for offense. The league wants more offense, more hitting, more average OPS, more action. But also, I think the pitch clock was huge for pitching. I think that, getting these games, shortening games a ton was good for everybody involved, including players. So I like where the game's at right now. Hopefully we can, let the game kind of be for a little bit and make changes when we need to. But I think ratings and everything that you just said speaks for themselves in that aspect. And hopefully we can just let our guys play baseball and continue to put a good product on the field, and fans come out and support you. And I think that they've showed that for sure.
And it allows you to get your dinner reservation earlier in a great city like Chicago as well, right?
Exactly. Get you to the next place too. Get you back home a little bit earlier. Get you in bed a little bit earlier. There's a lot of good things that happen.
Where does, and be honest with us, even though you're on in Chicago, Waddle and Sylvie, talking to Tarek Skubal, the Cy Young winner, where is Chicago as far as a road trip city in Major League Baseball rank for you?
Oh, it's up there for sure. I think it's a top 5 city, no doubt. I love coming here. Playing the White Sox or the Cubs, it's always fun. The food scene here is great. Shopping, breakfast, coffee, kind of everything that you need as a player when you kind of get out on the road. I think this city does it really well. If you have a chance to get an off day here, it's awesome because there's obviously the lake and boats and the rivers through the city. There's a ton of stuff to do. So it's top 5 for sure, maybe top 3 in terms of where I like to go on the road.
So we were told, too, that you grew up in Arizona. You're a big sports fan. Do you have separate teams or that you grew up and you still root for, or have you adopted all of Detroit's teams?
I'm a big fan of, Detroit sports, obviously Pistons, Red Wings, Lions, but if you ask me my favorite basketball team, I'd have to say the Phoenix Suns. And if you ask me my favorite football team, I'd say the Arizona Cardinals. But I'm a big fan of getting out to those events and showing fans that we appreciate and that we also support our fellow athletes in the city. And Detroit's a really cool sports town in that aspect.
The Cardinals put it on the Bears this year. I was at that game. I took my kids to that game, and I couldn't believe what the Cardinals did to us.
The Bears put it on the Bears themselves this year as well.
Yeah.
That's kind of been the Bears thing recently, yeah. It'll change.
Yeah.
It'll change, I'm sure.
When you're not, pitching and doing what you're required to do with the Tigers, how do you spend your free time?
I'm a dad, so I spend it with my son. My son and my wife, my family. If I'm not doing that, I'm probably golfing somewhere. That's more of an off-season thing. In season, I don't really swing it a ton, but sometimes video games, if it allows. Once my son goes down for bed, some video games and stuff like that. But there's not a ton. I'm not a super busy guy. I like to just enjoy my time with who I'm with.
What are you playing these days?
Video games?
Yeah.
Call of Duty is really the only one I play, to be honest. Play with my buddies back home, and it's always fun. It kind of helps keep you close to those guys that you don't see for 6-7 months of the year.
Yeah. So did I read this correct? Is your dad, and was he a coach?
Yeah. He coached basketball all the way, my entire life pretty much.
So one of our producers is from Detroit, and he is a diehard Tigers fan. He was out with some of our other producers yesterday. He's the producer of our morning show. His name's Shay Norling, and he loves you and he loves the Tigers. But somehow, some way, he's gotten blocked on Twitter by your dad. Would you know what it would take for someone to get blocked by your dad on social media?
Did he ever say anything negative about me? Because that would, he'd probably block that. Or if maybe I don't know. I tell my parents to be pretty careful on social media and try to keep their interactions to a minimum. Just, it's better for all parties involved. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Maybe he said something about me a couple years back that he doesn't like to admit now or something. I don't know.
I can guarantee you, I'm friends with him. I can guarantee you it was not something negative because he thinks he has the first Tarek Skubal Tigers jersey that was ever made. But he's such a big fan of yours that that is that's why he's so dumbfounded that he's been blocked by your father.
Right? Yeah, he feels hurt.
Yeah. Part of it's probably my dad doesn't even know he blocked him too. So that also could be a thing.
That's outstanding. Great. All right, so Friday, you're up against the Cubs. Benetti told me this. I said to Benetti, I reached out to Benetti, I go, tell me about Skubal. And he said, boy, does he take pride in stopping the run game. So if PCA gets on first, what kind of a showdown is this going to be with you holding him on first base?
Well, first off, hopefully he doesn't get to first base or second. Hopefully there's none of that stuff going on because that guy's got some real wheels. But, all I try to do is give our catcher a chance. I think I take a ton of pride in all that 90 feet, extra 90 feet, and I don't like giving up free bases for nothing. So yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out some tendencies and stuff, and I don't really want to say much more about that, to be honest, because I'm about to go up against them.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, it was a pleasure talking to you, and I really enjoy watching you pitch. I think like the pitchers who go like you go, and you can run hot, and I love that. Is what baseball's about. We need more like you, and we appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. There's Tarek Skubal. Cy Young Award winner. We were told he was going to be a great guy, really down-to-earth guy, and he's really coming to his own.
I like the fact that he embraces the battle with the different batters that he faces. So
it's good stuff. The rivalries are what makes like football really good. It's what makes NBA really good, and we don't see that enough in baseball. And when we do, I think we really love it.
Well, and while he may not have made the decision to push back his start to the Cubs game on Friday, I mean, let's be honest with each other. It's good for the game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good for the game.
All right, we are coming back. We've got Aki's A-list still to come. White Sox and Tigers coming up at 6 o'clock. It's Waddle and Sylvie.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season, and it's time to swing into action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. I drive the Sequoia, and I love it. But in this lineup, leading off is the car that I used to drive, and I love that too. The RAV4, it's a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat, and rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. You can check out the full Toyota lineup online at Toyota.com, or do what I did. Visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, also the official vehicle of the Chicago Cubs. Toyota, let's go places.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, is selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Hey, this is David Kaplan for Apt, your #1 destination for the home. Get ready for summer's high heat. There's no better way to prepare for soaring temperatures than with a new air conditioner from Apt. Explore their collection of window ACs, wall units, portable and whole house central air units, or even ceiling fans that help to circulate air. Whatever the size, discover the right air conditioner for your space with help from Apt specialists. For free delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop aptabt.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
If you or someone you love is graduating soon, nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salons are schooled in delivering the confidence-boosting cuts you love, and with convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it fits your busy schedule. Plus, with their affordable prices, you can save more money for summer fun. Get into a Great Clips salon today and get ready to walk across that stage in style. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Waddle and Sylvie are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Sylvie and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Always enjoy talking to some of the
great players.
Yeah, great players. Exactly. No matter the sport. And it's a pretty good guy right there, Tarek Skubal. If you missed the interview, you can grab it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Waddle and Sylvie is where all our things live for our show. Anything you missed, we had Courtney Cronin on yesterday. We had Adam Johns on today, talking Bears. Wilbon was on yesterday, talking Tibbs and stadium stuff. Skubal today, Barstool Big Cat today.
I don't think we addressed the stadium thing enough. I'm not joking about that either. I mean, Mike keeps telling us how, you know, it's... I don't think the Bears are going to miss a single beat by putting that stadium in Arlington Heights versus downtown. Financially, popularity, from any aspect. Do you believe that there is any, from any perspective, that they will face some sort of negativity for that stadium being in Arlington Heights versus downtown?
I see it totally different than he does because I agree with him. Usually when you want the best of the best, even if you live in the suburbs, you usually head downtown for that. Whether it's a great museum that we have downtown, whether it's the great restaurants we have in the city. Yes, there are great restaurants in the burbs that you and I both love. But when you really want to go out and celebrate. We did it for Mason's birthday. We went to Chicago Cut. We did it for Allie's birthday. We go downtown usually.
And if there
was because it's the best atmosphere.
And if there was a 300-plus acre plot of land downtown that would mimic what exists in Arlington Heights, I think both of us would consent to absolutely do it there.
Well, that's what I'm getting to is that, so these restaurants all have the best atmosphere. I don't believe, other than just the being on the lake for a blimp shot, that it's the best atmosphere. There are not enough tailgate spots. There are not enough bathrooms. There are not enough seats. It's hard to get in and out of, even though it is in the city center. Tell me, as far as an atmosphere, what you would lose if you were in the burbs and you built this glorious stadium similar to like they have in Vegas or similar to what they have in Minnesota. I don't think that's my point is, for an atmosphere, it's not like there are restaurants right by Soldier Field.
No,
it's
there's nowhere to go.
It's a pain to walk to. It's a pain to drive out of. And I just think everything that you can do and do it well, I don't think we'll ever sit in Arlington Heights if, in fact, this is where it gets built and say, you know what, this is perfect, but I wish we were downtown.
No, I and not at all. And I would be an advocate if you could find a plot of land that was comparable to what Arlington Heights has to offer. I'd be fine. Go ahead and do it. But
Yes.
there isn't that spot.
Build me the perfect stadium anywhere rather than an imperfect stadium on a beautiful lakefront. You know what I mean?
Of course.
It's about the game. It's about going to the stadium. It's about if you go to a game, you want the best creature comforts. You want the best, easiest parking.
By the way, going to a football game is about, at the minimum, and you guys go to more of them than I do, it's a 6 to 7 hour commitment, right? 6 hours. Let's say 6 hours.
I mean, if you want to tailgate, it could be even longer.
Right.
Some of those people get there 3 to 4 hours before the game.
So regardless of where the stadium is, you are on the stadium grounds for 6 to 7 hours. Like, your commitment and your experience and your atmosphere is the stadium.
Yes. Yes.
Now, you can leave the stadium afterwards and go to a nice restaurant or do this. And if downtown is your thing, then obviously that is offering you something that isn't offered in the suburbs. But what they're proposing to build in Arlington Heights is a full entertainment district. But again, I go back to, if you're going to a Bears game, it's a 6 to 7 hour commitment that is unique to that stadium regardless of where it's at. You're there for a ball game. You're there to be there for tailgating, then for the pageantry that is the game itself, which is going to last 3.5 hours, and then maybe a few drinks afterwards, tailgating. I think your day is spent at the park.
Wilbon is clearly in the minority on this. He's very hard-headed when it comes to this. I don't know why he hates the burbs so much. Like, if it would be there, like we've always said, you reiterated it a couple minutes ago, all we care about is where's the best place for it.
Yeah.
For to do it all, to check the most boxes. I want this just to be done right. I said this and I'm writing about it for tomorrow. I don't care if it's a year or two later. I mean, sure, we would all, the sooner the better, but get it right first.
Yeah.
And what they did at Soldier Field, think about it. 20 years after they built it, they're already looking to move. The next stadium that they build should be here a minimum and a place that we love going to for 50 years. Wouldn't you put that a shelf life on a current new stadium if it's done right?
I would say minimum 30, but yeah, I mean, hopefully 50.
Like, how long is Comiskey Park been open now, the rate? And that was imperfect. That's already been well over 30 years.
It's interesting because in different places, like the Georgia Dome I think it was there for 20 years, and they just decided, you know what, we're going to create the Mercedes-Benz Dome.
But did they have some issues with that? Or
I'm not 100%
know.
sure, but like, I don't think you build this building in Arlington or downtown expecting to redo it in 20 years from now.
Yeah.
And by the way, again, like, not every NFL stadium is in the heart of the metropolis of a big city.
No, and he even tried to say, like, hey, look at what Detroit and Cleveland is doing. And Cleveland, from what I understand, they're looking to move. They're on the lake right now. They're looking to move to the burbs. They're building a dome as well in the burbs. And there's Dallas, who doesn't play in Dallas.
Santa Clara is the home of the San Francisco 49ers. Glendale, Arizona for the Arizona Cardinals.
The New York team's in New Jersey, in a whole different state.
Yes. So, I mean, Green Bay is in a small town. Like, the vast majority of these stadiums in the NFL aren't plopped right down in the center of a metropolis.
I think it's such an interesting time. And look, the stadium isn't for everyone because not everyone goes to games. A lot of people are just happy to watch these games on their couch. But I think this is the most interesting time I can remember for Chicago since maybe when New Comiskey Park and the United Center were built, where right now the White Sox are probably looking for a new home. The Bears are going to build a new stadium, and the Fire are building their new stadium on the 78. Like, I can't remember a time where the stadium conversation has been hotter than it is right now.
No, it's on the front of your sports brain for sure.
So, and I sent this to Waddle today. This is how good Jerry Reinsdorf has it. And I can't understand this for the life of me. Jerry Reinsdorf, because they hastily built New Comiskey Park and because he threatened to move to St. Petersburg, Florida, they gave him this sweetheart deal that we always talk about. And you read it yesterday.
It's $1.5 million a year.
His lease for the Sox is a $1.5 million per year.
And if I read it quickly, anything over $1.95 million in terms of attendance, they pay an additional amount on each ticket sold above that. If they don't get more than just under 2 million people, 1.5 is all they pay in terms of a lease.
1.5 million. In comparison, Soldier Field's lease is $6.5 million. I don't know where that ranks because not every NFL team owns their stadium.
Very few do.
But I don't know where $6.5 million, it sounds low still, but compare it to the White Sox. The Bears play 10 games a year there. The Bears don't have really any of their offices at Soldier Field. They work out of Hallis Hall.
Yes. A facility that they probably spent $100 million on themselves.
And they are playing 70 less games there, and the White Sox have their offices at the rate year-round. That's where the White Sox work out of. Jerry Reinsdorf, I don't get this. Jerry Reinsdorf just set the record for the worst season in baseball modern-day history last year. Jerry Reinsdorf's games cannot be seen on television right now if you have Comcast. And Jerry Reinsdorf was just beat to the punch to develop the 78 by the Chicago Fire because that owner is willing to spend all of his money, or not all of his money, but to pay for his own stadium.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you guys is, why does Jerry still want to be in this business?
Because it's profitable. I guess.
But think about the profit he can make if he sells. So he's 89 years old.
But if you're not losing money, the value of these assets appreciates astronomically on a year-by-year basis. You're right, though. The best way to realize the benefit of owning this team is to sell it.
Well, Jerry Reinsdorf has never been Willie Mays. Ever, ever, ever. He's never been Willie Mays. But do you remember when they always compare Willie Mays in a Mets uniform or Michael Jordan in a Wizards uniform, or take your pick of a more recent comp? They all say, guys, it's obvious. Peyton Manning in his last year with the noodle arm, it's time to hang it up. These athletes realize it is time. When Jerry Reinsdorf at 89 is getting outworked for the 78, his team is a historical worst, and his games aren't on television, isn't there an ounce of him to say, it is time for me to leave. It is time for me to sell. This is an embarrassment. Like, is he not self-aware at all? Cash in the ticket, make the money, go away, and let someone else take the baton and make them more relevant.
I don't know what inspires people to maintain status quo. I'm not sure.
Why do we say that to our athletes? Hey, you're washed. It's time to retire. But it's not to an owner. Well, it's his
Well, you
team.
can say it. I mean, you can say it to him, but I mean, at the end of the day, he's got more power and more influence than the player.
It blows my mind. I was thinking about that on the train today. All that he's got, the sweetheart deal, and his team still sucks. He can't get his games on television. His new network, the Bulls or the White Sox. And the Fire called dibs on the 78. But yet, here he is. He won't leave. Unbelievable. 312-332-3776. Matt in Arlington Heights here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Matty?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Just couple quick points. I know you're just talking about the Sox. My opinion is I think, with Reinsdorf being as old as he is, he probably just doesn't have an incentive to just, he doesn't need the money right now, right? He's 89. He's probably just going to hold on to those assets until he passes, and his kids can deal with whatever they want to do with the team afterwards. But it's kind of a sad situation on the South Side. I'm a Cubs fan, and I can feel it for the Sox fans. But the reason why I actually really called was to talk about Will Williams' point. I was listening to the show when he was on yesterday. None of his points hold water. If the Bears were playing 162 games a year like the Cubs and White Sox, I could understand the point of, wanting to be in the city and this and that. The Bears play 8 home games a year. I don't think, and I'm willing to place any amount of money that, fans are not going to say, I don't want to travel to Arlington Heights. We live in Arlington Heights. Getting to the city, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, not a big deal. They're going to make it accessible. I think people are going to want to come when there's an NCAA Final Four, Women's Final Four, Super Bowl, and all those big events. When they're going to build that stadium in Arlington Heights by us, they're going to make it the right way, and it's going to be a big deal, and it's going to be, fans are going to want to come. So I just want to make that point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. I talk to listeners all the time. I was just talking last week when I was out at Emails, and those people are close to Arlington Heights. They want it there. What you can do with that train station and just have one train after another that leaves Union Station, these tailgate trains. You can do a tailgate on the train. You don't have to worry about fighting traffic. It's perfect.
The actual experience, I think, would be majestic.
Yes. Everything attached. You walk right from the parking lot right indoors, like I do for the Bucks' new arena.
And again, I'll say this for the 1 millionth time. If there was a piece of land that could provide the accessibility and the entertainment district and all of the things that the 300-plus acre piece of property in Arlington Heights could provide, then I got no problem. I don't care where it's at.
Right.
As a fan.
We just want what's best for the fans and the team.
Yeah, you put it on the face of the moon. I don't care where it's put. But just don't put it somewhere where you're limiting whether it's accessibility, access to restaurants, hotels, entertainment, all of that stuff. Just don't limit what the consumer actually has at their disposal because you are landlocked in any way, shape, or form.
Dean downtown, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dean?
Hey, guys. So quickly, Waddle just argued my point for me, kind of. Not every NFL stadium is a part of the metropolis of the city. That's part of the appeal to me. For someone like me, I haven't been to a Bears game in years. You couldn't pay me. And part of that reason, I will admit, is because it takes so long getting in and out of Soldier Field. And you could say it's selfish of me because I have a restaurant on the lake less than a mile from Soldier Field, but I like the idea of seeing opposing cities' fans when they come to town, just like I do for the people that go to Wrigley and the Rate. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not able to wrap my head around, I was telling Tyler, why you cannot have whatever it is that you want in Arlington Heights, but have it on the lake. And Sylvie, when you say they're going to build it and no one's going to say, oh, this is great, but it's not downtown, that's not a fair setup for your argument because, of course, everyone's going to be happy. I'll be happy if they build a nice stadium in Arlington Heights, but I'm always going to think to myself, man, it used to be cool when we had a stadium in the city. And I think that's what Wildon is referring to kind of when he says it. And deep down, I would think that people like Tyler, who still live in the city, and Shay, and even Chris Fleck, who I know, he has season tickets, I think they like the idea of it too, and I know it's a small percentage of it. That's all
Dean,
I got for you guys.
Hold
Have a
on,
good
Dean.
one.
Don't hang up, Dean.
All right.
What I don't understand when you say that is there is no blank slate to do that on the lakefront. This is a metropolis that has been built up. The lake has been protected. There's if they would do it next to Soldier Field, then you would have Soldier Field in some way, shape, or form still up. You would take away even more parking.
I'm not, and you are not Costanza's protege in Seinfeld, the city planner. I don't know how all of that works. They have to figure that out. I'm just telling you what I want. I don't know how it's going to get done. That's what I would prefer.
I
That's
know,
all.
but okay, see, Dean.
Okay, but the accessibility, I mean, you could say that you want it. There's a lake on the east side of
and
your
the railroad
stadium.
tracks to the west, and they don't even have a station there. Like, Tyler, you speak for yourself, but when I was in the city, what I didn't like about Soldier, and I still loved going, don't get me wrong, I wasn't bitching and moaning when I was going, but when you talk about it, being in the city, the red line is several blocks away. Walking, there's no direct path because you've got to go through these different mazes and up 18th Street or through the museum campus, and you're herded like cows.
And by the way, the weather is not always cooperative when you're doing this.
Yeah, so there's no, in an Uber, there's the 18th Street drop off. It takes forever for a car to get in there. Leaving, like we said, if you want to go north, half the time you got to go south. I don't understand why it would benefit a city person, because the biggest part of the commute that's a pain in the ass is not to get back to the burbs. It's to get out of the immediate area of that congestion.
I would probably guess leaving Soldier Field, it would probably take me the same amount of time to get from my seat at Soldier to my home in the city in Lakeview as it would to drive from Arlington or take the train from Arlington down to the city.
So it's really no change in time.
Yeah, right. So it's like if you can build something world-class and you've got the space and the land to build something world-class in Arlington, it probably doesn't impact the city people all that much, aside from those who may live just blocks away.
And then if you have this entertainment district like at Wrigley.
Yeah.
So Wrigley is hard. I heard Carmen talk about this. It's hard to get to because it's in a neighborhood, but you have the red line right there. But what you have then is you have fans who disperse within the area because there's so many different bars and restaurants, and you don't have to rush home. With Soldier Field, there's nothing. Right. So in Arlington Heights, if you build that entertainment district correctly, people can hang out. They can go to all these different restaurants on campus.
Not everyone is looking to leave at the same time.
Right. When you have 60,000 leaving at the same time, that's the problem.
Out of 2 exits.
Yes.
There's 2 ways to go.
You go north or south on Lakeshore Drive.
It's crazy.
It is nuts. That's why it's not. This is an older city that has been built up, and there's no room for this anymore.
Yeah.
It's just a fact. 312-332-3776. Aki's A-List and your calls coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Sylvie. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tonight, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or 2. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tonight. And please enjoy responsibly.
You've heard me discuss Window Nation for years. I love them. I love my windows from Window Nation in the living room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room. People say, are you reading a script? No, I am talking about my windows from Window Nation. I met Alan Favada a couple years ago. He is their sales manager here in Chicago, and he will tell you exactly what you need and what you don't need. And that's what I think is a key part of this, too. We all want to know how we could have better windows and put money back in our pocket with our energy bills. But it's also important for a guy to say, look, you don't need to replace all your windows. If some are working, they're going to tell you what you need and what you don't need. They're going to educate you. And call them today. Schedule your appointment. It's a free in-home estimate. Got nothing to lose. 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. Check out all they have to offer. Right now, there's semi-annual sales going on. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free. You get 8 windows for the price of 4. Plus, when you buy a house full of windows, you get a free entry door Plus, they're going to work with you on payments. No payments until 2027. Nothing down, no interest. So call them at 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing, so many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Sylvie are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List is brought to you by our guy, Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing. All you have to do is visit BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Mr. Aki.
All right, fellas. Cubs about to get going against the Nationals, Game 2, after winning last night. They put up 8 runs with no Kyle Tucker in the lineup, and no Kyle Tucker once again tonight. Now, I'm not going to go out and say it was their best offensive performance, but for you guys, is it one of the more relieving offensive performances, especially since these bats haven't been all that great over the last week, but without Tucker in the lineup, still finding a way to score 8 runs against ascending Nationals team?
I don't know if it's like the most relieving. Here's the relieving part of what I've seen the last few days. And now, you know I love PCA, so most of the way I see it is going to be right now through a lens of positivity of him. But what I loved that I've seen recently is when he got into this slump, he hadn't walked in 3 weeks. Yesterday, I believe, was another game in which he walked a couple times. He walked twice on Saturday. He walked twice yesterday. So now he's starting, maybe he took a step back. He's doing what good players usually do, and he's adjusting to the adjustment on him.
And what does that lead to as he's taking walks?
Better pitches.
It also leads to more stolen bases.
Yeah, and another day yesterday where he stole 2 bases, and again, he created havoc at third base. You were mesmerized by why Washington didn't throw to first. On the ground ball by Carson Kelly to third base, he played chicken with the third baseman, and it's very Javi-esque. Where it reminded me where professional players do stupid stuff when they're scared of a dynamic player.
And when they're wearing Nationals uniforms.
Right, and like the Pirates. The Pirates did Pirates things when Javi...
The Reds do Reds things.
Do you remember the Javi play where he went back from first base to home?
Yes.
All they had to do was throw it to first. There was no reason for a rundown. And he got all worried.
Yeah, there's no doubt. A player like PCA is going to put so much pressure on you. He's going to make you make mistakes.
Put the ball in play.
My point is you're a Major League Baseball team. You get first and third with nobody out. You know you've got one of the fastest guys in all of Major League Baseball on third. You've got your infielders back. What are you doing when the ball's hit to you?
Throw to first.
Exactly. You're conceding the run. You're up 3-1 in the third.
They were so worried about PCA. That's what happens.
That's crazy.
So that's how I'll answer.
The thing is with him, this is how he becomes the MVP, Tyler. When his on-base percentage escalates to a point where he's on base 35% of the time instead of 31% of the time, now his stolen base totals go up. Now he becomes a guy that makes his chances of winning an MVP, in my opinion, even higher.
Here's where I'll disagree with you, though. I don't think he needs like a 340 or 350 on-base percentage to win. It needs to be where it is now at 320 or somewhere around there. But obviously, the biggest component to him winning the MVP is Shohei not going crazy. If Shohei has a very good year instead of his crazy year, and then PCA hits 35 home runs and steals 50, and the Cubs win the division, it may be tough to not consider PCA.
2 things about that. First of all, his on-base percentage will directly lead to his stolen base totals. If you're not getting on base the way...
But he's already got 20 stolen bases. It's not even halfway through the season.
He's got 20 stolen bases. How many has he had in the last 3 games because he's taken walks? This is where I'm saying it elevates him. Do you know the last player in the National League that won the MVP with an on-base percentage lower than 315?
But they didn't do what PCA is setting a record like Carmen was was sending to us, when you are astronomical in the other things, players in MLB history with 15 or more home runs, 15 or more doubles, 20 or more stolen bases in his team's first 60 games. There's been 2, Bobby Bonds and PCA. And so, I get what you're saying. I'm not arguing that I want the on-base percentage to go up. I still think there's a way for him. It's up to If Shohei does a 50-50 year again and pitches, yes. Even if his on-base percentage is at 340, I don't know if he wins it.
It could be 400 and he may not win.
Yeah, Shohei is the key in
but
this.
let's say Shohei has an MVP caliber year, but it's not 50-50. That's what I'm saying. Shohei has 40 and 40.
With the stolen base conversation, too, part of why he'll get more stolen bases via the walk is he's only getting 1 base. He's 8th in the NL in doubles right now. When he's putting the bat on ball, he had one yesterday.
Well, he can also
created
steal
a double.
third. Yes.
Yeah, he can steal third, and he did that yesterday, but he created a double yesterday.
Look, all I'm saying, I'm not denigrating him in the slightest. I'm just saying, he elevates his chance to be an MVP player.
Of course.
If he, in fact, becomes the guy that we've seen the last 3 games where he's willing to be more patient at the plate. There is going to come a time where this team is going to go through a valley. So being on base and getting to second and then potentially to third against a good team is going to be really important because not everyone – Carson Kelly's not going to have a 1,000 OPS.
I know. And that's why I said, what he's done in the last week – to get out of the slump has really impressed me.
This, to me, is the best sign for him in a very long time. When a guy like him will take 2 walks and turn that into 2 or 3 stolen bases, and also he's scoring runs because he's on base. Now you're talking about something that takes you to an even higher level.
He could cut you in many different ways.
Yes.
Yeah, he's currently tied with Luis Robert, actually, for stolen bases in the entire league right now with 21.
But, and Robert's not hitting.
Right.
Robert is leading him in stolen cash. Stolen bases, they're tied. But stealing money, that's Luis Robert has got him ahead of that. Is Robert playing tonight?
I think
it was tonight, right?
So dumb.
Yeah.
So dumb.
They scored yesterday, though, without him.
Must have worked.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, because that game's going to be the difference between them being in the postseason and not being in the postseason.
No, but I've got the over.
It may be the difference between them and the Colorado Rockies, because don't look now, but the Colorado Rockies have won 3 in a row.
I just need 54 wins. That's what I'm rooting. Why I'm rooting for every Sox win.
Do you know what they're on pace for right now?
Probably 46.
I think it's a little higher than that. They've got a 311 win percentage. I think that gets them to 49.
Okay. So they're right in the ballpark.
What do you got to get?
It was 53 and a half, so 54. Yeah. What's next? Do you have one more, Tyler?
Yeah, real quick. This was a football one here. I saw this. J.K. Dobbins is visiting with the Denver Broncos today. And the Denver Broncos drafted running backs. They already have some running backs in the stable as well. Are you surprised that we haven't seen anything more recently linking J.K. Dobbins to being up at Hallis Hall at all for a visit?
I wouldn't be surprised if they do something after minicamp. To see what they've got on the field here with the full team.
That's what I was going to say. I think that this is their first look at the guys they have. I think they'll take a little more patient approach to it, but I do believe they'll add someone. The Broncos have had, this is what, second year for Sean Payton? Third year, so he knows kind of what he's got. I think they're just feeling out what their roster looks like right now.
All right, good stuff. There's Aki's A-List. We'll take some of your calls before White Sox baseball at 6.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Guys, step up your lunch game at Twin Peaks. Dig into light yet hearty combos starting at just $7.99, from savory soups and crisp salads to satisfying sandwiches. They've got something for everyone, no matter what you're craving. Treat yourself to a better lunch break only at Twin Peaks, where delicious meets affordable every single day. Win Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
These days, everyone's focused on their health, and rightfully so. You want to feel your best, but maybe you're trying to avoid surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that just mask the pain. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to talk to the person who's hurting right now. Maybe it's you, or maybe it's someone you care about. You've tried everything, but the pain just keeps coming back. You're frustrated, tired, maybe even thinking it'll never get better. Don't give up. QC Kinetics is doing something different. This isn't a temporary fix. This is cutting-edge regenerative treatment that helps your body repair and restore damaged tissue. You'll sit down with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team right here in Chicago. They'll walk you through how these advanced cellular therapies target the root cause of your joint pain. No surgery, no meds, no downtime. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands of people. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call today for a free consultation. Appointments even available on Saturdays. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
The best mornings
in the morning light
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Steinhoffel's Buy More, Save More sale is back, and the savings are bigger than ever. Save at least 10% off store-wide. Then take $100 off every $9.99 you spend. It's a great deal. Buy a sofa for $19.99 and take $200 off. Get a new bed for $29.99 and get $300 off. Take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month, 0% financing. to make your purchase even more affordable. It's the only place I shop for my furniture. 6 Chicagoland Steinhoffel locations. I shop at the one in Vernon Hills, the newest one in Orland Park. Steinhoffel's, the Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Let's wrap up with some of these calls who wanted to talk about the stadium. This portion, as you just heard, brought to you by Steinhoffel's, 6 Chicagoland locations, including the newest one in Orland Park. Saw Steinhoffel's truck right outside our studio today. Was hoping we were getting something. All right, let's go to Tim. Tim, you're on ESPN 1000. What's on your mind?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I really hope the Bears do move to Arlington Heights and make this a reality. But why are we so confident this organization, the McCaskies in particular, can get it right? We're hopeful that they build a state-of-the-art stadium. We're going to have Super Bowls and Final Fours and concerts and all kinds of stuff. But, look at their track record. Ever since Mike Ditka, they were so shell-shocked from Mike Ditka, they can't get coaching right, except for maybe the anomaly of Lovie Smith. The proof that they've gotten anything right since 1985. A lone Super Bowl appearance? Why are we trusting that they're going to do it right by us?
I don't know if anyone is totally trusting. I don't blame you for being skeptical.
I can't either. If you don't believe that they're going to get this right, I can't sit here and scold you for feeling that way.
I covered the first rebuild of Soldier Field, and that was done terribly. Tom in Arlington Heights, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys, good talking with you. I got 4 quick points to make. Number one, I was an Uber driver. Hated getting a call at Soldier Field or the concerts there. Spent way more time just sitting waiting for my ride. Point number 2, I live out in Arlington Heights. I work downtown. All sorts of people take the train to Irving Park to go to the Cubs games, take it down to Ogilvy, and then walk over to Soldier Field. So going downtown, there's a huge fan base out in the suburbs that support our sports teams. Going the other way, not only is Ogilvy a great station to get out to the northwest suburbs, but to get to Ogilvy, so much easier than getting to Soldier Field. You got the red line, you got the pink, all those colors will take you to Ogilvy. And here's the final point I want to make, and a lot of people haven't been talking about this. If we're going to increase the capacity of the stadium out in Arlington Heights, you're going to need to increase people willing to buy season tickets. And if you move up to the northwest suburbs, now it becomes more convenient for people out in Harvey, Crystal Lake, those further suburbs to get to Arlington Heights. So those are my points, guys. Listen to what you have to say about
Tom,
it.
Thanks.
I don't know how much bigger the stadium is going to be. It's going to be comparable to the seating that they have now, isn't it?
Yeah, they're saying between 65 and so I think the perfect size is 65.
Yeah, I think that's
the days of the 80,000 seat stadium are gone.
No.
And it will probably be expandable to 70 because of the Super Bowl.
They're going to tell you that sightlines are going to be better. Mm-hmm. There's going to be more space.
Suites.
And tickets are going to be more expensive because the experience is going to be more enjoyable because you're not packed in with 90,000 other people.
Yeah. Paulie, can you make a point in 20 seconds? Because we got to run to Sox baseball.
Okay, thanks for putting me on. I guess that other guy was right about this is an 8 games. It's eight games out in Arlington Heights. It's happening for sure. I told you 2 years ago they waited for Ginny to pass. Now they're going out there. This is going to be a traveling tourist destination mecca. Those stadiums generate $1 billion a year. They're not partnering with anybody in Chicago, and they're going to have hotels. They're going to have a super train from Chicago going out there.
Casino.
Things going to be built with robots.
All
okay, so don't worry about it. It's going out there.
Things going to be built with robots,
yeah.
huh?
It's going to be built with robots. Listen, I just hope that it provides all of the access to all the cool stuff for all the people that are going to be there.
Yeah, and a winning team
Yeah,
playing
that too.
on that
That
field.
too.
That
Yeah.
would be nice. All right, thank you to Scooble, who joined us today. Also to Barstool Big Cat. And we had John's on. For Waddle, I'm Sylvie. It's what? I'm
And
just
then John's.
Yeah. It's ESPN 1000. Good night.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory hole.